Good morning, colleagues, members of the public, and council members, and welcome to the resumption of our regular meeting of council for the adjustments for the upcoming budget. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry, was that Councillor Johnston remote?
Yeah.
Thank you, noted. Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Present.
Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers.
Here.
Councillor Ward.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
Councillor Chabot. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Chabot noted remote. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you, noted.
Well, welcome back. We are resuming a meeting that started 2 weeks ago regarding the budget adjustments to the 2023 to 2026 service plans. But unfortunately, before we proceed with today's agenda, I have some very sad news to share. We learned over the weekend that former Ward 10 Alderman Ray Clark has passed away. We have the brief opportunity to be able to speak to a service in advance of a more formal recognition, but I feel it's important for us to begin our proceedings today with a little bit of background. So Ray was born in Harpenden, United Kingdom in 1945. Like many of us, he immigrated to Canada with his family in 1957, and they settled in Calgary. He attended public school in Calgary and subsequently took courses at SAIT and Mount Royal College in drafting technology and urban planning. Ray began working for the City of Calgary Planning Department in 1965 as a draftsman, subsequently becoming a planning technician. His past community involvement included posts with the Marlborough Community Association, the Calgary Board of Education, and the City of Calgary Parks Department. And over the weekend, I noted on social media that my very first civic memory as a Calgarian was actually his visit as alderman to my Northeast Calgary school. He was first elected to council in 1983, representing Ward 10. He served a further 4 terms as Ward 10 councillor and was a candidate for mayor in the 1998 and 2001 elections. In 2004, it was announced that Ray was the new Chief Administrative Officer for the Municipal District of Rocky View, a post that he held for nearly 2 years. Ray went on to create a consultancy, served on the board of directors for Habitat for Humanity Calgary, and as a public member of for the Alberta Health Services Provincial Advisory Council on Cancer. Further details on arrangements will be shared with members of council by the City Clerk's office when they're available. Information about Ray's contributions to Calgary will be posted on the city's website, and flags will be flown at half-mast at Historic City Hall on the day of his funeral or his memorial service. So on behalf of council and all Calgarians, we would like to sincerely express our condolences to Ray's family, friends, and constituents of Ward 10, who he proudly represented for 12 years. So I'm just loading up our chat, seeing no request to speak. I wanted to give a bit of a rundown for how the rest of this meeting will go. For the lion's share of today, probably all of today, council, we will be going into a public hearing process, not an official public hearing, but a process by which we can hear from members of the public. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, I'm sorry for asking to speak. It's specifically in relation to Ray Clark, if I may.
Yeah, please, sir.
With your permission. Ray Clark and I have known each other for many years. He was a dear friend. Will be sadly missed. Ray Clark was the reason that I got into politics in the first place. He door knocked at my house numerous times, and he's the one who had convinced me that if he wasn't going to run, that I should run for councillor. In 1998 at the community center, he asked me. He said, "So Andre, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm running for mayor." I said, "I had not heard." He said, "So, are you going to live up to your commitment and run for mayor? Run for councillor?" I said, "Well, if you're not there, at least I have a shot." So thanks to Ray, I'm here today. But of course, it took me 4 attempts, but I remained adamant that it was a role that I was meant to serve. And thanks to Ray's support and indulgence, I'm here today. So thanks to Ray. You'll be sadly missed.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I'm glad we caught that, because I know there's a very close relationship between Ray Clark and Councillor Chabot. I, on the other hand, didn't know him as long or as well as probably a lot of you here. But I could say one thing: he was a true champion for Calgary. He loved the Flames. He loved the Stamps. He just, and on the foundations, he just seemed, I think, and he always won over and over again because his community loved him and he worked real hard. So again, just to chime in, be dearly missed and well respected. I liked him as well.
Yeah, likewise, I would reinforce that point, Councillor Chabot. I do not think I would be in this chair as mayor if not for his enthusiasm to perhaps a 7 or 8 year old version of me, as well as his excitement for the Parks Department. I don't think I would have wanted to go on to become the CEO of a provincial park if not for the fact that he planted the seed in our classroom, but also our community association, for ideas about ways we can be much more active and fuller participants rather than just passive observers to the work that was being done. So prior to us going into the start of public presentations, we will ask administration to provide a recap presentation of the item 9.3.2, 2026 budget adjustments to 2023-26 service plans and budgets, C 2025-0901. We'll give a moment for administration, Mr. Duckworth and Toker, to get set up at the podium.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas, and good morning, members of council. Today, I'm pleased to be here with my executive leadership team to provide a brief overview of administration's proposed budget adjustments to the 2023-2026 service plans and budgets that were previously presented to you on November 10th. The proposed 2026 budget adjustments reflect months of collaboration between the previous council and administration and considers feedback from Calgarians gathered through our spring and fall survey. As a reminder, our proposed budget that we provided on November 10th focuses on what matters most to Calgarians: housing, infrastructure, public safety, and transit, while balancing affordability with a continued need for investment in core services and infrastructure to accommodate a rapidly growing world-class city. Next slide, please. Oop, the slide's not up there yet. So this slide summarizes the key recommendations coming to council this week, and they are: approve the 2026 budget adjustments as detailed in attachment 2, give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 51M 2025, also in attachment 2. And now CFO Tucker will now walk you through the financial details of the budget. As always, my team and I are happy to be here at the end to answer any questions after we hear from the public. Mr. Tucker.
Next slide. There we go. Thank you. As we've highlighted, we know Calgarians continue to feel economic pressures and uncertainty, and so does the city. Demand for our services continue to grow, requiring us to balance affordability with growth. To achieve this, and as directed by the previous council, we are keeping the 3.6% tax revenue increase from existing properties for 2026. Despite increases in both inflation and population. When looking at this budget, we focused key investments in the areas of housing, public safety, transit, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the improvements to the budget documents we have before us today. We focused on the clarity, integration, organizational alignment, plain language, and context within the documents you have before you today. Next slide, please. Now let's recap our overall budget. Increased 2026 revenue will come from a mix of taxes and fees, with taxes from city growth and investment income funding increased expenses. Ongoing spending, mainly salaries and goods and services, will grow steadily, focused on council priorities led by community services, operational services, and Calgary Police. One-time expenditures decrease as some of the Downtown Calgary Development Incentive Program grants are expected to be paid in this current year, and the remaining funds will carry forward. The city's reserves continue to grow, strengthening our ability to respond to unplanned events. Next slide, please. Calgary has worked for over a decade to keep services affordable while supporting growth. Population growth and inflation have been rising faster in recent years than they had in the past, adding additional pressure on city services. Operating expenditures have generally grown more slowly than these main cost drivers, meaning that we have been controlling our costs to deliver our services to a larger city. This year, expenditures rise slightly faster than population and inflation, but revenue reviews help to fund this and reduce future positive variances. Next slide, please. We know that different cities make different choices on what services they choose to provide and operate in different legislative contexts. But it's still important to compare across the country with that understanding. With that said, Calgary's operating spending has grown more slowly than most major cities over the past decade. Cumulative growth is 39%, which is below the national average, and per-person costs remain amongst the lowest in Canada. Next slide, please. Calgary remains one of the most affordable large cities in Canada for property taxes. Median households spend just 2.8% of their income, about $2,700 per year, well below most other cities. This shows Calgarians get strong value for services while keeping taxes manageable. Next slide, please. Over the past 5 years, Calgary has kept property taxes lower. From 2021 to 2025, our average increase is 2.67, the lowest among major Canadian cities, well below Vancouver, Toronto, and even Edmonton and Winnipeg, showing our commitment to affordability and competitiveness. Next slide, please. To remind us, individual property taxes vary based on changes in property assessments. A typical single-family home could see a municipal tax bill of around $2,855, which would be a 5.8% increase. Condos, a 1.3%, and multi-residential, such as high-rise apartments, buildings, which are owned by investors and companies, 19.2%, and non-residential, 1.3%. Again, these are preliminary estimates and will be finalized when we finalize the property assessments. Even with these changes, Calgary remains one of Canada's most affordable large cities in terms of residential taxes. Next slide, please. Looking at a typical single-family home in 2026, municipal property taxes will rise about $13 per month or 5.8%, and waste, recycling, and water utilities will increase about $5 or 3.9%. That brings the total monthly city service cost to $378, an increase of $18.40 per month or 5.1%. On a daily basis, that's about $12.42, just 62 cents more than last year. These figures are based on a median property and will be finalized again when we finalize the property assessment roll. Next slide, please. In this slide, we're looking at information from 2025 from a comparative perspective. Calgary's monthly cost for city services and utilities for, again, a medium single-family home is about $359, compared to $501 in Edmonton and $615 in Vancouver. That works out to roughly $12 a day versus $16 or $20 a day in other cities. Calgarians get essential services at a lower cost, which helps keep our city more affordable. Next slide, please. Provincial decisions are adding cost pressures to the city. Almost $60 million to Calgary's 2026 budget. This includes new legislation, funding changes, specifically around the $28 million from reduced police fine revenue, and shared responsibilities add $31 million, mainly for transit subsidies and support for vulnerable Calgarians. Next slide, please. We're funding the 2026 priorities without going beyond the approved limits. The tax revenue or increase from existing properties will remain at 88 million or the 3.6% as directed by the previous council. For ongoing needs, we have approximately 55 million from property tax growth and max dividends and other sources. For one-time needs, we can recommend 152 million for operating and 129 million for capital, mainly from our projected year-end variance and the fiscal stability reserve. The 55.1 million of additional ongoing operating capacity has been utilized to fund the ongoing operating adjustments listed on page 15 of the budget document attachment 2. The 3.6% increase in additional property tax from our existing taxpayers was directed by the last council in year 1 of the current 4-year plan to fund the items within the fourth year of this plan. Next slide, please. These charts set up the detailed tables that will follow immediately after. They show how recommended spending is distributed by priority area, ongoing on the left side, and one-time on the right. The focus remains on housing, public safety, transit, and infrastructure, with the only exceptions for high-risk items. Next slide, please. We prioritize capital capacity for high-priority maintenance and renewal to ensure safety and service reliability. Cost escalations for previously approved projects to maintain service continuity. Advanced design work for growth-related projects, particularly housing and community development. We're recommending an additional 128.6 million. Of that, 63.7 million to support high-priority infrastructure, capital maintenance, and renewal. 36.2 million for housing. 18.5 million for transit, and 10.2 million for public safety, with a focus on police vehicles and facilities. Next slide, please. Community feedback drove these priorities, as 91% of Calgarians said affordable housing is important and 86% wanted more investment. Reflecting that, we're recommending 2.1 million in ongoing, 48.3 in one-time operating, and 36.2 in capital, including 26.2 for Southview affordable housing projects. Next slide, please. Public safety also remains a top priority. 75% of Calgarians describe the city as safe, and 70% believe we're doing a good job. To build on this, we're recommending 14.1 million in ongoing, 41.7 million in one-time operating, and 10.2 million in capital for the police facilities and vehicle replacements. Next slide, please. Transit remains the cornerstone of mobility, and we're investing to keep it affordable and reliable. 15.5 million in ongoing for service improvements, 25 million one-time for low-income transit passes, and 18.5 million in capital for life cycle maintenance and upgrades. Next slide, please. Infrastructure, a top concern for Calgarians. 39% of Calgarians rank it as a priority. We're recommending 17.2 million in ongoing, 6.8 million in one-time, and 63.7 in capital. Next page, please. Risk mitigation supports resiliency and stability, with 6.2 million in ongoing and 30 million in one-time funding, which includes the 24.6 million for software licensing plus investments in cybersecurity, insurance, and intergovernmental relations. Next slide, please. That brings us to the end of our recap portion. The proposed 2026 budget reflects our commitment to Calgarians and their priorities: public safety, transit, housing, infrastructure, and organizational resilience. We've stayed within the approved limits while recommending targeted investments to maintain service levels and prepare for growth. These investments keep our city safe, connected, and ready for the future. We look forward to continuing this conversation during deliberations. And with that, I will pass it over to Kate.
Thank you, CFO Tucker. Next slide, please. And one more, please. Good morning, Mayor Farkas and members of council. Really briefly, just introducing the plan for the week of November 24th. So today is the day that we have set aside for for a recap of the adjustments overview, as well as for public submission. So today will be the first day that you will begin hearing from members of the public. Members of the public who wish to address council during the public presentation portion may still register online through calgary.ca/public submissions, or of course they can come to the council chamber, and we do have a registration desk set up just outside the chamber's doors. We, as of 8 this morning, have approximately 130 registered public speakers, and at this time we have created 27 panels. Each speaker that will come up to address council in the panel will have 5 minutes to make a presentation, and following the conclusion of each panel, members of council will then have an opportunity to ask the public questions. From there, tomorrow has been set aside for question and answer period with members of administration, but of course, if council does not conclude the public submissions today, they will continue into tomorrow morning. November 25th, as I said, questions of administration. November 26th onwards has been set aside for members of council to conduct their deliberations. This would be the time where amendments will be made, vote on the main motion as amended, any bylaw readings, as well as motions arising. Next slide, please. From there, really quickly, council, an overview for the anticipated timeline for your amendments. First round has already concluded, and you would have seen an email from me. Today, following the conclusion of public submissions, will be the end of your amendment round 2. So please continue to prepare them and send them to the city clerk's office. Round 3 will be November 25th to 26th. So at the conclusion of the question and answer period with administration, I will prepare the third and final package of your amendments. And again, council deliberations have been set for November 27th to 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Tucker and Duckworth. At this point, I'll acknowledge members of council to speak specifically on questions of clarification about process for the week, not pertaining to the content of the budget, tax rates, spending areas, but specifically questions about how the flow of this meeting will proceed. I'll call firstly on Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge I'm receiving some correspondence from people that are interested in speaking today. We're seeing the first major snowfall in the city, and it's coming down pretty hard. So I just wondered if there was an opportunity to expand the public hearing segment so that individuals might have more opportunity tomorrow. Just seeing that it's a lot of stress to try and get down here right now. Thank you.
Yeah, just to editorialize, Council, I guess, Madam Clerk, we could invite a motion to commit to conducting a public hearing or a hearing from the public first thing tomorrow so that people don't have to rush in with the understanding that today is their only day to be able to be here.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Farkas. I would say while today has been set aside for the public, it's unlikely that council will be able to conclude the 130 registered speakers, so we are fully prepared to continue right into November 25th. So if we do not conclude if we don't conclude hearing from all members of the public today, and we do have registered speakers, it will naturally flow to November 25th, first thing in the morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How could we signal the intent, regardless of what the outcome is today, to hear from folks tomorrow? Would that require a motion?
Perhaps unanimous consent or a motion that public submissions continue on November 25th.
Thank you. Members of council, do I have unanimous consent to conduct a hearing from the public tomorrow first thing, regardless of whether we're through the speakers tonight, just so that the media could indicate to the public that today is not their only opportunity to come? Okay. Yeah, seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, we will start first thing tomorrow with hearing from the public, regardless of whether it's unlikely that we'll exhaust the amazing people that came to join us, but in the case that we do, we will come back tomorrow first thing to have an opportunity to hear from the public still.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So before we jump into this, still a couple more questions of clarification on process specifically. Councillor Chabot.
Yes, so we're going till what time tonight?
Through the chair tonight, we have been scheduled to either the last public speaker or no later than 9:30 p.m. today. The remainder of the budget week has been set to 6 p.m.
Okay, so no question as to why there's something that's omitted in here that was council direction?
Sorry, could you clarify?
in attachment 3, it refers to previous council direction. And in there, there's a number of different motions that were passed at the last September meeting. But there was a notice of motion that I had put through to which there's no reference in the document. Two specifically, the improvements to 68th Street and 16th Avenue and McKnight Boulevard, as well as the accelerated tree replacement program. Don't see anything in here, but I appreciate that you may not have that answer for me today, but I would like to be able to at least address it and know what the order of magnitude would be for me to consider adding that as an amendment to the budget.
I'll take the liberty, Councillor Chabot, saying that it's a very serious oversight if the direction was there, but it was not part of the package that administration provided us. How about let's check in with administration maybe 5 minutes prior to our noon break to be able to speak to that and why it is or isn't in what's before us.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Are there any other questions of clarification specifically on process on how this week will roll out? Okay. Seeing no other questions of clarification, I'll go into a little bit of an explanation for members of public. So this is a continuation of the 2025 November 10th regular meeting of council on the budget adjustments. And members of the public who wish to address council during the public presentation portion of this meeting, which is just about to start, we're able to register online. Those individuals who would like to address council and require language or translation services may indicate that when they sign up to speak using the public submissions form or contacting the clerks separately here in person. A summary of the daily proceedings and each day's video will be published at the end of each day. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to address council, so we will set a timer for you when you start speaking. We will establish panels of speakers, so typically 5 people at once will be called to come up all at once. Once all speakers in a panel have spoken, council members may then ask questions of clarification to any or all of the speakers from that panel. So typically all 5 presentations will be heard back to back to back. All 5 of those folks who had the opportunity to speak will stay present out front or on the line over the phone, and then all members of council will have the opportunity to ask questions of any of those 5. Just want to remind for speakers who are participating remotely, please mute yourselves until it is your name that's called to speak. And when you're done speaking, please mute yourself again, but remain on the line in case council members have questions for you. And after your panel concludes, you can drop off the telephone line and continuing to follow the meeting through the live stream. So again, each speaker in a panel will be permitted to speak for 5 minutes. And unfortunately, our procedure bylaw does not allow members of the public to transfer their time to another speaker. So the City Clerk's office began distributing and publishing public submissions on Wednesday, November 19th. Members of council, I remind you that there's a lot of written submissions that have been provided even through the course of the weekend. So if you have a little bit of extra time tonight or maybe tomorrow before the meeting starts, do spend a little bit of time to read through those written correspondence. And the end of hearing from the public, the end of the public submissions, will mark the end of the second round of amendments. So the city clerk will compile all the finalized amendments received at that time and provide them all to administration and members of council. So we established that council will recess after the conclusion of the last speaker or 9:30 p.m. But as spoken to earlier, we have general consent to push through regardless to have an opportunity tomorrow first thing for members of the public. So for the media watching, we can establish that today is not the only opportunity in person. There's no need to rush down here in person to join us. Tomorrow first thing is also a chance to be here with us. So I think we can now launch, it's not an official public hearing, it is a hearing from the public. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's right, Mayor.
Awesome. So I will now call, we will establish that the hearing from the public is open. I will now establish the first panel. So as your brand new chair of City Council, bear with me as I'm working through all the procedural mechanics behind the scenes. This is the first time I've called upon a panel. So we will call upon panel 1, who is composed of Ryan Matiti, Danny Du Bois, Hamza Tariq, Nathan Harlock, and Amber Ruman. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here today. We'll ask each of the speakers just to introduce themselves by name, and I believe, Mr. Matiti, you start us off.
Yes, name is Ryan Matity. I'm the general manager at the Trico Center, and that is who I'm speaking on behalf of. So thank you, members of council. Recreation is one of the most powerful tools we have in building a healthy, connected, and resilient city. It has supported every Calgarian from infants to older adults, and it delivers real outcomes in health, wellness, youth development, senior mobility, community safety, and affordability. More than 40 years, Trico Center has been a reliable community-operated partner, providing accessible recreation to thousands of residents. We are proud of the impact we have made because every day we see firsthand the difference recreation makes in people's lives. But we were at a critical point also. Our infrastructure is aging, our facility is operating beyond capacity, demands continue to grow, while the cost of maintaining older buildings increases each year. The reality is that our current model is becoming unsustainable and requires strategic investment. If supports do not come, the impacts could be immediate. Reduced programming, limited operational hours, increased strains on staff, fewer affordable options for families, lost opportunities for youth and seniors. These outcomes directly affect the well-beings of communities we collectively serve. This is why Game Plan is so important. Game Plan provides a clear, evidence-based path to strengthen community recreation across the city. It ensures that long-standing partners like the Trico Center can continue to meet the needs of our growing city, not just today, but for decades to come. Investing in Game Plan isn't investing in buildings. Investing in people, in health and wellness, in affordability, in safe, positive spaces for youth, in aging well. These are priorities Calgarians consistently tell us that they care about and outcomes they rely on for leaderships to protect. Trico Center is committed to being a part of the solution. We are ready to do our part, but we cannot meet the future needs of the community without support, partnerships, and vision of council. This is a pivotal moment for us. With your support, we can ensure that recreation remains accessible, affordable, and available to every Calgarian from 0 to 100 for the next 40 years and beyond. I want to thank you for this time, and I also want to thank administration for all the help and support they have given us over these years. It has been greatly appreciated, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matity. Please stay up front as part of our first panel. We will call now on Danny Du Bois to speak.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Danny Du Bois, and I am the Executive Director of Vibrant Communities Calgary, or VCC. VCC is a civic partner working to reduce poverty in Calgary by addressing its root causes through systems change and through stewardship and community-based implementation of Enough for All, Calgary's poverty reduction strategy. I start today by thanking Council and administration for the proposed and sustained investments in poverty reduction and Enough for All in the 2026 budget adjustment. Before speaking to specific budget items, I want to ground us in what this work means for real people in our city. Tonight, somewhere in Calgary, a child will fall asleep in the back seat of a car because home is something that their family simply can't afford right now. And tomorrow morning, that same child will walk into a classroom hungry. The meal that they receive at school may be the only one that they get that day. In another neighborhood, a father who recently lost his job quietly skips his own dinner so that his child can eat, doing everything he can to shield them from the hardship that their family is facing. These aren't distant stories. These are stories of Calgarians who are depending on their council. And as we prepare to welcome our 2 millionth Calgarian over the next few years, a milestone that should inspire pride and optimism. It is on all of us to ensure that every person has the support that they need, not only to get by, but to thrive, contribute, and participate fully in the city we're building together. That support must also be grounded in evidence. VCC's work is rooted in research and evidence-based policy recommendations so that policymakers like yourself can make economically sound decisions. Over the past year, VCC has engaged thousands of Calgarians, and what they told us was clear. Housing affordability, low barrier access to social services, and investments in affordable public transit were all top priorities across all 14 wards in the city. Over the past 2 years, successes like the 850% growth in non-market development permits and leading the country in the number of housing starts illustrates the impacts of good policy and strategy on housing access and affordability. We strongly support continued investments in the implementation of the Home is Here strategy and emphasize the importance of continuing to invest in non-market housing solutions. Calgary's low-income transit pass is an essential service that contributes to our local economy, reduces poverty, and promotes wellness. It ensures that a single mother can keep her job. A senior can attend necessary medical appointments, and a student can attend school to build a better future. We support the one-time investment to sustain the low-income transit pass for 2026 and continue to stress the importance of multi-year funding for this essential service. Last year, VCC's research called for additional day spaces to support vulnerable Calgarians. We are pleased to see the budget include these investments, as well as funding for outreach and programs that connect vulnerable Calgarians to necessary services. If we are to be successful in continuing to advance the goals of enough for all, we need continued investments and continued commitments to poverty reduction at Council, including long-term sustained investments in Home is Here, deeply affordable transit for low-income individuals, and in community organizations that work to prevent poverty across all 10 levers of change. Because at the end of the day, the measure of a great city isn't how quickly it grows, but how deeply it cares for the people who call it home. A city of 2 million deserves a future where no one is left behind. The decisions you make this week will shape real lives in profound ways. We urge you to vote for a city where there is enough for all. On behalf of VCC and the Social Policy Collaborative, I look forward to working with each of you in this important endeavor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Du Bois. We'll now call on Mr. Tyreek to speak.
Hello, Mr. Council. Hello, Council and Mr. Mayor. Would it be possible if I can request to share my time with the wonderful kids I have at the back here? We have our great team at the back there as well. If everybody can put their hands up. Thank you. Is that something that is possible? I would really hope that instead of me taking the 5 minutes, if they can also get an opportunity to share their side of the story, maybe for a few seconds. But we'll try to keep it all within the 5 minutes.
Well, the amazing thing is everyone has 5 minutes to speak. So if you run over, then they'll be invited to be able to speak as well.
Awesome, thank you. I'd like to first introduce myself. My name is Hamza Tariq. I'm the president of Future Stars Cricket Foundation. I'm also a current member of Team Canada men's team, and I also play franchise cricket around the world. I'm here today to throw my weight behind the project game plan, which includes the Northeast Athletic Complex, and hopefully that will add to more fields around the city as well. What we have seen in the past few years is obviously we don't have the fields that we need to grow our program or cricketing programs around the city when it comes to kids and youth and seniors. Not only that we don't have enough fields, the fields that we do have currently are not the fields that we should be playing on. They're unsafe, they're not the right specifications. We've had multiple occasions where kids have been injured by the balls bouncing out of the blue when they're fielding. they've been getting hurt while playing on such fields. So I would truly hope that the council can really, provide that extra funds if needed to the game plan project, and also the fields that hopefully will come up in the near future. Is that okay? Is it okay if I can call one of the kids up to say a few words?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacob, and I have ADHD, and cricket's been helping me focus and get my energy out. But there's not really enough places for me to play with my dad and friends.
Thank you for being here, Jacob.
Good morning, Council. My name is Bennett Sanderson. I'm 14 years old. I'm here today because I love cricket, and I'm asking you to support young athletes like me by building more cricket facilities in Calgary. Cricket is one of the fastest growing sports in our city and around the world. Right now, many of us have to play on fields that aren't designed for cricket and aren't safe. I personally got an injury from playing on a bad field because the conditions were not met up to standards, and it gave me an ACL injury on my knee. For young people like me, cricket is more than just a sport. It keeps us active and teaches teamwork, helps us meet friends from all over Calgary and all over the world, and most importantly, keeps us out of trouble, which I think is a big problem. Thank you for listening. I hope you have all a great day.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jonathan Gordon. I'm Jacob Gordon's father. I'm one of the community coaches working with Hamza and his team. I'm a volunteer coach. I've been involved with cricket in Calgary for approximately 2 years now. I previously coached youth cricket and played cricket in England. My role is basically cricket dad, cricket coach, and player. As my son says, he has ADHD, and cricket's absolutely fantastic to increase his focus and help him learn to control that focus in other situations. So it's been significantly beneficial for him to be playing cricket. As he stated, the lack of facilities in Calgary are a real issue. I would love to be more involved in coaching. I'd give up more of my time if I could do, but unfortunately the facilities are not up to standards. Nets are poor, and as Hamza stated, the ground is unfit for play at times. Cricket involves sliding, diving, and generally throwing around, stuff that kids love, but we're really concerned about getting injuries. So, according to the 2021 census, over 20% of recent immigrants have come from cricket-playing nations or test cricket-playing nations. So the community is there, the people are there. The main thing with cricket is it joins communities. We've had the opportunity to make friends with South Africans, Australians, Pakistani families, Indian families, all over the world. It's a real benefit to get to know those communities and build those bridges and help build those rapports. In my professional life, so I work as an investigator, investigating fraud, and cricket, a lot of the matters that I deal with will be people who are new to Canada. And cricket allows me to use that neutral topic in a lot of situations to build that rapport, build that bond, and really build up the trust so that victims of crime effectively can come and talk to me, know that they can trust me, and I can get the best information from them. So it works on so many levels.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon, unfortunately, you're at time, but I'm going to seek the unanimous consent of council to allow for up to 10 total minutes for this delegation, given that not all of the 20 people here will speak, but to allow just the conclusion of their thoughts. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Okay. Please, Mr. Gordon, continue.
I was literally 2 words away from finishing, so I appreciate that. But yes, so what I will do now is, if it's okay, I will cede my time to one of my, well, I guess colleagues. Let's call them colleagues. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm 15 years old, and as a teenager who's graduating next year, one wouldn't expect me to be very active. And the truth is, I'm not. I've tried soccer, I've tried basketball, volleyball, I tried so many sports, but none of them really clicked for me like cricket did. And for the first time in a while, I felt connected to a community like no other. I was able to make new friends, meet new people, and learn about just tons of new things. With new pitches and a new stadium, like Coach Hamza was talking about, we wouldn't just be improving cricket careers for kids like me, but we would be introducing cricket to so many more people. To do this, we'll need better fields to practice on. With new development being planned at the cityscape pitch, and only being able to play on one side of the pitch for the other cricket pitches around the city, we won't be able to get the same experience and the same experience that we need to get to the level we want to be at. For me, that's nationals. With better pitches, not only will we be able to get these experiences, but we will be able to support the dreams of hundreds of other cricket players around Calgary. Cricket has changed my life, and with this development, we'll be able to change the lives of more people and build better connections by fostering dreams around the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving us this amazing opportunity to share our stories. I'm just going to take very few minutes and so that rest of my team can come here. So my name is Navdeep Dahar, and I've been living in Calgary for over 13 years with my husband and 2 children. Both of them are here behind me. And 3 of us play cricket. So my story with cricket started with them when I introduced this game to them about 5 months ago. It's as new as it could be. And I work as a cancer specialist at the Arthur Child Cancer Center here. And my job can be pretty heavy and also rewarding with moments of life, sharing with cancer patients and their families. And this job actually requires everything that I have. And then when I go to this field playing cricket with my kids, it just takes away the stress of the job. It gives me a new sort of perspective to look at things at my job in my life. So overall, it has been a transformative experience for me. So just to sort of add on that cricket is not just a sport for young kids. It's also for women, young girls, and I would say not only ages to 5, but also up to 60 to 70 years. This is one sport where age does not make a difference. That's what cricket is all about. So I am just standing here today before all of you because I want every woman and a young girl in Calgary to know that it is never too late to start. There's no age limit to learn something new. The very recent Women's Cricket World Cup just happened on 2nd of November, earlier this month, and it has showed our girls what is possible. Women also belong to this cricket pitch as much as the men, and it's right here in Calgary where a unique opportunity can be created to capture this momentum and build it into an active lifestyle for diverse women in our communities. We just need to support to create the awareness, to create the space. We would like the opportunity and build amazing facilities so that our young girls and women across the city can step into the field to play, to heal, and to thrive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Travis Coward, and I'm 11 years old. My dad is from Australia, and that's how I was introduced to cricket. I feel lucky that when I was quite young, Future Stars Academy was created, and I could play organized cricket, which I love. In the time I've played, the cricket community has grown immensely, and we are starting to be limited on our outdoor playing time due to availability. On top of this, the fields we play on as juniors are not well maintained, which creates sometimes dangerous and less than ideal playing and practice conditions. There are a large number of us that are working hard to play at a national level in cricket. With the current facilities we have in Calgary present some major challenges to achieve these goals. On a larger scale, I have found that the diverse Calgary cricket community to be vibrant, supportive, and a welcoming one. As somewhat of a minority in this largely South Asian sport, I feel there is a large amount of growth to come in this cricket within Calgary. This growth will further highlight the lack of resources we currently have for this great game. Thank you for your time, and
Thank you so much, Travis. So, Mr. Tariq, we're at the conclusion of the 10 minutes that are set aside. If there is anyone else as part of your delegation who wanted to speak, they're welcome to sign up through the regular process to be able to do so. But for our purposes here, we'll move to the next speaker. Stay available, though, because I'm sure there'll be questions for you and some of the amazing presenters. So we'll now call on Mr. Harluck to present.
That's a tough act to follow. Good morning. My name is Nathan Harluck. I'm on the Planning Commission, but I speak for myself. I have some slides. Thank you, clerks. We're going to move through them quickly. Council, thank you for running. Congratulations for winning. I hope you will be honest and good and wise. I'm here to support a couple of lines in the budget. First, let's just talk about why taxes go up and why services don't improve. Last year, I used basic math to show our financial condition. This year, admin put it in the annual report. I've gone back to 2009 and graphed it. Slide 2. Here's Calgary's net financial position. Since 2012, our financial assets have exceeded our liabilities, and it's improving. That's great. Slide 3. Instead of subtracting, let's divide that. It's still above 0 and going up. Once more, great. But keep an eye on the last 5 years while we do the division again with total assets. Slide 4. When we include all of the city's assets, it's stuff. The line level's off. The city's infrastructure is eroding. Slide 5. This is the net book value to the cost of tangible capital assets. Something new is worth 100%, and something that's about to be replaced is worth 0. Add that up for all of the city's stuff every year, and you get this trend going from 78% to 64%. The lower the graph gets, the more our assets are wearing out. Slide 6. Don't take my word for it. This is the 2020 Infrastructure Status Report. It shows the unfunded infrastructure needs for the next decade. The blue line shows the infrastructure gap increased between 2017 and 2020. Most of that came from unfunded maintenance and operating costs. Slide 7. More specifically, during the last term, the city hired Toronto Metropolitan University to look at our street pavement quality. The blue line shows we've been adding more lanes. We now have 17,000 lane kilometers of streets. That's more than 2 lanes of the Trans-Canada from coast to coast. The green line shows that less of our pavement is in good condition than in 2013. So why is it deteriorating? Slide 8. For decades, the city added streets at rates that exceeded population growth. Note, those are municipal roads, not Deerfoot or Stoney. Since 1960, the amount of pavement per person has increased by 6 times, and pavement per dwelling or per household has quadrupled. So why does using more infrastructure almost guarantee tax increases? Slide 9. Because a road is forever. Slide 10. But pavement isn't. After building a road, you take care of it for decades, and then you have to rebuild it. Here's the kicker. It compounds. If roads last 50 years, eventually we'll need to simultaneously rebuild roads from the 50s and the early 2000s. Knowing how much we grew in the 60s and 70s, and in the last 20 years, we can expect it will get more expensive. That's why it matters that we use more pavement per person and per household than we used to. Remember those finance graphs that included assets? When we have to rebuild multiple generations of roads, those lines will probably go up, and that will get bad. I worry that we've built a city that we can't afford to maintain, and we'll have to choose between higher taxes or potholes. And no one is coming to save us. Slide 11. So how much do we need to spend? Back to the pavement report. According to last year's report, $116 million a year was their suggestion. Slide 12. We could spend more than that, but that dotted line is $88 million a year just to break even. Otherwise, our roads get worse. Slide 13. Eventually, so slide 13, this is this year's budget. It looks like we're going to do the job that we need to, but we're going to use $24 million from savings. So, this is where I keep finding that. Last year, we spent half of that. Let's ask admin some questions. Will the proposed budget do what the pavement report says needs to be done? And if council found more money, would we be able to use that in 2026 to improve our roads? Slide 14. The city owns other stuff. In fact, half of everything the city owns is pipes. So what's the plan for everything else? Earlier this year, Council asked admin to increase the capital budget for infrastructure and find a sustainable long-term funding source for next year's budget. Slide 15. They did that. Thank you. Please don't cut it. See, that's why I'm in favor. Please don't cut that capital infrastructure line. I hope next year's budget includes a sustainable long-term funding source for future capital and life cycle maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stay with us in case there's questions for the panel. We'll now go to the fifth and final speaker for this panel, Amber Ruman. Amber, are you with us today on the line or in person?
Yes, I'm online. The snowstorm is pretty bad. So advocates, including Ruth Care and researchers from University of Calgary's Faculty of Social Work. Today, I speak as an advocate and as a Calgary mother. Right before the pandemic, my son was struggling deeply with ADHD and mental health issues. He was falling behind, feeling like he didn't belong, and dangerous influences waiting to fill the gap. For a long time, we did not access mental health services, not because we didn't care, but because we didn't see options that felt culturally or spiritually safe for our family. Eventually, we were able to connect to support that understood our faith, our culture, and our reality as a Muslim family. That support changed everything. This ask is for preserving the mental health budget. Instead of being pulled apart with my son, we saw his risky behavior changed and he became stabilized. He learned coping strategies. He rebuilt his confidence. Today, the same young man has graduated from university with a 3.5 GPA. He's working towards his master's and will become a teacher and a psychologist because he knows firsthand what culturally aligned mental health care can do. That is what prevention looks like. That is what safety looks like. And that is what is at stake with this budget. And I'm here to ask a simple, clear ask. Protecting the existing funding for Calgary's mental health strategy and no cuts to preventative community-led mental health programs. The Muslim community is just one example of many communities here in Calgary on why this matters. From a city's perspective, this is not just a moral issue, it is a strategic one. When we invest in preventative community-led mental health work, we reduce pressures on emergency rooms and crisis services, lower the likelihood of youth being drawn into gangs or criminal activity, improve housing stability, employment, and family safety, strengthen public safety and social cohesion. We can help Calgarians get back on their feet. It is always cheaper and more humane to fund preventative mental health care than to fund a crisis policing or take care of long-term damages. Ruth Care has served over 300 Calgarians in the past few months with their mental health services. And through their mental health programs, the intake of clients has indicated if they were asked, would you have sought mental health care if a Muslim therapist was not available? 54% said no. That is a scary number. 1 in 2 people would not have access therapy if it wasn't culturally and faith aligned. In other words, if we only fund mainstream generic services, we leave a huge portion of our population behind. The City of Calgary plays a huge role and a powerful role in this funding. Community-based organizations, culturally and faith-informed programs, and preventative grassroots work that never make headlines but quietly prevent tragedies. Once these preventative programs budgets are cut, they are incredibly difficult and expensive to rebuild. And the cost of doing nothing is measured in emergency response, public safety concerns, and most painfully, lives lost and potential wasted. So I will close with this, with my son's story. He's not a statistic. He is a young Calgarian who could easily have become a public safety cost, a crisis case, or a lost life. Instead, because we invested in preventative measures for mental health and culturally aligned mental health supports, he is a thriving student, a mentor, and a future educator, and a mental health professional. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, Ms. Ruman. We'll now move to questions for the panel, beginning with Councillor Schmidt for Danny Du Bois.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Du Bois. I'm wondering if you could perhaps add in some commentary about the fact that the living wage in Calgary went up significantly this year and how you see that connecting to what your group provides, but also the services that you mentioned, such as day spaces, low-income transit pass, can do to help Calgarians manage the living wage increases here.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Yes, the living wage in Calgary did increase by approximately $2 per hour over 2024. It is now at $26.50 per hour. And the services that VCC provides, we calculate the living wage as part of the Alberta Living Wage Network. That is calculated across Alberta and across Canada. It has demonstrated the need for affordable services more than ever. I think what we saw, the pressures to the upward costs this year included food costs, transportation, as well as childcare. And so those that are living on a lower income are facing extreme pressures. I think all of us can feel what it means to walk into a grocery store and feel the pressures of what that looks like as we see the prices rising.
Thank you. And a follow-up, can you expand on your role as a civic partner? You mentioned that you participate in outreach and programs that connect people with the necessary services. And as part of that explanation, connect that to how the one-time funding and ongoing funding that you are looking to receive as part of this budget helps you fill that role.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Yes, right now, VCC is the only organization in Calgary focusing on poverty reduction through systems change. We focus on long-term changes to improve the well-being of all Calgarians. The one-time funding has helped us to develop new community engagement strategies, which includes a broader, more diverse network of voices of lived experience of poverty to inform the work. We've increased that media presence to raise awareness about poverty in our city, and we've accelerated our Indigenous strategy work, which has resulted in receiving our Blackfoot name. We've also increased our expertise in policy and research and deepened our working relationships with academic institutions for more robust research-based policy recommendations to support policymakers like yourselves.
So without this funding, what would be some tangible things that we as decision makers and as the city implementing programs through administration, what would we lose out on if you were to lose some of the one-time funding this time around? From what you're able to provide us as a benefit in our decision making.
I think, am I allowed to speak to that? I need to probably check with city administration in terms of understanding the no lobbying requirement. Is that?
We're not able to ask questions of administration through this portion of our proceedings, but it relates to the budget. So you're here as a member of the public and you're able to share your thoughts with the public and with members of council.
Thank you for the clarification. I would say that without that funding, we would be, as an organization, we would seek drastic changes. We would have to probably cut the staffing that has gone into that community engagement, as well as the policy and research. It would limit our ability to bring forward those policy recommendations to make sure that we're doing the robust engagement of those with lived experience to the extent that we have been able to over the last several years.
Thank you. And then I have a question for Mr. Hauerluck as well.
I think, Councillor Schmidt, I'm going to try to keep each speaker up for all the folks who may have a question for that specific speaker, just for the ease of the proceedings.
Yes, no problem. I'll put in a request to follow up.
So, to reiterate, we'll conclude questions for Ms. Du Bois. Next for Councillor Atkinson.
Hi, Ms. Du Bois. Can You spoke to some great things in our budget in terms of the low-income transit pass, the Home is Here, the social services supports that are baked into this budget. Was there anything in your research that you've been conducting either towards the living wage or just our sort of like poverty reduction on the whole that is not covered in the supports outlined in this year's budget?
I would also include the day spaces as an important component that we heard through the No Place to Go report, that we would continue to seek support for that. Outside of that, I would say from a living wage, we really do need to see an ongoing support to the mental health, the low-income transit pass as mentioned. And I don't think that there's anything else, but I'll also say, you know, in the 2 months that I've been in the role, I'm still getting up to speed on absolutely everything that the organization has researched in the past.
Fair. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And I was actually corrected by the clerk. Our rules allow for, once the councillor has the floor, they get to pick who they want to speak to. So I do apologize to you, Councillor Schmidt. You have the floor and you're able to call up Mr. Harlock to speak.
I can, well, I guess he's coming up now, so I'll ask the question.
And thanks, colleagues, for bearing with me. And I do apologize for being unduly mean to you.
I'll survive. Mr. Howerluck, you spoke about some of the infrastructure that needs to be refreshed and the fact that we are consistently catching up. There was a previous, I think, city report that identified around $88 million a year that would be required to refresh pavement. So I'm just wondering if you could expand on what you spoke about with the $64 million that is earmarked here and how that connects to what you're sort of framing as an infrastructure deficit overall for the city and how we're lagging behind on maintaining what we've already built.
I didn't write the report. And I'm not an engineer or an accountant or anything like that, so I will defer to the infrastructure experts, but I think it might be helpful to go back to maybe slide 11 or 12. Yeah, let's start at 11 and just go through those a little. So these are screenshots from that report. So this is the budget. Let's pop back to slide 11. So this was the recommendation that they made. It would improve, it would mean that 60% of the arterial roads were in good condition, and local roads would be, 42 of those would be in good condition. And that would cost us $116 million a year. They also gave some other options. Slide 13, the next slide gives that. So you could spend we were spending $40 million a year. We could spend $132 million a year and get great roads back to about what we were a decade ago in a decade. And the next slide is a screenshot from the budget itself. So if I'm reading it right, and I'm not a finance guy, it looks like we're planning the budget is $64 million of additional spending, and then note 3, I guess we're taking $24 million from savings, and that adds up to 88, which is that break-even line. If you stick with the budget as it is, the roads don't get worse. That's the way I'm reading it. And I think most people in Calgary would like roads not to get worse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt, any other questions for any of the speakers on this panel?
No, and I will not try to get back in here again.
No worries. Over to Councillor Chabot for questions for this panel.
Yeah, I believe the first one was gentleman for Trico.
Mr. Madady? Yeah.
So you made reference to the Trico Center. We're talking about the one that's just off Anderson Road and Bonavista Drive?
Yeah, that's correct.
Bonaventure Drive?
Bonaventure Drive.
40 years old?
42 and a half, yeah.
So it was built in 83?
In 83, yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that old.
Lots don't, yeah.
Well, time flies. Guess I'm not as young as I thought I was. The facility itself, is it operated by you guys? Is it a city-owned facility operated by you guys?
Yeah, so community-owned facility on city leased land. So it's just essentially the Family Leisure Center Association of Southeast Calgary was our name, and then with the Trico Homes, obviously, we're now Trico Center for Family Wellness.
So for any capital improvements on projects like that, would you not typically go through city to look at those capital maintenance improvements requirements, or is that part of your lease agreement that you're supposed to maintain all of that infrastructure?
Yeah, so as per our agreements with the lease, et cetera, we do leverage the CCG grant through the City of Calgary as well as CFEP and other avenues. We do get a life cycle as well that is given to us and work in collaboration with the city administration to be able to get that done as well.
And isn't there typically like emergency funds for things like maybe an ice plant or something like that?
Usually those are available. We obviously haven't had to tap into those as much as we needed to, which is good to see. This is more for our long-term strategies into the future is why I'm here today.
Okay. So no urgent needs today?
Nothing immediate today. We've been able to manage quite well with the city administration. That's why I thank them immensely.
Yeah, no, sorry, I had to ask these questions because I do skate in a number of different facilities throughout the city, and that one is, I always thought of it as a more modern type facility and one of the nicer ones actually that I do play out of. So
we've had the luxury of upgrading. So I mean, one of our rink is 15 years old. The other one was built in '83. So we've gone through, I think, 3 reiterations. We had a curling rink, now a fitness center. So.
Okay. Thanks. That's all the question I had for you. Thank you for being
here.
Thank you. My other question was for Ms. Bryce, is it? Sorry.
Ms. Boyce.
Boyce. VCC, does VCC receive any funding from Family and Community Support Services?
We do not.
Is that something you've applied for?
Sorry?
Is it something that you've made an application for?
VCC has been funded through city administration, through the operations, as well as the one-time grant as a civic partner, and through United Way.
Okay, so United Way typically is providing funding to same organizations that receive FCSS funding, which is why I couldn't help but ask the question. Maybe it's a question I can ask to administration later as to how VCC ties into all of this.
Yeah, from my understanding, VCC's funding has been directly through the city administration operating, not through FCSS.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Tariq. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you to all those, Jacob, Banner, Jonathan, all those other kids. I just want to understand, how many people are playing cricket right now, organized or recreation, in your estimate, in the city?
I can speak for, with accurate numbers for kids, youth, and women. You're looking at about 800 people that are playing, and this is only when it comes to kids, youth, and women at the moment. If we tap into the adult market, which is my age, between the ages of 21, I'm not 21, but between the ages of 21 and I'd say 40, you're looking at about over 2,000 people, 2,000 players. And yeah, that's the stat that I think I'm pretty at back at the moment, please don't quote me on the stats for adult cricketers, but that's where it's at.
Yeah, that's fine. I heard numbers in the neighborhood of 10,000, so I just wanted to validate that. You made a great point, and I have seen it firsthand. You have to take a permit to even use a field that is supposed to be a future school site, right?
That's right.
And you pay for it.
That's right.
But the maintenance is very poor.
Horrible, if I can say that.
I think and the cricket is not just played in my ward, it's all around the city. You get people from 13, 12, 11, everywhere.
Everywhere. You'd be surprised the number of phone calls we get from the south. It's tough for them to always drive to Cityscape. And, you know, some parents do. We have some parents that drive from Okotoks even. Jonathan and Jacob do.
Oh, perfect.
So that tells you that cricket is played as far down south as we can think of. And it's tough to accommodate all those families that are also in the south, because it's sometimes a 40-minute drive for them to come on a Sunday morning and then also to go back after playing an hour worth of game.
Yeah. So when you heard about Northeast Athletic Complex and that cricket stadium is going to be part of it, super exciting. It was going to be, I think, the first international standard stadium west of Toronto, potential to bring lots of economic boost. You were super excited, I think.
I'm over the moon, and so are the kids. Yeah.
What if someone tells you that that's not going to happen?
Oh, what would happen if someone tells us that? I don't think it will be. I think it'll be tough. It'll definitely be tough. You know, Gurnoor mentioned that the fields that we play on, we play from one end, from one side. So cricket is played, if you're not sure how the game works, it's played from both sides. It's almost like me saying, let's build a soccer field, but let's build half of it, and both the teams get to score on one goal. And then let's hope that we can develop the next crop of players that are going to go and represent Alberta and Canada and represent soccer at the highest level. That's not going to happen. So it's the same thing with cricket. When you're playing from one end and on horrible fields, you're not developing those next generational cricketers, let alone a lot of parents are also not comfortable bringing their young ones to play on those fields. Like I said, there's times when the ball's going to pop up out of the nowhere, hit you on the face, your kid is going to start bleeding, you're not bringing them back. So these are the situations that we're dealing with. And if somebody told me that the Northeast Complex is not coming, I think I would be outside the city hall every day, probably, you know, with some sort of a strike and getting all the families together. But I think it would be heartbreaking.
Okay, great. Just for people who are listening, 1867, when our country, this confederation was created, cricket was the first national sport of this country.
That's right.
Declared by Johnny McDonnell. First international cricket game was between Canada and US in 1844. There was no Canada back then. So just a history lesson. Okay, my last question is, you know, Canada, we are hosting the Soccer World Cup next year. Super exciting. Last time we qualified was in 2022, but before that was 1986. It was that transformation over the years that we started investing into soccer, mostly the pitches, the artificial turfs, and also the kids who are born in Canada. It's a homegrown talent. And can you talk about cricket, how important it is? Because I know the last World Cup, T20 or whatever, Canada was part of it, and it was a big moment for Canada.
Yeah, it's. I think for any sport to grow, you must invest in the local talent. I came here as an immigrant, love immigrants, and we do get a lot of immigrant families. We do get a lot of immigrant kids that play the sport. But I truly hope we can set up a system and set up infrastructure where the kids that are growing up here, that are born here, like my son, gets that opportunity and then gets to represent Canada. A lot of people have heard that recently, if you look at the Canadian national team or the United States, you've got a lot of immigrant players playing for those countries. Yes, they play for their countries, but it's not the same when you're actually born in that country and you're representing your home soil. Look at Nepal, for instance. When these guys are out there playing for Nepal, they are playing as if they're at war because they're born in their country and they're representing their country. And that's what we need to provide to these kids. Kids like Jacob, Travis, Hannah, Zakaria, my son Musa, and lots of other kids that are born in this country. We need to look after them, especially, I'm supporting cricketers at the moment, but all sportsmen, all kids that want to play sport, whether it's soccer, baseball, hockey. But when it comes to cricket, there's a lot of interest here. And because we don't have the infrastructure, it's tough to get this new crowd in. We were at Chinook Mall one day, we had set up a booth, and we had so many families, you know, from Australia, from South Africa, from England, whose kids are born here, but they just don't know that there's cricket here, because we're always in the north. There's no fields in the south. If there are, they're just makeshift fields. You find a green space, you put a pitch on it, and you call it a cricket field. It's not a cricket field. That's like saying, let's find a green space, let's put 4 bases. It's a baseball field. It's not.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Most of the fields are stormwater ponds.
All of them are, I think, except for inland.
How important to you, not just cricket, let's talk about Northeast Athletic Complex, in totality, soccer, fieldhouse, cricket, how important is that for not just Northeast, but the city itself? Because in 2021, the rec strategy was approved. There were 4 field houses, athletic parks, they were approved. Northeast Athletic Complex is the only one that is struggling right now to even move forward. Belmont is under construction. Soccer center, artificial turf with bubble is up and running. Glenmore Twin Arena is under construction. Northeast gets neglected. What is your opinion?
Well, I didn't know this stat. I'm heartbroken to hear this, that if this is the case, that other facilities have gone up and the Northeast facility has been neglected. All the new communities that come in, there's a trend that whether that's people moving from Ontario, from BC, or out of the country, they all first initially come to the Northeast. Once they've settled in, then they move out to other parts of the city. So that's an area that should be looked at because it's overpopulated. There's not enough facilities. I think the last facility that was opened up was Genesis Center back in, I don't know when. If you go to Genesis, it's overcrowded. It's not a big enough space for families and kids to come out and be active. So I truly hope that the council and the city will put their weight and their funds into this project, get it up and running, hopefully as sooner than later. I know the ground's supposed to be, you're supposed to be digging ground in 2027. Hopefully that happens and that's not delayed, and then we can hopefully get into playing these fields and using these amenities by 2029 at the latest.
Thank you, that's it for me, and thank you to all the kids for coming out. I hope you guys are not missing your school, and if you are, you'll have time to catch up. Today is not a bad day to miss school, but thank you. All I can say is I will always fight for better recreation for all Calgarians and for the future of our kids because they deserve this, they need this. So thank you so much. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I go back to my seat, I just want to thank the mayor and the councilors for allowing us the extended period of time for the kids and the parents to speak. Like you said, they've taken time off school, parents have taken time off work. So they've made this effort to come in this great weather that we got today, and we appreciate that you recognize that and you gave us that extended time.
Thank you. Stand by, there may be further questions for you. So we'll move now to Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First question for, actually, I'll say first, thank you, Mr. Harlock, for your presentation. I share your concern about the pavement quality for sure, but your presentation was so fantastic, I have no questions, but I did just want to call that out. Mr. Matity, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Just wanted to say thank you for advocating for game plan. Obviously, we can see from that particular document we have an awful lot of work to do. I'm wondering, though, if you could speak just a little bit of your experience with the Capital Conservation Grant over the last couple of years, how that's gone for you from your experience, and if you're noticing any changes in that grant.
From my experience, it's been a wonderful process. In fact, over doing this the last 7 years, I would say it has gotten a little bit easier for me to be able to get my things through, which I greatly appreciate, because without it, I mean, I'd be having a different conversation today. So, I mean, I do want to thank all the administration again for all the hard work they've put into that. It has been instrumental in us keeping our doors open.
What sort of percentage of your capital would you say is coming through that CCG?
Give or take 55% at this point, yeah.
A very large percent. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's my only question there for you. Mr. Tariq, if I could chat with you for a second. Similarly, I wanted to thank you for your advocacy for game plan in the very beginning and the cricket facilities. Huge thanks to all the kids for coming. And if you need a permission slip, Mayor Farkas, he'll write you a permission slip to get you out of school. Wondering if you could just speak really quickly to what you sort of see as the most urgent need around cricket facilities in the city from your perspective.
Fields in general and cricket-specific fields.
Like new facilities or repair of the current ones?
Both. There's not enough in the city at the moment. We're hardly getting these kids to play one game a weekend. The fields are being used by adult cricketers a lot more. The fields are prioritized for adults a lot more than kids and youth, which is quite surprising. And yeah, it's that we need more and more fields, and the fields that we have at the moment need urgent repair.
Is there anything sort of specific that you would point towards, or the need is that broad that it really is a general?
It is. If I was to look at Riley Park, the grass is as big as it's a farmland. If I look at cityscape, we've got construction vehicles driving all over it, so there's tire marks everywhere. If you look at red carpet, there's apartments on one side and baseball field on the other side, so the ball, if you hit it on this side, the residents aren't happy. If you hit it on the other side, the baseball players aren't happy. And the grass is an issue on all the fields.
That's fair. Thank you very much, and thank you also for your service to the national team. We really appreciate it, and
thank you.
Can't wait to see what you guys managed to accomplish this year. Ms. Du Bois, if I could ask you a question as well. First off, I want to say thank you for being an excellent community partner in Vibrant Communities Calgary. Also, congratulations on the new role, 2 months in. That's fabulous. Also, maybe an extended thank you, if I may, to Ms. Alka Merlin, who's in the audience as well, who served in the acting capacity for the past 9 months or so. So thank you very much, Alka. I'm wondering, Mr. Boyce, if you could speak a little bit, just because there's so many new councillors here around the table. I wonder if you could speak just a little bit to the Enough for All strategy in general and sort of council's role in that as a council-approved policy, and maybe even VCC's role within that as well, just for our education.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. So VCC is a civic partner, and the Enough for All is a community-based and community-owned strategy. It's the poverty reduction strategy for the City of Calgary. VCC, as a third party, stewards that strategy on behalf of the City of Calgary, working to bring the voices of lived experience into the policy advocacy and the research. We build awareness of poverty reduction and the need for sound policy and the engagement of the community in moving forward towards poverty reduction across the city. So as an organization, we work with approximately 75 champion organizations that have committed to the levers and the details within the Enough for All poverty reduction strategy. And so we work with across all of those organizations to ensure that Calgary is moving forward in its poverty reduction targets and initiatives.
Thank you very much for stewarding that on behalf of City Council through the Enough for All Council-approved strategy. Just a note for my council colleagues, it does say here that on page of the budget, what are we on here? Page 59, we're seeing a 0 increase to Vibrant Community Calgary's this year. But
I'm gonna cut you off. It looks like you're entering into debate here, and we're still on the first panel.
That's fair.
Any other questions for any of the other speakers, Councillor Kelly?
I have no more questions other than just to say thank you.
Thank you.
And over to Councillor Clark, and I think Ms. Du Bois, don't go anywhere.
Hi, thank you very much. When you were responding to Councillor Schmidt, you had kind of highlighted the day spaces programming, and I just wondered if you could expand on that a bit. I've been doing some research in process for preparing for this, but also in speaking with my communities as people are now, communities like Inglewood and up into International Avenue, we're seeing sort of migration of individuals moving out into different communities. So in my research, I've seen that in the year 22-23, we had about 15,000 day uses, people coming through, about that many. In 2024-25, the city's own findings suggest 37,180 individuals utilize these spaces, more than doubling. So I just wondered if you had any, if you could, I would like to give you the opportunity to highlight how you support that, how do you manage that growth and the role your organization plays in that?
So at Vibrant Communities Calgary, we were working with those 75 champion organizations. So we're not working directly with the frontline individuals, but through the research and through No Place to Go, a report that was issued in 2024, we heard from Calgarians and we saw a direct need for those daytime spaces. It addresses a number of issues, including safety, but ensuring that there is dignity for those individuals that don't have a place to go during the day. That they have a place to go, whether that's for shelter, whether that's for engagement, all of the social services needs that they are seeking out. and just the importance of having day spaces not only in the downtown core, but outside of the downtown core to make sure that they're accessible throughout the city has really been highlighted through that report.
Yeah, fantastic. I also noted that we're moving from a more seasonal approach to daytime facilities to more year-round. Can you speak to that at all?
Well, certainly we have seen with extreme weather, depending on what that looks like in the city of Calgary and on days like this where we have a lot of snow, and as we're heading into those winter months, we know that those daytime spaces become even more important and vital for vulnerable Calgarians. And so we would encourage that council continue to keep that in mind, that as we face those extreme weather conditions, daytime spaces become even more important.
I commend your advocacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Tyers for questions for this panel.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Tariq. Yeah, so I'm very new to cricket. I'm just trying to figure out the setup of the field, like how big it is and what is needed. And when you guys talk about injuries, is it because of the maintenance of the field, or is can you explain that to me, please?
So if you look at a cricket field, there's a pitch. Let me move this up. So the action happens in the middle, where you have this rectangle style pitch. The dimensions all around is 65 meters at least. The fields that we're playing on, it's about anywhere from 40 meters to 45. So now you're closer to cars that are parked on the street, you're closer to the houses. So that's usually how an actual ground should be, with 65 meters all around. As far as the fields are concerned, it's just the way they've been built. It's literally finding a green space and putting a pitch there. There was no maintenance done prior to putting a pitch down. There's no maintenance that's been done after the pitch was laid down. Now this year, the cityscape field we play on, we had construction vehicles driving all over it. And we show up to the ground, there's holes in the field, there's tire marks all over the field, and we have no idea where it's come from. So it's a bunch of a few things that's happening to our cricket fields. In addition to that, West Winds Cricket Ground is a dry pond. So we had record rain this year, as we all know. Imagine who got affected the most, the cricketers, because all that water ended up being in these dry ponds, and that's where all these cricket fields are. So I really hope, and I truly hope, that Northeast Sports Complex comes to life. At least we'll know it's not in a dry pond. It will have the dimensions that are required to play a proper game of cricket. It will have the seating for the parents, for the people that actually want to come out and enjoy the game. And obviously, all, bells and whistles as well with it.
Sure. And this might be a stupid question, but is there a reason why you can't use a baseball field? Because there's protections with the balls and everything. It's just not big enough.
No, good question. Baseball field is a diamond, so it's almost what would you call it? Almost like a rectangle with like a semicircle. Yeah, exactly. Okay. But a cricket field is round. So if you were to put a pitch in a baseball diamond, you wouldn't achieve the dimensions that you're trying to achieve. And then you'll run into the same issue with the balls going into the houses, others getting affected by it. Maybe there's a soccer field right next to it and so on.
Okay.
However, if there are any fields that are baseball fields or soccer fields that are not being utilized, they can be transferred into or transformed into a cricket field, yes.
Okay, so you have no permanent infrastructure currently. You bring the bases and everything with you, you set it up, you play, and then you leave, and there's nothing permanent that
No, so there are permanent pitches. It's called a pitch, so it's laid down. It's a slab of concrete with matting on top. So it is laid down at Cityscape and all the other fields. But to convert, when I mean you can convert baseball fields, meaning that if there's tons and tons of baseball fields that are diamonds that are not being used in the Northeast. They're just sitting there. Or other parts of the city as well, even soccer fields. There was a stat that was shared to me by the city that there's only 15% of the soccer fields. Let me find a way to say this in the right way. The number of bookings that there are in summertime on soccer fields, only 15% are being used. Whereas for cricket, 94% are being used. So maybe there's an opportunity to look at some of these soccer fields that are being booked and not being used and being transformed into cricket fields.
Okay, and my last question, like, also thanks to all the teammates for coming out and all the players. It's really nice to see them here and advocating for themselves, and I was really encouraged, you know, by what they said. And when Councillor Kelly, oh, he's not there. Well, when he was asking you a couple questions, you did mention that the adults are considered with booking the fields. Now, I was wondering if you guys have ever considered prioritizing the youth, just when it comes to allocation of field time. I play recreational soccer, and you know, sometimes my games start at 10 p.m. I'm happy to do that, just if it means that the kids play. So just wonder if you guys have considered prioritizing play time for the kids.
So that's something that's not in our hands. That's done by the city. We've requested for it. We've also requested that the same model that is applied for soccer should be applied in cricket as well. So to my understanding, CMSA gets the first steps on the cricket fields, and whatever's left over then goes to CUSA or adult soccer players. But with cricket, it's the other way around. The adults get the fields first, and then whatever little pieces that are left over are then sent over to us. So for youth, kids, and women. So the women and the kids and the youth are getting whatever's left over, and we have to make do with what we have.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that.
And we do have a women's program, so you should consider joining it. All the women in the room.
Love to come out and check it out. Thank you.
Awesome. Over to Councillor McLean for questions for this panel.
Thanks, Mayor. All right, Mr. Treek. We were talking more about cricket and ever thought we would actually have I enjoy watching the game. I still don't quite fully understand it. But that's where I guess for the questions and where we're maybe taking up a lot of time on this. And Councillor Tyers went pretty much all the way because we've got everybody vying soccer. They want a lot more fields, baseball, pickleball. You know, they're really a loud lobby group.
Yep.
Swimmers, hockey players, so we've got to utilize everything. And I think you answered it. We could take some underutilized soccer fields or other football and use them for cricket. I mean, maybe it's not ideal, but we might, just because I think the previous councils had neglected our recreational facilities and we're playing a lot of catch up with game plan. I think we might have to try to do what we can. So maybe your input there going forward, how to utilize maybe existing spaces to the best ability that we could. And then of course build, but I appreciate you coming down and just wanted to see if we could, if that was possible, and it sounds like it is.
So if let's say if we look at a field in Corner Brook or Cornerstone, I think it is, there's a cricket field and then you've got a soccer field. Now, the soccer field in terms of the dimensions is perfect, but the cricket field, there's one side that is so short and so close to the grounds that you cannot play from both ends. So instead of having a soccer field that is not being used, why not just move that pitch over, put it in the middle, so now it's at least being used by one sport and used on regular basis. Instead, you've done a half-hearted job on one sport that is going to be using it, but can't use it to the specifications. And then you've got another sport that is not being used, that is not using the field at all.
Yeah, excellent. I appreciate, again, all y'all coming down. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Johnston for questions for this panel.
Yeah, my first question is for Tariq. Sorry, thank you. You're talking about the lack of cricket fields, but I counted 7 in the Northeast alone, right? And then you said there's not many down south, but I counted 2 in Walden and Legacy, and then 1 in near First Alliance Church there. How many are you looking for, like, ideally?
So, like I said, the way the field allocation has been worked since cricket has been working for the last 100 years, the adults get the first tips, and that's where you have all these a little better grounds that are going to the adults, so like West Winds Cricket Ground, Inland Athletic Park, Martindale, Martha Haven. Those are the ones in the Northeast, and then you've got the Southeast, you've got Red Carpet, you've got Walden. But if you ever were to go on to these fields, and you look at the condition of these fields, maybe I can play on it because, if I get hit by the ball, I can take it. But if an 11-year-old gets hit by the ball, and that ball is hard, it's quite tough to convince their parents to bring that kid back. So that's where it's quite a few things that we have to look at. It isn't just the number of fields, it's who's using them and who's not getting to use them, and also the condition of the fields as well.
So I played a lot of outdoor sports with CSSC, and they would play on a lot of city-owned soccer fields, and they would fix the soccer fields as they could because they were the ones tearing it up. So do you guys try to maintain a little bit of the cricket facilities that you do use?
So we don't have a lease agreement or any sort of agreement with the city where we're allowed to fix things. Anytime there's anything that needs to be fixed, even if I have to put porta potties on the field for families, I need to connect with the city first before I can do that. So if the question is that I can sort of try to fix the outfield or the grass, it's a whole process.
And so, sorry, how does admin basically schedule the adults before the youth get to play?
I think that would be a question for them. They sort of, initially they used to go with historical rights, but I think since last year, a couple of years ago, they said, okay, they need to look at how many games is an adult getting to play, and then how many games are youth getting to play. Now, adults, and I'm an adult, so I'm part of that problem when it comes to adults. An adult is getting to play 3 to 4 times a week, whereas youth are hardly getting to play once a week. So, and with adult cricket, it's all about just games after games after games after games. With youth cricket, it's actually a bit more structured. So you've got practices, and then you've got games, and we're actually in line with the long-term development athletic program, where we ensure that, you know, the age groups of under 16s, under 17s, under 19s are actually should be able to develop through the right means and through the right infrastructure.
It just, minor hockey always gets priority over adult hockey. I just don't know why there's a different culture in the two sports there. And then I've counted 3 like rec centers in the Northeast as well. Ward 14 has 0 rec centers. I mean, population is actually higher in Ward 14 than Ward 5. So you guys want another rec center up there, right? Ward 14 has none, so that's.
Sorry, where's Ward 14 again?
It's
not
down south, yeah,
okay.
Walden, Legacy, kind of that area. So, no, that's all my questions for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I do have questions for Mrs. Boyce. Yeah.
Mr. Boyce?
Thank you.
Okay, so do you know how much money you guys receive from the city for VCC?
In total or
Yeah,
through?
per year, yeah.
Per year. We receive both an operating grant and one-time funding. The operating grant is $500,000, and I believe the one-time funding this year would be $560,000.
Okay, and how many staff do you guys have?
We have a total of 10 staff.
10 staff, full-time?
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you guys been operating for?
VCC has been in operations for 20 years.
20 years. And so you've been operating for 20 years, but every metric you guys use is getting worse. So what makes you think getting more money will make things better?
Well, I think at the end of the day, we're not asking for more. We're asking to sustain that funding for VCC.
Okay, even sustaining, sorry.
Yeah, so right now, VCC offers, I would say, incredible value for that money, with a minimal investment from the city driving big impact from a small team. And we achieve those results, same as an organization of triple our size. We're very nimble in our approach, and we can operate and respond faster than many bigger organizations with more bureaucracy. Those, in terms of the outcomes from a poverty perspective, I'd say that we have made real progress and that we're seeing housing starts to increase and that rents are starting to trend downwards, that we are doing things right in Calgary and we can't slow down now. Can you imagine if we hadn't have had a strategy in place through these difficult times and how much worse off we might be as a city? So I think, you know, especially given the pandemic the crisis in terms of the economy and tariffs and everything else that has occurred over the last several years, I would actually say that Calgary is in a much better place now than we would have been had we not had a poverty reduction strategy.
Okay. But how can you attribute those successes to your organization and not just to other organizations or the city as a whole?
I would actually stay away from an attribution and contribution circular, argument on that. I would say that as an organization, we advocate for the policies that help the most vulnerable Calgarians, looking at those that are working on a low income and making sure that they have what they need to meet their basic needs: food, clothing, shelter, and to make sure that we are a city that has enough for everyone, all of those Calgarians.
I would just caution to say that it's not working. Like the organization itself, all the metrics you guys are measuring aren't actually getting any better. So I just want to know Calgarians are getting best value for their dollars going forward. So, but thank you though.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And I just want to step in very briefly and reinforce that the purpose for hearing from members of the public is not necessarily to put those individuals or their organizations on trial. It's not necessarily to debate them. It's to seek information and ask questions that help ultimately inform the decisions that we will make during the budget process. And I also want to reinforce, just specific to this topic, that VCC is an organization that has been tasked to steward the Enough for All strategy on behalf of Calgary City Council. This is not an organization that spontaneously came to be. It's because past councils have tasked them with that stewardship and given them that and asked them for that job to be performed.
Well, sorry, can I say something to that then? I would argue this is the place to put them on trial. They're asking for public money, and we're here to ensure that that money is going to be used properly. So I'm going to disagree with that. So
thank you, Councillor. If perhaps in the future we could, through the process of reviewing our procedure bylaw, take a look at how we govern budget proceedings, how we listen to the public. But I'll be working very hard as chair to be able to just reinforce the rules as they exist today. Perhaps after the budget process concludes, we'll have the opportunity to be able to weigh in. Yeah.
Wait, why don't I unplug this and see if it's
Thank you. May I ask who is speaking? Yeah. Well, make sure that everyone who might be on the phone remains muted. Just taking a look at the final queue here, we have 2 other requests to speak. Council, I just want to also check in, and based on panel 1's timing to date, we are set for about 33 hours of public question and answers. We've not been able to conclude 5 speakers yet out of approximately 150. So with your indulgence, I'm going to be jumping in a little bit more aggressively to make sure that all of the members of the public who are here to speak have the opportunity to be able to do so. So again, just want to reinforce the purpose of the questions are not necessarily to debate or persuade other members of council. It's to seek key information that informs our budget decision later this week. So again, moving over to Councillor Panzazopoulos for questions of the panel.
With that intro, I'll make it very short and sweet. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Harlech, as you come up, you mentioned as you're coming up, not a finance professional. I would suggest, consistent with Councillor Kelly, you did a wonderful job of just showing that it's the power of graphs and the power, trend is your friend. And speaking with that, I'd echo your comments about a lack of investment in prior years. If you look at the budget for 24, 25, 26 on a capital spend, 1.9 billion against a depletion of 0.7, 2.7 billion in 25, 3.6 into 2026. So you're sort of 30–40% increase. You know, based on your observations, would you agree that we're in the right trajectory? Do you think that we need to substantially increase? Is 30–40% increases per annum not sufficient to make up for the deficit you observe in the past, or do you think we're in the right trend and keep on trucking?
That's a fun question. Can we go to slide 24? We often talk about this debate about whether we should keep our budgets at inflation or inflation plus population. This is an American number, so maybe the Canadian ones are different, but these are building cost indices. Consumer Price Index, CPI, is in the middle, and there are a whole bunch of construction costs that have increased higher than Consumer Price Index. And that's the painful, This graph is a big deal, and it kind of scares me, because if we keep things at consumer price index, but it costs more money to build stuff and to replace stuff than CPI is, then we may still be raising taxes, but not actually getting it to a high enough rate to pay for what we need to do in the next couple of generations.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I just think when we're 10x CPI, I think that's capital, but thank you very much. Mr. Tarek, your last one. Cricket is the sport today. Picking up on Councillor Tyers and McLean, you know, is there opportunities to partner with other groups? You made a comment that cricket is growing. There's 800 students, young adults, or excuse me, children, and there's some amazing folks that came from out of town. So in fact, we've got folks outside of Calgary using our facilities, and that's just wonderful. Is there ways to partner? I note that the, oh my goodness, one of the pitches that you have is actually shared with, for example, the Stampeder Football Club. Is there ways to partner, expand soccer pitches and to put a cricket pitch, et cetera? Or does it have to be discrete, you know, given that the city is growing substantially, and to make a specific for an organization that's growing, but 800, you know, soccer adds 800 a year relative to 800 as a total number. So can you just speak to that partnership? Is that something that we can use as a stopgap and build some really wonderful partnering with baseball and soccer and football and every other sport that Calgarians love to get what you need, but also meet you know, the 100,000 people that moved to Calgary last year that may not play cricket? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we're open to partnerships with any sport. The only challenge that I could see with that is soccer is being played at the same time that cricket is being played at. There's only so many Saturdays and Sundays in a week, and there's only so many, you know, months we have for summertime, and so I see it working for the short term, but as soccer is also growing rapidly, we all know that, and so for the long run, I don't think that would be a long-term solution, but for the short term, I think it may work, just for the reason because it's being played during the same time. They play their games from I think 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. and so do we, so it'll be a bit tough.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And my last question, Ms. Du Bois, as you're coming up later on in the discussion, in the budget, there's a discussion of the downtown strategy. We're investing to convert office towers into residential, and you know, as you speak sort of generally that concept of revitalizing downtown, investing capital, can you speak to your organization specifically, sort of the direct and indirect benefits, if there is any, of that sort of strategy, if so council continues to implement it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would advocate from a downtown strategy. It doesn't directly impact VCC, but I would say that those, the opportunity to develop office space into residential, it has a lot of impact on those that are seeking housing. I think that is part of the Home is Here strategy, and to continue from that perspective would be very beneficial for individuals that are still seeking homes at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Yule, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Harlech, I'm just looking at your presentation. So 38% of our roads are in good condition, and we should probably be at 60% is your...
I don't know what we should be. I mean, we could, I suspect administration will say we could accept lower levels of service, right. And that might be an option. I haven't knocked on doors in the last year. Maybe a lot of people in Calgary said, yeah, we'd love to have.
That's not what I heard at the doors. Yeah. What I heard at the doors, yeah, we're feeling it. But the 88 million just keeps us at that 38%.
That's what they said.
Okay, thanks.
I assume that's right.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, before we start panel 2, I was hoping that we could just very briefly circle back to Mr. Duckworth as a follow-up to Councillor Chabot's point of privilege earlier.
Mayor Farkas, I'm going to turn it over to GM Morgan. Thanks very much. We've dug into those couple issues. The first one being there was a notice of motion at that time and direction from council to look at
poplar trees dying and causing sidewalk quality adjacent. So we had committed under the direction of council to return Q1 2026 with a potential program and analysis. So we're happy to entertain and look at what we can do as a stopgap if council wishes an amendment to this current budget, but our current direction is to come back Q1. The second element on McKnight and 68th, we were directed to bring a report to IPC before September 2025 on cost estimates and the ability to accelerate that project. We reported back it was number 3 of the top 3 projects within that program. The total cost was $13 million. The current funding for all 3, the current funding is $1 million. We reported back to council as part of that direction. Unfortunately, as part of the budget development, we didn't attract any more funding to that program. It's still set at $1 million, and we're looking at how we would fit that into the next 4-year plan.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, did you want to respond to that?
Well, just briefly, in the 13 million, though, it wasn't identified as a, I guess, a capital project that may or may not have a funding source, but that at least it's identified as something that's been, I guess, initiated by council to provide that specific information. The one project you mentioned, of course, is not 13 million. It's all 3 that are 13 million.
That's correct. That's for all 3, and we were directed by council to bring back that information in September at IPC.
And 13 million, I don't believe I had that number, so.
It was included in that council report.
Was it? Okay. All right. Well, I will be making an amendment to look at maybe using FSR, being as we have a positive variance, to accelerate some of those programs. Thank you for that.
Happy to work with you on that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. And just for explanation, I've considered it to be a point of privilege just for the purposes of this meeting, given the direction received or direction given was perhaps contrary to what was actually received in the report. So I've extended just a little bit of latitude for this specific question for Councillor Chabot. So let us jump into, and thank you so much for members of the panel. So appreciated the opportunity for you to be here with us. Council, we have about half an hour to go until our lunch break. Let's push through for our second panel. At this time, we'll call upon 5 speakers to join us. We're hoping either online or in person joining us are Christy Page, Laura Chambers, Janine Ahmad, Ted Burrell, and Karen Stoshnoff. So if I've called your name, please come to the front. We will start shortly once you've assembled if Christy Page is here with us. Thank you. Take us away, Ms. Page.
All right. I had slides. Perfect.
And actually, before you start, can I just acknowledge our amazing city clerk's team? The fact that Mr. Harlock referenced slide 24 of an obscure presentation, and within about 1.5 milliseconds, it was up on the screen for us. Just want to acknowledge the incredible team that is supporting us in doing this. I know it's hard to pay attention through all the hours of proceedings, but thank you for the work you do, and thank you as well, Ms. Page. I see your presentation is up.
Hi, my name's Christy Page. I'm involved in my community and I'm on a variety of committees, but I'm here today talking only for myself. Why do you think we live in a city? I think it is to get the most amount of exchanges for the least amount of time. Exchanges can be financial, cultural, skill-based, and so much more. In a short distance traveled, you can fulfill a lot of your needs when you live close to one another in a city. Next slide, please. Calgary began by laying out the roads in a grid. This type of network is repeated all over the globe. It has stood the test of time. It is the best way to get the most exchanges out of your city because it builds a lattice full of connection points. A grid system containing a mixed-use urban fabric is best because it puts jobs and people right on top of each other. Next slide, please. In Calgary, 94% of businesses employ 50 or fewer people. Small businesses don't often need a lot of space. The closer people are together, the more opportunity for entrepreneurship. Creating more links for material and service exchanges is good for Calgary's economy. Next slide, please. What happens when you sever the grid to prop up a specific mode of transport? if you cut the lattice, you get a network fractured by unpleasant and often impassable barriers isolating many Calgarians. Missing connections stop exchanges from happening. They leave those that are too young, not physically able, or who can't afford to drive out of the benefits the city should bring. Missing connections restrict the economy. They put pedestrians and active transportation users who participate in their city at risk of bodily injury. Next slide, please. This fragmentation also pushes drivers out further from their communities. It builds pathways into power centers full of box stores. These businesses do offer a fair wage for employment and do pay property tax, but most of their profits leave Calgary. This minimizes our city's economic advantage of this retail exchange. Next slide, please. A community member in my neighborhood keeps this map showing where car drivers have hit people up to date. What does your neighborhood collision map look like? My husband has been riding his bike to work year-round for about a decade now. When he first started riding, I was worried about his safety, but a doctor pointed out to me the risk of injury was low, and the benefits of a healthy, active lifestyle would likely keep my husband out of the healthcare system for much longer than his peers. I've put my trust in that fact, but with Calgary's rising death tally, I thought it was important for me to come speak today and ask that more of the city's budget be given over to making sure all of us make it home safe. The social and fiscal priorities align on this one. If we invest in missing connections for active transportation and safe streets, it would allow for healthy communities full of opportunities to exchange with one another. Next slide, please. The best part of creating safe, protected connections for non-car drivers is what it means for those who do want to drive. I would like to remind everyone how great traffic was in October when kids were not being driven to school. This was not summer vacation traffic. This was as close to as it gets as business as usual without school drop-offs. If we create a city where our kids can safely get to and from their daily scheduled exchanges on their own without the help of a driver, then traffic will be better for all of us who do need to drive. Please fund traffic calming measures, enhance pedestrian crosswalks, and expansion of the protected wheeling network so we can all be part of the multitude of exchanges a city should offer us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stay available in case there might be questions. We'll move now to Laura Chambers, if you're with us. Good morning, and thank you for your patience.
My name is Laura Chambers. For a long time, City Hall has had a very adversarial relationship with Calgarians, a position that became increasingly obvious during the last administration. In fact, that relationship was so adversarial that the term Gondek and her hateful eight was coined. So adversarial that we tried to recall the mayor, which led to a change in laws that will make it easier to do so. Calgarians are hopeful that the next 4 years will be better, but please understand that public trust in City Hall is at an all-time low. We have faced constant tax increases, and I don't believe that that's the answer. We cannot be asked to bear the weight of bad decisions and poor budgetary practices for much longer. There are ways to save money, and I'd like to talk about one of those ways. The city plans to do away with analog water meters over the next 4 years and replace them with smart meters. Millions and millions of dollars have been earmarked for this project. You must be aware, though, that people around the world, not just Canadians, are completely opposed to smart meters for both water and electricity. There are a number of valid reasons, including the fact that they are dangerous, but giving time restraints today, I'm going to speak to 3 of those. Number 1, the average lifespan of a smart meter is 10 years, whereas the analog lasts up to about 40 years, and that's as per the Ontario Auditor General. Smart meters require far more maintenance and are going to end up costing us a whole bunch more than analog. So let's talk about the cost of replacement every 10 years, along with that continuous maintenance. My research shows that the average cost of a smart meter is 50% higher than an analog, with a quarter of the lifespan. That just doesn't make financial sense. Number two, the most dangerous thing about smart meters is how easily they catch fire. They contain a lithium-ion battery, which is prone to catching or starting fires, and this has been proven over and over and over again with electric vehicles. There have now been cases in Canada over the past couple of years where it's been the smart meters as the source of a house fire. Worse, a smart meter is connected to the copper wiring of the home, which is designed to allow electricity to travel due to its conductivity. But along with being conductive, copper wire is a heat exchange. So when you see in the news those forest fires that consume neighborhoods, trees are left standing and homes burn, smart meters are the cause of that. Number three, radio frequency and electromagnetic radiation are harmful to human health. And that's a fact that's been proven, but one that Health Canada conveniently ignores. Your body is electrical, and your sleep relies on precisely timed hormonal signals. Dr. Martin Paul and many other researchers have shown that even very low levels of radio frequency exposure can open calcium channels in cells, triggering oxidative stress and hormonal disruption. And that is why so many people report poor quality of sleep and headaches after the installation of a smart meter in their home. In fact, radio frequency is so dangerous to humans that the installation instructions for these smart meters come with a warning to stay a minimum of 7.87 inches away from the antenna once the unit has been activated. You will find, unfortunately, that if you go ahead with the installation of these smart meters, Calgarians will find a way to block the harmful radio frequencies in an effort to maintain their health. These smart meters are a directive from Italy. That's part of the World Economic Forum and the UN, and Calgary has been taking direction from them since the 90s. They are an unelected foreign entity trying to run the country starting at municipal level. Don't let them do it. Step up for Calgarians. And if you can't step up for Calgarians, step down, stand aside. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers, for joining us. And I would just reinforce the expectation for decorum amongst the audience. I saw there's a couple individual members here who were being pointed at. I'd ask that we refrain from that kind of behavior. It goes mutually as well. So I appreciate you being here. We'll call now on Janine Ahmed. Janine, are you with us in person or on the line?
I'm on the line.
Thank you. Please proceed. You've got 5 minutes with us.
Hey, awesome. I was initially going to come in person, but it's snowing, and I can't really see if my photos are up. Could someone just let me know?
Yep, they are up on the slides in the chamber here with us, and thanks for playing it safe.
Okay, great. Thank you. So today I am just speaking to request that in this budget that we make investments into traffic calming, protected pedestrian crosswalks, and extending the wheeling network. So you might know that 2025 has been the deadliest year for automobile collision in 10 years, with about 30 Calgarians having been killed in automobile accidents. And so these aren't just like numbers, these are people, they are citizens. And one of these deaths actually occurred 4 blocks from my house. I live on 26th Avenue, which is a really integral road to many communities in Ward 8. It takes people to Optimus Athletic Park. There's like 3 schools, 2 community centers. There's local businesses, the Jeffrey Family Library, an outdoor pool. And so this should ideally be like a great place for people to walk and get connected. There's like unprotected bike lanes, but it's an incredibly dangerous road that lacks traffic calming measures. I've lived here my whole life, and I've always been kind of scared of the road, and I've had family members and friends be like, I've almost gotten hit on this road before. But in July, a cyclist got killed. He was in the unprotected bike lane, and he was struck and killed by a dump truck. The pictures I have today are from a critical mass event I attended where a ghost bike was put up. And ever since this accident, it has seriously impacted my sense of safety in my own community. Throughout my time in this community, I have been a cyclist, I have been a pedestrian, I've taken transit, I drive, and all forms of transportation. I have experienced aggressive driving from other people who speed, and ever since this accident, I have been very scared to use this road, and oftentimes I have no other choice to. A couple months ago, there's been a lot of construction in my neighborhood. I was forced to go onto 26th Avenue. I was nearly driven off the road by a truck, which was just absolutely terrifying. And yeah, I just feel like living next to a noisy, dangerous road has really impacted my sense of safety. But that's just one road in Calgary, and I know that Calgarians across the city are put at these exact same risks. And being able to, safely transit to where you need to go, being able to feel safe in your community, being able to choose things other than being in a car, these are really important parts of, a safe, economically healthy, protected city. So I am just asking that City Council would put some money towards increasing traffic calming, extending the wheeling network, and just making it so that no matter how you're getting around the city, you're safe. So I'd love to see more traffic calming. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, and please stay on the line as part of this panel in case there's follow-up questions. We'll now move to Ted Burrell.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name's Ted Burrell. I am solo with no visual presentation. For openers, the hastily imposed climate emergency declared last year by our former mayor, part of her hidden agenda that abruptly entered into the record, should be abolished and not impose an unaffordable mortgage on our great-grandchildren. There's also no reason for perimeter lighting outside city facilities to be on 24/7, wasting energy except during inclement daytime conditions we're seeing today. Photo sensors, themselves pirate power grabbers, are always on, waiting for preset condition to activate, more acceptable than incandescent lights fractionally contributing to climate change. The Calgary Board of Education gets $1 billion annually from our provincial government, yet won't investigate my complaint about one of their alleged underpaid staff selling mine and other people's stolen property online, an unlicensed illegal home-based business here in the city. Local media ignored my news tips about unethical behavior of a Calgary company in 2017. And one of those media outlets recently employed child labor and should not have, should have their property value assessed and their business license fees increased at higher rates. Calgary Police budget should be frozen for 5 years, not a guaranteed income stream. Former Chief Mark Neufeld wanted 200 more officers before he retired, yet we learned recently that nearly 1 in 5 officers are on leave, which affects service levels. My complaint of May 22, 2024, illegally parked mismatched plate truck, was ignored because I refused to take ACR, anonymous call reject, off my phone. The Calgary Police Service should not hold this and other future councils, proverbial hostage to their demand for more money when they are not using the resources they currently have. A non-budget issue, civic employees who are on or were on paid leave should be on the sunshine list. Free money while Calgarians struggle to afford daily expenses is a bonus, incentive, reward, and benefit for committing criminal wrongdoing. This culture of greed is not sustainable. I've had previous employers wanting references for insurance reasons, claiming it is their policy. Such discriminatory behavior leaves more than just a bad impression. In closing, I would expect the media to not ignore my news tips and to follow up on my previous news tips from 2017, or at the very least, explain to me why they were ignored and not have my input. Completes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here with us. To conclude the panel, we will go to Karen Stoshnoff. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you again, too. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Farkas, members of council, and members of administration. My name is Karen Stoshnoff, and on behalf of IBEW Local 254, I have the privilege of representing our members, small in numbers but essential in this corporation. While staffing challenges affect our members in a few areas, today I must focus on the staffing crisis in Calgary 911, where inadequate staffing has the most direct impact on public safety, service continuity, and employee well-being. We represent 281 emergency communication officers, ECOs, in Calgary 911, which is less staff than 10 years ago in 2015. In 2015, there were 331 ECOs, 50 more people who handled less calls for service than today in our growing city. There are retention issues in Calgary 911, which is due to a number of factors: falling behind on the hiring process, attrition rates that are somewhat higher than what may generally be expected in other work areas. This may be attributed to a number of reasons with the nature of work and shift work as to contributing factors. This job is not for everyone, so there are people who cannot pass the classroom training or officer coach training despite best efforts to hire suitable candidates. This is not clerical work. It is specialized, technical, emotionally demanding, life-saving work. Psychological injury rates contribute to sick-time absences. Consider that on a very busy night for a police unit, for example, they may field up to 21 plus calls for service. On the same busy night, as an example, an ECO may field 80 plus calls for service. Our members handle thousands of emergency and non-emergency calls every week. They coordinate multi-agency responses, monitor officer safety, and support frontline responders in real time. And they are doing this under growing pressure. Call volumes are rising, call complexity is increasing, yet staffing levels today are inadequate. I am here to support the leadership's team request for additional positions within Calgary 911. They have been working hard to stabilize an organization that has endured years of strain. They are working diligently to stabilize and rebuild the organization. They have strengthened training, expanded recruitment, and added adjunct trainers. Their efforts matter, and they require Council's support to finish the job. The current request of 13 positions may be enough to maintain the current status quo, but not enough to adequately meet the needs of a growing city, and not enough to support our emergency services partners, and not enough to ensure Calgary 911 keeps pace with rising demands. We need more operational personnel. We need an expanded training department. We need a dedicated ongoing recruitment team, and more. Calgary 911 cannot afford to fall behind in hiring. When there is a gap in the hiring process, it takes 2 full years to recover, to train, certify, stabilize, and retain enough staff to restore operational balance. That is because new hires are not job ready in days or weeks like other areas of the corporation. It takes 6 months to a year before a new emergency communications officer becomes fully viable. This long learning curve means we must get ahead and stay ahead of anticipated needs. This will take some time, so we must start now. An ECO hired today will not be ready to dispatch until they have mastered the call evaluation process. If the city plans to enhance services, such as expansion of dispatch boards for our growing city, hiring must happen now and must continue to happen. We cannot prepare for a growth plan by staffing reactively. Why should Calgary 911 take priority among the many demands before you today? Because public safety is a stated priority for City Council and a core expectation of every Calgarian. Because 911 is the first point of contact when citizens need help from our partner agencies. They are the first of the first responders who connect citizens and responders to the right resource at the right time. Because every additional officer in CPS, Calgary Police Service, Calgary Fire Department, bylaw or transit peace officers immediately increases the workload for 911. Yet proportional staffing has not kept pace with our partner agencies.
Thank you, Ms. Stashnov. I have to cut you here at time, but I do know that several members of council have questions for you, and I'm sure one of their first, I will ask the first question, if you wouldn't mind just concluding your comments to us.
Yep, thank you very much. I just respectfully ask council to approve more than what the leadership team has requested, and we must look beyond maintaining what has become the status quo, and to build excellence for tomorrow, we must begin today.
And if I can provide just brief commentary, I know Councillor Kelly and Atkinson and I were thrilled to join you at Confederation Park just over the weekend. Kudos to the 254 members that helped to put on the Lions Festival of Lights. We know that you go above and beyond volunteering a lot of your time. So thank you for
so
being
much.
here.
It was delightful to see you there.
I'll acknowledge council members for questions for the panel. Karen, stay right up here with us. We have Councillor Pantazopoulos first up.
Thank you so much. A question for Ms. Strashnov. I really take to heart you're the first responder of the first responders. Hi. Just a couple questions. In the capital budget, going back to 24, there's been a substantial increase in spending, a doubling every year, meeting critical needs, things like critical maintenance of next generation 911, equipment lifestyle, and so on. So you've really seen that. Do you feel that it's going enough, or to meet the needs of the organization, does there need to be more than a doubling of the capital spend in this budget, and it looks like going into 27 and beyond?
Yes, thank you for the question. I believe it needs to be more than what it is. Technology is so significant in 911, and the needs have been increasing, I'm going to say, over the last decade, again, from a technological basis. So what that means is we need more people, and some of the subject matter experts are operational people. We do need those people on these committees when we're talking about Next Gen 911 and other initiatives that are very important to all of our partner agencies and 911, therefore the citizens of Calgary.
Thanks for that. Can you speak with that technology and spending lots, and I won't group you into call centers, but just for lack, because obviously your needs is much more critical than calling in for Visa or MasterCard or something like that. But can you sort of speak to that, how your membership feels with that, investing in potentially AI to manage the call, and then would that be sufficient to offset the requirement for a substantial increase in your team, or do you think you can gain efficiencies by investing in that today and maybe piloting and things of the sort? What's your group's thoughts and your thought as well?
I think that AI is obviously a magnetic draw for many businesses right now. Maybe we can offset, we don't need enough staff or as much staff, and that's a reasonable question. I believe for today, we need to carry on where we are with the hiring needs with our folks. And the reason for that is, when callers call in, they really, I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe they want to know they're talking to a person. If we overuse AI within the emergency services family, I think we could be creating some excellence if there's a little sliver here and there, which I believe there will be, and it should be evaluated. But for the broad spectrum approach of getting to a human being when you need somebody right away, I don't think IA is the answer today.
Thank you. My last question. I'm always a metric-driven individual. You know, you look for performance based on predetermined metrics and evaluate against. And it looks like the 911 has been exceptional. I look into the budget document and your target initial 911 calls answered within 15 seconds, picking up on your expectation for Calgarians that when they dial 911, they talk to somebody. And for the last 4 years, 22, 23 through 24, 3 years, and I don't know about 25, but I'm going to assume the great work you guys have done. So I'm trying to reconcile in my head that you've met your metric amazingly, that Calgarians get to talk to a 911 operator in less than 15 seconds, and then reconcile with there's a critical need and things are falling through the cracks. We need to, double's my word, but add staff. So can you help me reconcile that? And by adding 10, 20, 30, excuse me, beyond the 13 new positions you mentioned, would that change? Is it critical to get to 100% at 15%? Maybe just help me reconcile that so when we do our deliberations, when a request asked for it to go to 26, what sort of metrics can we expect when you appear to be knocking it out of the park for Calgarians at 95% efficiency? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks again for the question. So the initial call is answered within that 15 seconds almost all of the time, which is phenomenal. That goes through our PSAP, our public safety answering point. It may be transferred across the room to the police service or the fire department, which is in the same area as PSAP. That's when you might have more of a delay if you're waiting for a non-emergency response, for example. Less often for an emergency response if it's from CFD or Calgary Police Service. So there are some delays after that initial answering point that could be a contributing factor to, you know, not enough staff on the other end of that phone if you do need to transfer it. So there's so many different layers and complexities in the good-looking stats. And they are good-looking, and I'm happy about that. But we do need to release the pressure from the people who are working probably a little bit too much overtime to make sure the stats stay as good as they are.
I would just pull it, and my final comment was, but if we're asking for specific that front line, like I recognize once it goes into fire department and police and ambulance and things, that's a separate line item. And I'd love to pick that conversation up with your other colleagues, but I'm just trying to reconcile that. If you went from 13 to 26 staff adds, you'd still run into that bottleneck. So again, trying to address that. Is that a fair comment? Or by having more team members, you would be able to circumvent the process, or how would that work? Again, if the goal is to get the fire department, the police, and the ambulance, and it all, you know, to the issue quicker, how does adding 26 instead of 13 address that when you identified the bottleneck being potentially fire and police? And I just pulled those out. I'm not implying that you're saying they're the bottleneck, but that's my observation. How do you sort of reconcile that for me as a new councillor?
I would see that the staffing levels would address that quite beautifully, where you're not waiting for an extra minute or more, that you do have more personnel there answering that phone in real time and not trying to hurry up and get off one call so they can take the next. So I do see that as a contributing factor to reducing, hopefully eliminating, but reducing that bottleneck in a very significant way.
Thank you, Councillor. We have 2 more requests to speak for the speaker. I'm seeking consent to conclude this speaker, and then I'll bang the gavel. Okay. And no one opposed. Councillor Chabot.
Thanks. I assume Councillor Pantelopoulos was done. And Mr. Stocknoff, thank you for being here. The 911 service, the province wanted to take it over completely a couple of years ago. So they never took over any of it, or is there any funding provided by the provincial government?
So what happened a couple of years ago is we used to be a tri-service, now we're a bi-service. So it was fire, police, and ambulance. The ambulance took their work away, but the water level in Calgary 911 stayed the same. They carved out one call we would have transferred to them instead of keeping it in-house. So that's the only thing that happened there. If there's a move for the province to want to take over police and fire as well for the communication center, I'm not aware of that. That would be a very unfortunate move, to put it nicely.
So there's still some overlap insofar as when the immediate call comes in before you transfer it off to EMS.
Yes.
And has that been factored into the overall operating cost, do you know?
Yes, we would have lost, that's more for the administration to answer, but we did lose funding when AHS took away their block of business from 911.
And yet we still incur costs by having to take the entry call in before determining where it should go, before we send it off to EMS.
Exactly.
It is a question I'll have to ask for administration. You talked about Next Gen 911 and some of the equipment that's required for that and the staffing for that. Does that still fall under the same union?
Yes. Well, no. Yes and no. Our members will be the users of that Next Gen 911. The people who had to install it and program it are not within our purview.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks, Brass.
Yeah, you bet.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions, which concludes this panel. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here with us today. We've completed presentations from 10 members of the public. Before I bang the gavel, I'm just going to list some of the names of who's coming up next so that they can prepare to either be here or wait. Next, not at this moment. We're about to go on our break for about an hour, but I just wanted to telegraph for the people who are coming up. Next, we will be hearing from Stephanie Counts, Zandria Sandberg, Coyote Southwood, Tala Abu Hayane, Mariana Melja Salazar, Shannon Dorham, Mike Blondel, Shane Gautier, Hannes Kovac, and Joy Bowen Erie. Those are the people who will be part of the next couple panels when we come back at 1:01 p.m. Hello and welcome back to the City Council 2026 Budget Adjustments Regular Meeting of Council. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean.
I am sorry, I am here. I'm so apologetic.
Noted. Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston. And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
So for the members of public who may just be tuning in, this is the continuation of the 10th November 2025-2026 budget adjustments to the 2023 to 2026 service plans and adjustments. So we will have heard a summary presentation of the budget adjustments from administration. We are now in the portion of the proceedings for us to hear from members of the public. So we heard earlier from about 10 individuals, 2 panels. We have another 100 or so at least who have signed up to speak. We just have resumed this meeting, so I think many of the initial panelists are going through security. What I will do is go outside of the typical panel process to ask if there's anybody specifically in the gallery who would like to speak now. Come on up. Council members, this is we're just waiting for the other panelists to come in, so while they do so, we will attend to the people here in the audience. Great, if you may please introduce yourself, and you'll be given 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Mike Blondell. I've been a pool rat all my life. I've spent most of my life since I grew up in Montreal hanging around pools, probably 6 to 7 days a week all around the world now, and I continue to do that. I am the head coach and director of swimming up at the University of Calgary. I run the varsity team of 45 swimmers, and I'm the director of swimming for the University of Calgary Swim Club, which has 500 swimmers aged like 6 to just coming out of high school. I am not speaking on behalf of that organization. I'm speaking on behalf of people who would use aquatic facilities in this city. The size of and the ability to find flat water pool space is extremely limited, especially since post-COVID due to the hiring of lifeguards. We could serve many more in our community if we could find more space. This is probably directed a lot at game plan, and I'm going to speak in favor of game plan and aquatic centers. The city should be laser focused on creating aquatic learning centers. Aquatic learning centers focus on learn to swim, anti-drowning, fitness, and daily training. Developing aquatic centers in the community brings many benefits across health, safety, and social connection. There is massive community benefit, massive equitable access, balanced and fair access, and responsible use of limited resources. That doesn't kind of make sense, that last piece, but aquatic facilities in Canadian municipalities are all nearing their end of life. Across the whole country, significant reinvestment is required for meeting changing user expectations and providing quality environments for aquatic activities. While the need for youth activities and development is a priority, with a rapidly aging population, the need for aquatic center access for this demographic will only rise. Here's why aquatic center development is good for investment, or is a good investment. Calgary actually has strong geographic coverage for indoor pools, as most residents live within 5 to 10 kilometers of a facility. But aging facilities and capacity constraints limit how many people can use them. The average age of the facilities in Calgary is at least 50 years old. Aquatic centers teach life-saving skills, strong swimming skills. Swimming lessons significantly reduce the drowning risk. Aquatic centers provide safe recreation. They give kids and teens a supervised environment instead of an unnatural or unsafe natural water bodies or unsupervised areas. Aquatic centers are a place for everyone. Pools accommodate all ages, abilities, and backgrounds. Hosting events and programs such as community fitness classes, swim meets, social gatherings, water polo, underwater hockey, synchronized swimming, diving, masters swimming, the list goes on and on and on of people who can use an aquatic center. Calgary has an extremely high demand for swimming, lap swimming, swimming lessons, water sports, and therapy. Aquatic centers deliver a high social and health value, especially well designed. The Calgary game plan calls for 288 25-meter lanes open by 2051. That's 11.5 10-meter, 50-meter pools. I don't know how you build half of one, kind of like half a hockey rink, but or 22 and a half 10-lane, 25-meter pools. This requires Calgary to start thinking differently about the facilities they build. There is no way they are going to achieve this goal by building leisure centers with 4 swimming lanes. Therefore, consideration of modern aquatic center builds compared to traditional pour-in-place concrete and permanent structure must be put in place because of modular and faster building abilities. Drive to create functional buildings, ones that might not win an architectural award, but ones that maximize participation and revenue and maximize operating costs. Explore non-traditional constructions like Calgary-based sprung metal buildings and modular pool tank builds. A new 50-meter aquatic center at Foothills, for example, and the new development up there would strengthen Calgary's.
I have to apologize, Mr. Blondell. Unfortunately, your time is up, but you'll have the opportunity to be asked potentially questions by members of council.
Okay.
So stay
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So please stay up front. We will consider the 3 speakers at the front our first panel, and then following the conclusion of these 3, we'll move into the registered panel list. So Ms. Landry, come on up.
Thank you. I have a one-page overhead. Do I just put it on, or? Thank you. I don't know how to shrink it. Oh. Thank you. I think that's pretty much it. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Ann Landry. Enough is enough. I request bold action now to refocus and reset the administration to the priorities of Calgarians with citizen-focused, evidence-based accountability, transparency, truth, innovation, and kindness to provide affordability, certainty, and stability. My presentation today is supported by my prior presentations to Council, the overhead document, and other information. For the past more than 27 years, I have rented the same apartment from one of Canada's largest landlords, a real estate investment trust in Ward 8. I have a background in strategic planning and data analytics. I am now a retired senior. I have a disability, post-traumatic stress. I have forwarded the right to adequate housing as per the National Housing Strategy Act 2019 at all levels of government. In 2024, I requested emergency sessions of the House of Commons to address the catastrophic double-digit rental accommodation inflation in Calgary. In 2023, I participated in both national reviews regarding financialization of housing. Bold action by Council is needed now to address the apparently long-failed, flawed affordable housing strategy in Calgary. There were apparently 0 completions of affordable housing in Calgary in 2024 and seems unknown in 2025, despite the target of 3,000 per year. Calgary apparently has less affordable and social housing now than in 2016. Urgently needed at the City of Calgary is better governance, accountability, planning, and data tracking. Most wage earners in Calgary cannot afford the majority of Calgary's market housing. In Calgary, there seems to be prolonged housing dysfunction. Affordable housing supply has not met housing demand. Over 50% of seniors aged 65 years or more who rent in Calgary spend more than 30% on rent and utilities. Marie-Josée Houle, federal housing advocate, has stated that all levels of government must act to forward the adequate right to housing. follow housing human rights guidelines, including for engagement and independent monitoring and accountability, end financialization of housing. It is urgent to implement citizen-focused, independent, at-arm's-length accountability and governance at the City of Calgary. In September 2025, processes again occurred regarding my requests in November 2015 under the Alberta Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act to the City of Calgary for my personal information and related general information. A decision under Alberta FOIP dated December 7th, 2016 that was provided to both me and to the City of Calgary FOIP office and city clerks by the Alberta Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner regarding my personal information revealed that the City of Calgary did not comply with the Section 11 timeline. As you may know, Section 11 of the Alberta FOIP law concerned the 30-day time limit to respond. In September 2025, as well as previously, I responded in detail. The information I have long sought from the City of Calgary is related to the employment and abrupt termination of me by Human Resources in October 2015 while I was nearing the end of probation. Termination of me apparently concerned my conduct during the quote-unquote last week. I was a newly hired workforce planning analyst in workforce planning and analytics and talent management in human resources. I had 4 supervisors within the first approximate 2.5 months, with changing roles for which I requested clarification. Key information provided to me under Alberta FOIP by the City of Calgary in late 2017 and 18, after approximately 2 to 3 years, included my letter of hire and other key missing information that revealed my successes, including during the quote-unquote last week. Still missing, quote-unquote, is key information, including commendations provided to me and a project charter I drafted for input. See also Public Interim Decision F 2017-D-02, dated September 29, 2017 by the Alberta OIPC. In February 2017, I was denied a whistleblower investigation by the City of Calgary. As per federal and provincial government information, bullying includes withholding information. Access to information is a human right, including as per the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19. Urgently need a new Governance and Accountability Committee of Council to implement a new-look, citizen-focused administration, including with external consultants reporting to Council to streamline the administration, including human resources, and with a new human rights hub, independent of the administration and Council, to oversee housing and access to information rights, address whistleblower complaints, and more. Need best practice open data records management and PMI project management. Need bold action now to help the most vulnerable. I give thanks to God who graciously gives me strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landry.
Thank you.
Please stay up front in case there may be questions. I'll call upon the third gentleman on the up at the podium.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and Council. My name is Coyote Southwood, and it's a pleasure to be here today to speak on behalf of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and our Calgary members. CFIB represents 100,000 independently owned and operated businesses across the country, including 10,000 in Alberta and 2,000 here in Calgary. As a nonpartisan organization, our members set our policy direction through representation and surveys, making us leaders in understanding small business sentiment and issues. In 2024, 94% of all businesses in Calgary were small businesses. Province-wide, SMEs account for 2/3 of the private sector workforce. When small businesses succeed, the whole city benefits. Unfortunately, small businesses are ending a challenging year, facing trade disputes, strikes, and a rising cost of doing business. CFIB's November Business Barometer shows Alberta's 12-month small business confidence cautiously ticking up after being the lowest in the country in October. According to our pre-election survey of our members, 8 in 10 Calgary small businesses believe the previous municipal council had not paid enough attention to small business issues. Additionally, less than 1/3 believe their business has been treated fairly by Calgary's municipal government. Clearly, there's an opportunity for the newly elected council to turn this sentiment around. From this pre-election survey, we also gathered our members' top priorities for the new council: property taxes and municipal spending, construction mitigation, crime and safety, and red tape reduction. I will only speak to the first 2 today. Our members have told us that property taxes are the most harmful issue to their operations, given that these taxes are profit insensitive. This means that small businesses must pay these taxes whether or not they're bringing in any revenue. Small businesses are not asking to be exempt from property taxes. What they're asking for is fairness. We want the city to allow small businesses to continue being productive assets to the local economy, and they can't do this if they're facing a high municipal tax burden. Calgary's small businesses tell us the first thing they would do with a property tax reduction is increase their employee compensation, followed by paying down their business debt and expanding their business. All of these things contribute to increasing their productivity and capacity to support the local economy. The last thing small business owners tell us they would do with a property tax break is increase their own salary. This is why it's problematic then that the city's own budget document for 2026 tells us that on the same assessed value, non-residential properties pay 4.4 times more tax than residential properties. Now, while CFIB is supportive of past efforts to shift the tax burden away from the ceiling, the expected ratio in the 2026 budget forecast still puts Calgary far above comparable cities like Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, and Ottawa. While the 1% shift is a step in the right direction, we believe that more is needed to deliver fairness for small businesses. CFIB would like to see the property tax shift increase to 2% to reduce the ratio, improve fairness, and lower the municipal tax burden on small businesses. Recent calculations from CFIB show that the average non-residential property in Calgary would save over $33,000 from a 2% shift over 4 years, and that's over 36 times greater than the $916 cost increase for the average residential property over the same time. Calgary's small businesses would also like to see more responsible public construction. In 2023, over half of Calgary's small businesses reported being negatively impacted by municipal construction. CFIB research also shows Canadian small businesses report a 40% decline in sales on average during these projects. Amid these losses, small businesses continue paying property taxes that support the city. That's why CFIB's members were very encouraged to see the temporary construction mitigation program introduced in Marda Loop and Bridgeland last year that helped offset some of their losses. Businesses are eagerly awaiting the city's policy recommendation coming in 2026 on a permanent financial assistance program during construction periods. More needs to be done to ensure businesses are not forced to close the next time the city undertakes a major project like in Marda Loop. To quote one of our members, the city's ideas, planning, and regulations don't really take small business concerns into consideration. We'd like that to change. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of CFIB's Calgary members, and I wish you all the best in your deliberations over the next few days. Congratulations to all on your elections this year, and CFIB looks forward to working with all of you to make Calgary a more business-friendly city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Southwood. Council, we will jump into questions for this panel, starting with Councillor Clark.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Blondell. Thank you, sir. You'd said a number of things in your presentation related to aging facilities and just your concerns. I know that you didn't get the chance to complete your statement either. In Ward 9, which I represent, we see a lot of facilities over the age of 60 and sort of grappling with that. I want to provide you the opportunity to complete your statement if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you very much. Creative and strong business planning with a tested final design that are focused on creative revenue-based assets, i.e. don't build a water slide that is used a couple hours a day and takes 3 or 4 people to operate. I'd like to stress that I have set up a pool building feasibility group in place. And we have collectively done a lot of due diligence. We visited pools in the new build format around the country. We have professional eyes on the building a business case and pre-planning of successful designs and operational transitions. We've engaged the Calgary swimming community, and I mean aquatic community. Finally, this is the last sentence, I think. There's a lot of touchy-feely stuff about the value of water for wellness and fitness, but in the end, it needs to be about functional buildings that are focused on maximizing teaching Calgarians how to swim, stay safe in the water, and stay fit through aquatics.
Thank you, sir. I know that this is an important feature for Ward 9, an important concern, so I'm glad to hear your statement today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Kelly.
Question for Mr. Blondell still, if you'd like to. I didn't catch you before you made it back to your seat. I apologize. In your introduction, I believe you said that you currently work with both the University of Calgary Swim Club and Foothills Swim Club. Is that correct?
I don't think I used the word Foothills Swim Club, but that would be business-wise correct. University of Calgary Swim Club and the University of Calgary varsity team. Okay. And there is an association there that has the Foothills Swim Club as a business name.
Got it. And how many swimmers do you represent within that particular group? And I know you said today you were here on behalf of all aquatic, but I'm wondering if you can answer that for me.
I'd say we're about 530.
Okay. It sounds like you have a lot of expertise on the aquatic side of things. I'm just sort of curious as we move forward over the next year in terms of executing the game plan strategy and beginning to fund that. I'm wondering what sort of opportunities you think should exist for folks such as yourselves within the recreation community to help sort of shape how we start executing that.
Well, I think like I've coached here since 1988, so I have a lot of contacts and a lot of people who are committed to aquatics and are committed to making sure we have facilities for the next future. I won't be here by the time the next pool's built. Well, I'll be here, but I won't be coaching probably, so I'm not doing it for myself. I do believe that we should have facilities. So I have like a pool feasibility group. I believe we could pull together so many people around this city that would get involved in trying to find creative ways to build facilities for way less than what would be architecturally suggested to you at 140 million. I'm pretty sure we can build them for like a tenth of that price.
Oh, as we're talking about budget here today, I think you found music to our ears.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Blundell.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Johnston for this panel.
Yeah, sorry, my question was for Mr. Southwood. I love that you support and represent small businesses. Sorry, why didn't you want to talk about red tape reduction?
Those are both important issues, but given the time today, we chose to focus on property taxes and construction, as those are the two highest ranked issues among our members in the city. However, we did submit a written copy of our recommendations to the clerk, which outlines our full recommendations on red tape and crime and safety as well.
Did you want to speak to any of those right now?
I can speak to, I'd be happy to speak to red tape and crime and safety. I think on the crime and safety side, a lot of our members, particularly in the downtown area, have had issues, dealing with different crime and safety impacts to their business, whether that's broken windows, they're seeing, customers feeling unsafe of visiting their business. And so our recommendations on the crime and safety side, we understand that it's a multi-level issue. It's not just a City of Calgary issue, it's a provincial issue, it's a federal issue. So we'd like to see more collaboration from the city with the provincial government and with the federal government on, some evidence-based policies to help small business owners in the city. We're not social policy experts by any means. We like to focus on the business issues. So I'm just here to communicate today that it's an issue that our members are aware of, and they're watching closely to see how this new council will support them in that.
Okay, and then what would be a fair tax break for small businesses? Like what's a number you guys are looking for that would be fair?
Well, if we're talking about the tax fairness ratio, of course, we're not advocating for a 1-to-1 ratio where businesses pay exactly the same as residents. But we'd like to see the tax rate ratio come down from that point right now where it's at 4.4. It's very close to the provincially legislated maximum of 5-to-1. We'd like to see that come down and be more competitive with some of the other major cities in Canada. And in your budget, the administration does have a comparison with cities like Edmonton and Vancouver, and you can see where they sit.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thank you so much. Mr. Southwood, if I'll catch you before you sat. Thanks so much. I echo Councillor Johnson's comments. Love small business, the economic engine of the city. And as a former small business owner, it's just wonderful to see you advocating on behalf of it to your elected officials. Something that stuck out to me was your conversation not only about property tax reduction, but what your members would actually invest in. And it struck me in a time when Calgary is suffering one of the highest unemployment rates, particularly with youth. You spoke to investing in new jobs, and I think that was priority one. And that really resonated with me. Can you quantify if council was, through this budget cycle and next budget cycle, to provide tax relief, whether it's 0% or something similar to that, what do you think, could you quantify what that job impact would be to your members? Is that something you could share? And that economic impact, the multiplication of a dollar saved generates X dollars in economic activity through jobs and spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we can definitely do some research into that. Just off the top of my head, Calgary has about 40% of Alberta's small businesses. That equates to about 64,000 small businesses. So if each of those are, on the low end of the scale, employing 1 to 10 employees, then there's a significant impact, I think, being able to provide these small businesses with more capacity to hire youth or to increase their own employees' compensation.
So no, kind of quantify, X if $100 turns into Y, just anything that your professional judgment, just giving us some numbers as we think about these, where best to put our dollars, Calgarians' dollars. Thank you.
Absolutely. So C5E has calculated that 66 cents on every dollar when spent locally stays in the local economy. And it's about only 10 cents that stays in the local economy if you're buying from Amazon or buying from a large corporation like that.
Thank you. And over to Councillor Wynas for questions for the panel.
Thanks. I'll try and keep it tight, but everyone kind of gets a question. Mr. Blundell, I'd like to unpack your thoughts on pools. You've said some creative things, but it seems you're only focused on lap pools. Is that what you're kind of going for? You don't like water slides? You don't like leisure pools? I'm trying to understand your pitch.
Well, I'm focused on flat water space, not on leisure pools. My understanding, I don't know, I haven't done a lot of research on leisure pools, but leisure pools only accommodate a certain group of people, type of people, or group of people, and they're very expensive to run. They're labor intensive in terms of lifeguards. So my feeling is that a square pool can accommodate way more different types of people, and you can put more people through.
You're kind of missing the point on leisure.
Okay,
you can actually accommodate a lot more people on a leisure pool. Yes, they're lifeguard intensive. However, your senior population, your adapted workouts, you can actually incorporate that into the design of a leisure pool. That helps get kids swimming really quickly, and then you have better kids to teach rather than...
I would argue that 4 lanes in a leisure pool doesn't accommodate very many people. Water slides, I don't see many seniors going down those. But
you're teaching 2-year-olds to swim, they work really well. Okay, so I think really where we can come to an agreement is it's just about getting rid of the dead airspace that you're either heating or cooling, like we're seeing in some of the newly designed pools, and trying to get more bang for your buck, because at the end of the day, whether it's a flat water pool or a leisure pool, they all cost you money.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Landry, I have a quick question for you. Sorry, I know we have a lot of speakers, so I have to be quick. How much of a return do you think we're getting out of the Home is Here strategy from your assessment?
Sorry, what was that?
The Home is Here strategy. So do you think we're getting a good return for what you're advocating for with housing as a human right?
I don't think we're making progress in terms of CMHC's social and affordable housing stats for this year. So we have 14,000. And so that shows that we're going backwards. I think the research by the city showed that we had 16,072. So it seems like we're going backwards, and that's CMHC data. I think we really need this housing hub, and we have to remember that housing human rights aren't options, they're legal rights. And the Nefson case back in 2020 really brought to the fore that the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and as well as other international covenants that Canada participates in. They're not niceties, they're legal necessities. So we need to be thinking about, and that's why I suggest this housing hub, this human rights hub, because the adequate right to housing includes the 7 rights. So affordability, adequacy in terms of habitability, location, close to work, close to school, water services, all those things. And that would really propel us forward for landlord licensing, for example. That was accepted. We approved that September 2023, but we haven't actually implemented it. So we need to get that going. And a key focus of human rights is the engagement piece, is the piece to independent accountability. And that word sometimes is used pretty loosely, but we have to think that in the arm's length feature of it. So we need to have an organization such as the Federal Housing Advocate, Marie-Josée Houle, to oversee these and to be that, to give us the data accuracy, the data looking at those 7 rights as well. So I don't think we're moving forward. I think there is too much of a risk at this moment of failure here at the city. And I think now is the time, if you remember at the start of the Affording a Housability Task Force, that was by a task force terms of reference that did not allow changes in organization structure. And we also did not have that piece in terms of engagement. We did not have wide engagement of the public. We took 16 months. You can think about the Alberta Affordable Housing Task Force for the province. That took 3 months with a consultant body. Or in 2019, Toronto had a consultant body, 5 months. They looked at 6,000, had 6,000 individuals. So I don't think we're moving fast enough, and the risk is too much. We're at the end right now. We can't, as I mentioned, wage earners, the majority can't afford most of the market housing. And it's, I haven't seen anywhere a senior strategy. I haven't seen anywhere an accessibility strategy from the City of Calgary, not addressing the investment properties. That is a source of loss of affordable housing. So we don't have all the pieces in place, and I don't see the comprehensiveness of data solutions. Like you will hear, I think we heard it a few times today even, about starts. We always need to think about starts in terms of the context of need. So how many actual completions are we getting, but how many do we really need?
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks all.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal, for this panel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it very brief. This is for Mr. Blondell. Just a quick question. As you know, game plan implementation strategy is still not with the council. We haven't approved it. In your opinion, professional opinion, there is no funds in this budget to any of the projects that are part of that game plan moving forward, staying afloat. How important it is that we proactively get some money into conceptual design, early phase work, and so we are not being reactive when the implementation plan is done, and we are being more proactive to serve the Calgarians.
I think it's important to get started. The pools are 50 years old on average, and they're falling apart. They're held together by stuff. The University of Calgary pool is it's well past its prime. I'm not talking about that pool, but I know what it takes to keep that pool in place, and I can't imagine what it takes to keep Foothills and Inglewood pool. Inglewood's gone, but some of the other pools around in place. And so I think it's important that we start with a plan and try and find the money to do it, or we're going to have no pools. That's what we're going to end up, and it's probably within 10 years. We'll have no pools in the city. They will fail. There's no doubt about it.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your answer. That's it for me, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. There are no other questions for this panel. We will go now to members from the third panel. So I will start calling some names until we get to 5 people. So we have first up Stephanie Counts, Zandria Sandberg, Tala Abu Hayene, Mariana Melja Salazar, Shannon Dorham. Is there anyone on the line that I've called?
Yes, Tala and Mariana were on the call.
Great, thank you. We'll continue calling a couple more names to flush out this panel. Shane Gautier, Hannes Kovac, Joy Bonaire. Okay, so this will be our panel. We'll proceed. Stephanie counts. We will come back to Stephanie. Zandria Sandberg. Tala Abu Haine.
Here. Is it my turn now, or?
It's your turn, Tala. Thank you so much for your patience with us. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Tala Abu Hayyan, and I'm the president of the Representation Executive Council at the Students Association of Mount Royal University. I'm also a policy studies graduate, and I'm here representing over 15,000 MRU students who study, live, and work on Ward 8 and all over the city. About 75% of our members are already local to Calgary, and over 80% choose to call Calgary home after they graduate. We are not a transient population passing through. We are your current residents and your future homeowners, taxpayers, and community leaders. Budget 2026 makes real investments in housing, services, and affordability. But from a student policy lens, what I see is this. Students benefit indirectly, yet we are rarely named or designed for in this 151-page document. That's the gap I want to speak to today. First, housing. We recognize and appreciate Council's significant steps, investment in affordable and non-market housing, funding downtown office to residential conversions, and implementation of the Home is Here housing strategy with dedicated housing offices. These are big moves in the right direction. They matter to our members because students are deeply affected by Calgary's rental market. We see overcrowding, students commuting from far away because that's where they can afford to live, and students picking unsafe or unstable housing just to stay enrolled. But even with strong housing investments, students are invisible in this design. There is no student housing strategy. There is no explicit stream in Home is Here that looks at where students live, how they rent, and what they can afford. There is no deliberate connection between new housing and MRU Estates and New Calgary. The transit corridors that students rely on, and the reality of shared, often precarious living arrangements. My first ask is that Council direct administration to create a student housing action stream within the Home is Here strategy. That would mean recognizing post-secondary students as a distinct housing group, prioritizing affordable, non-market, and cooperative housing projects near campuses and major student transit routes, formally engaging student associations and institutions when you're choosing sites, drafting criteria, and partnering with providers. If students are going to stay in Calgary, and many of them want to, then housing plans need to see them, name them, and plan for them. I also want to talk about fair entry and broader affordability supports. The Fair Entry program is an important one for Calgarians. It is designed to help low-income Calgarians access discounted city services, transit, recreation, and more. On paper, it looks like that's the exact kind of program that should help struggling students. But according to Calgary Transit and in accordance with the UPass contract, students cannot opt out of the UPass program with the purchase of low-income bus passes. That is not a valid criteria for opting out of the program. And in reality, most MRU students can access it. The biggest barrier is the eligibility criteria based on household income. Many of our students treated as dependents of their family for fair entry purposes, they don't count as part of that group. And they are not being supported financially by their parents in any meaningful way. So they can't access that program. So if a parent's income is above the threshold, the student is disqualified. Even if they are working multiple jobs, paying their own rent, and receiving little to no actual support, the numbers on paper don't match the reality of their bank accounts. At the same time, MRU students who don't have a UPass in spring, summer, even if they're taking classes, part-time students don't ever get a UPass either all year round. So the very students who could benefit from the municipal affordability tools, fair entry discounts, reduced recreation fees, and transit help are often blocked by criteria that were not designed with students in mind. Taken together, housing and fair entry transit access show a pattern of that programs do exist, budgets allocate money, but policies don't fully fit how students actually live. My second ask is for Council to adopt a student-ready city lens in the implementation of this budget. When administration designs or updates policies or programs, they are asked to assess the impact on post-secondary students. Students are explicitly named as a stakeholder group alongside other equity-deserving and low-income populations, and student associations are invited into consultation processes early and not just at the end. If Calgary is serious about retaining the majority of its graduates, then students need to be more than an afterthought in its policy frameworks. But right now, most of the tools that we have in the city are designed around a generic low-income household, not around independent young adults who may technically belong to a higher-income household, but live like they're on their own. MRU students are already Calgarians. Most of us stay here. We enrich the city's culture, staff its businesses, and will eventually raise families here. On behalf of over 15,000 MRU students, I'm asking you to create a student housing action stream under Home is Here, adopt the student-ready citizens in housing and community services, redesign affordability programs like fair entry so they actually reach the students they were meant to help. Thank you for your time and for your continued support in making Calgary a place where students can afford to learn, live, and stay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will please stay on the line in case there may be questions from members of council. We'll now move to Mariana. Are you with us?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Thank you. Please take us away. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you and congratulations, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Mariana Mejia Salazar, and I am the Vice President External for the Representation Executive Council at the Students Association of Mount Royal University. And as you just heard from my president coworker, Talabu Hayane, about housing and affordability programs, I want to focus on transit and how the intergovernmental decisions show up in students' lives. For our members, transit is not a luxury, it is the backbone of student life. Students use transit to get to class, labs, part-time or full-time jobs, co-op and practicum placements, volunteer roles, and social and family responsibilities. MRU in particular sits off the LRT network, and our students depend heavily on buses and max routes. When those routes are unreliable, infrequent, or unsafe, the entire structure of a student's day can fall apart. Budget 2026 does invest in transit. It increases service frequency on key routes, it invests in fleet infrastructure, and it uses city reserves to maintain the low-income transit pass for another year. This decision does matter, and we're grateful for them. But there are deeper structural questions that this budget doesn't fully answer. The budget references improved frequency on the busiest routes and substantial investments in vehicle and system maintenance, which is essential. But there is no explicit commitment in this document to treat post-secondary campus access as a strategic objective with clear standards and accountability. For a major student city, that's a missed opportunity. My first ask is that the Council direct administration to embed explicit service standards for post-secondary campuses into route ahead and related implementation plans. This would include setting maximum wait time and reliability targets for our routes serving MRU, State, and the University of Calgary, ensuring strong evening and weekend service levels so students can safely attend labs, athletics, performance, and late shifts. And lastly, measuring the publicly reporting on how well the system is serving campus corridors over time. Post-secondary campuses are not just another set of stops, they are major economic and social hubs. Treating them as a strategic node is good transit planning and good city building. Students also feel the impact of the budget's approach to public safety and intergovernmental decisions. On the safety side, we've seen investments in day spaces and outreach for vulnerable Calgarians, increased 911 capacity, and adjustments to support policing, including revenue shortfalls linked to provincial restrictions on automated traffic enforcement. These choices are complicated. We know Council is trying to balance safety, fairness, and fiscal responsibility. From a student perspective, though, it's clear that municipal resources are often used to patch gaps created by other governments, whether that's lost fine revenue, limited provincial transit funding, or underinvestment in housing. When municipal reserves are constantly used to backfill those gaps, there's less room to invest proactively in student-focused initiatives, like safer nighttime transit around campuses. My second ask is that the Council recognize the Students Association, like SAMRU, which is part of the Calgary Students Alliance, as formal partners in your intergovernmental advocacy on housing, transit, and safety. In practice, this means when the city advocates to the province for better transit and housing funding, it does so with student voices at the table. When you make the case for more sustainable funding models, you can point to real student stories and data that we can help provide with. And we can coordinate our provincial and federal advocacy so we're pulling in the same direction rather than working in silos. We don't want Calgary to carry the load alone. We want to work with you to push higher orders of government to fund these systems properly so your reserves can be used for strategic investments and not just emergency backfills.
So to close, I want to emphasize that our interests are aligned. You want a city that can attract and retain young people, and our members want to build their lives here, to work and raise families and give back to this community. Budget 2026 moves transit in the right direction, but to truly support students, we need three things. One, a stable multi-year model for low-income transit paths supported by the province. Two, campus access embedded as a strategic objective with clear service standards. And three, a commitment to treat students' associations as partners in intergovernmental advocacy, not just stakeholders to consult. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stay on the line. We'll move now to Shannon Dorr.
I believe I have some slides as well.
Excellent. We'll cue that up for you.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, while we're getting loaded here, maybe I'll introduce myself. First of all, hello, Mayor Farkas and members of council. Nice to see you, administration and guests. My name is Shannon Dorman. I have the privilege of being the CEO at YMCA Calgary, and I'm excited to talk to you today about Game Plan and the value of investing in Game Plan, which sets ambitious goals and will change the game by thinking differently about recreation. We've been long partners with Game Plan and have an exciting opportunity to share with you through our shared goals, which includes a proposed YMCA and library in the West District. Next slide, please. We care about Game Plan because we care about Calgarians. As a charity that has delivered recreation and social programs for nearly 125 years, we see every day how public investment in recreation makes Calgary a great place to live and to make a life. Next slide, please. If you're not yet familiar with the YMCA, we operate 6 city-owned recreation facilities and deliver experiences across Calgary, reaching hundreds of thousands of Calgarians every year. We're very proud of how we add value for Calgary taxpayers. We do not receive any operating funding from the city. We are responsible for life cycle maintenance and improvements for the facilities we operate. As a charity, we raise philanthropic support to deliver the city's Fair Entry program. In 2024, we provided $5.6 million in financial assistance to more than 15,000 Calgarians. And as a nonprofit, we're able to leverage funding from other orders of government, donors, and sponsors the city may not otherwise be able to access. We value the chance to contribute to Game Plan and see ourselves as your partners in achieving Game Plan goals, both as operators of existing and innovators when it comes to new. Next slide, please. Council investments in recreation make a significant difference in the lives of your constituents. This is so much more than infrastructure. These are critical third spaces that support the health and success of our communities. They're spaces where youth find their first job and develop skills for lifelong success, where older adults stay active and coordinated through fitness and volunteerism, where newcomers find belonging, where kids have fun learning to skate and swim. And importantly, these are places where Calgarians of all ages achieve personal goals and deep connection to community. Next slide, please. Investment in these physical spaces is needed now more than ever. Right now, there simply aren't enough of these spaces to meet our community's needs. And those needs are very clear. Youth physical activity is at an all-time low. Youth unemployment is at the highest it's been in 15 years. Most adults feel socially isolated and lack a sense of community, and affordability pressures are growing. More than 20% of our members and program participants qualify for financial assistance. Next slide, please. The slide shows a handful of the ways the YMCA is responding to community needs, increasing opportunities, reducing barriers, and providing exceptional experiences for Calgarians. One big opportunity is in the West District. The business plan we've shared with you highlights the potential partnership between Truman, the Calgary Public Library, and the YMCA to deliver a 60,000 square foot recreation facility and 9,000 square foot library to meet rapid population growth in West Calgary. By investing in this partner-led project, you can leverage other government, private, and philanthropic investments and make significant progress on Game Plan goals, including adding a new rec center with a swimming pool in proximity to over 102,000 Calgarians, including over 5,300 who will live within walking distance. And we can do this quickly. With support from Council to complete the detailed design and permitting in 2026, we could be shovel-ready by 2027. Next slide, please. When we quantify this, the return is significant. Construction of a new facility will create over $63 million in GDP and more than 500 construction jobs. Once operational, recreation facilities continue to contribute to the economy. Because we're a charity, all revenues are reinvested to support facility maintenance and programming across the city, meaning no additional or capital costs for the city. And for your constituents, that means there's a new rec center closer to home, closer to where they live, work, and play that will help them and their children feel happier and healthier. So I appreciate your time, your ongoing partnership, and your consideration of this opportunity, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dorn. Please stand by as we complete the remainder of the panel. Shane Gaucher. And I'm so sorry for butchering your last name.
No, you didn't. It's fine.
This is the curse of being the chair.
That's fine. I've been called worse. That's all good. Hi, everybody. I feel like I'm at the principal's office, but be gentle with me. I almost need Joy here to hold my hand. It's my first time doing this. But
Well, you're doing great. Thank you for being
thanks.
here.
Yeah, okay, here's my 5 minutes. I'm done. Mayor Farkas and councillors, congratulations to everybody. Very honored and humbled to be here. I'll have to put my glasses on. The drugs, violence, and social disorder we see on the streets are not the root problem. They are symptoms of something deeper: homelessness, trauma, addiction, and people trapped in constant survival mode. We cannot police our way out of this, but we can house our way out of it. The Aboriginal Friendship Centre of Calgary, for Indigenous by Indigenous housing model, is a proven stabilizer that saves the city money, reduces pressure on emergency services, and transforms isolated individuals into a connected, supported community. The hard facts: housing is the city's best investment. All Calgarians are concerned about public safety and fiscal responsibility, and the data shows that non-market housing is one of the most effective tools for both. The Aboriginal Friendship Centre of Calgary's modeling, and supported by new provincial research, shows that unhoused individuals cost the public system about $55,000 per year, and that's a conservative figure. Once housed with supports, those costs drop to roughly about $21,000, and we have data that goes as low as $13,000, resulting in a massive savings, an annual savings per person through reduced use of police, emergency services, hospitals, and the justice system. Housing is the foundation that makes every other intervention possible: addiction treatment, mental health supports, employment, training, long-term independence, supports for our Indigenous relatives who are experiencing impacted by transgenerational trauma. Proof of the concept is really the Aboriginal Friendship Centre's Amuki Tapios. I know how to say it when I'm not up here. Elders Lodge. Our Elders Lodge isn't just a building, it's a best practice model in how housing creates healing and community. From isolation to kinship, residents arrive guarded and feeling alone. Within weeks, they're sharing meals, stories, and responsibilities. Peer-to-peer health. Tenants encourage each other to attend medical appointments, eat, sleep, look after themselves, stay accountable, and maintain recovery. Crisis prevention. This natural community support system reduces 911 calls and emergency interventions, decreasing strain on city services. Housing creates safety, safety creates connection, and connection creates healing. We know the need because we see the need. The Aboriginal Friendship Centre of Calgary works on the front lines every day through our downtown Indigenous hub and our many outreach programs. We support Calgary's most vulnerable, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, whenever we have the capacity and wherever we're needed. And the risk is growing across the entire housing spectrum. Today, nearly 84,600 households in Calgary, almost 1 in 5, spend over 30% of their income on shelter. This means tens of thousands of people are one crisis away from homelessness. The Aboriginal Friendship Centre of Calgary provides the wraparound supports that make housing sustainable and effective. As I mentioned, addiction support, mental health, skills training, cultural connections, food security. We have a status card clinic, and we don't do this alone. We do it with partnership, and I have my colleague here, Joy. So we do this with the Alex. We do this hard work with the DI, Calgary Homeless Foundation, United Way of Calgary, CUPS, In From the Cold, and the list goes on and on. These services do more than support individuals, they stabilize the downtown core, reducing emergency responses and improving public safety. We're also very deeply grateful for the city's leadership through the launch of the Matumi Tapi Akuyi Piyas. This historic $30 million investment signals the city's commitment to Indigenous-led housing solutions and demonstrates that when government and community work together, transformative change is possible. The Indigenous Housing Office has been an exceptional and collaborative partner for us and for many people in advancing this work. Particularly the Chief Housing Officer, Reed Hendry's been great, and Sam and Karen from the Indigenous Housing Office. They ask in an invitation to make the Home is Here strategy successful. I, on behalf of the community, the Aboriginal Friendship Centre of Calgary Board, volunteer, elders, staff humbly ask Council to dedicate capital for Indigenous-led housing projects in the 2026 budget, building on the momentum we've already created. Number two, recognize that...
Thank you, Mr. Gaucher. Unfortunately, your time is
up.
up.
Is it up?
But I'm
Can
sure...
I have Joyce?
But I'm
No, that's it. I'm done.
Depends if she'll give it to you, but I'm sure
I'm
a member
joking.
of council
I'm
will ask you to be able to conclude your statement. So please stand
I'm great. Thank you.
by.
Thanks so much.
We will go now to Mr. Hannes Kovac.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas. Congratulations to the new councillors and congratulations to the ones that got re-elected. My name is Hannes Kovac. I'm the president and CEO of Opus Corporation, and I'm speaking on behalf of multiple organizations this afternoon. I'm the chair of the Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee, and I'm also a member of the Real Estate and Business Downtown Safety Collaborative. The first topic I would like to address is the downtown conversion program. I speak in support of the administration proposed amendment to allocate $40 million in additional funding. I have a slide up, and I'd like to draw your attention to some of the key factors that made this project and this strategy really successful. The most important one is the direct investment attraction of $4 by each dollar invested by the city, never mind the 7-to-1 economic impact benefit for the city. Number two, speed and safety. Speed in form of converting existing buildings, and safety in form of the city contributing or paying out its dollars after a successful applicant has injected their equity, secured the financing, constructed and built the conversion, and actually obtained an occupancy permit. And thirdly, a multiple of knock-on effects. There will be almost 4,200 residents attracted in form of 2,628 new units being contemplated, of which 17 or 18% or a number of over 440 will actually be affordable. More eyeballs means vibrancy, and a vibrant downtown is good for all of Calgary. The affordability I just addressed with the 441 units, and finally environmental positive impact. Retrofitting old buildings to the latest and greatest national energy building code will significantly reduce the carbon footprint of these buildings, and no energy-intense manufacturing processes for new concrete or steel and other materials is required. As a result, this program has taken about 230,000 vehicles off the road every year, or an equivalent of 100,000 tons of CO2 emissions that have been avoided. And finally, 360,000 tons of demolition waste. Number two, I'd like to speak to safety. And for those of you that are not familiar with who the Real Estate Business Downtown Safety Collaborative is, the Building Owners and Managers Association, the Calgary Downtown Association, the Calgary Chamber of Commerce, Calgary Economic Development, Calgary Municipal Land Corporation, Calgary Police Service, NAOP, Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee, Tourism Calgary, and the City of Calgary. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We recommend the 3 top day one initiatives, which would all be funded by the reallocation of funds as proposed by administration, and I support and we support that as well. And finally, I would like to address housing, and I'm speaking as part of the Housing Collaborative, which is a panel set up by the City of Calgary together with RESAC. Housing strategy was approved in 2023, and housing ranks consistently in the top 3 priorities of all Calgarians. It is a 6-year strategy for the 2024 to 23 time horizon. And while we've been able to be successful, we need to do more. The first 5 non-market land sales will have created about 387 units. If we want to get to the stated goal of the housing strategy, which was 3,000 additional non-market units, we need to do 8 times as much. Obviously, the program has had a positive impact, but we need to do more, and housing is also extremely important if we wanted to address safety, because if we just police and enforce and people have no place to go, we just create a revolving door. And those are the 3 points that I'm supporting today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kovac. And to round off the panel, we have Ms. Joy Bonera. And it's not even our first time meeting each other. So.
You sat on my board and you couldn't say my name right, Councillor Mayor Farkas. Wow.
It's a firing offense, I think.
Noted, noted. So good afternoon, Mayor Farkas. Nice to see you in that chair, and councillors, congratulations. So my name is Joy Bonaire, and I'm the CEO of the Alex Community Health Centre. However, I come here today wearing a few other hats, because I'm also the chair of the city's Social Wellbeing Advisory Committee, and I'm also a member of the FCSS Forum, so I'll see a few of you others later on. So on behalf of all these groups, I would like to thank Council for your leadership in investing and advancing programs that support Calgary's well-being. The thoughtful work reflected in the proposed 2026 municipal budget, as well as Council's efforts to balance affordability, safety, and social supports in a period of significant need is to be commended. Many of you ran and campaigned on making Calgary a better place for all. To do this, we must make sustained commitments to building social, economic, and environmental programs and services. Our neighbours are struggling with affordability. For many, it is a crisis. Increases to basic needs such as rent, groceries, insurance, and recreation, Shannon, are making people have to make difficult decisions between rent or food and medication. A recent study by the U of C in collaboration with the Calgary Food Bank and the Homeless Foundation highlights the intersection of housing insecurity, food insecurity, and declining mental health. These challenges disproportionately impact equity-denied groups, including Indigenous and racialized peoples. My dear colleague Shane spoke to that. Newcomers, persons with disabilities, and gender-diverse individuals. If we want to reduce homelessness, social disorder, and address public safety, we need to invest in programs and services that both support and address the root causes of these issues. In fact, we need more support to meet the need and scale of the affordability crisis. Delaying action will not only lead to more costly interventions in health and justice systems, but will also erode Calgarians' sense of safety, inclusion, and care for one another. As Canada's fastest growing major city, Calgary welcomes approximately 260 new residents every day. The spring 2025 survey showed that Calgarians, 2/3 of them, are concerned about housing accessibility, with nearly 3/4 supporting greater investment in affordable housing for low-income residents. Home is Here is bold, it's necessary, and it's a response to the crisis. To put things in context, from my staff, 90% of our staff members earn less than the income required to afford average market rent. They're in direct competition with the very clients that they serve. We continue to hear troubling stories day in and day out of staff and clients facing steep rent increases and being forced into inaccessible or unsafe units. We must build housing. Continued and stable investments is essential to prevent homelessness, support workforce recruitment, and ensure Calgary remains a city where people can afford to live, work, and contribute. We also must talk about the food insecure households, the highest provincial rate in the country, with food prices rising between 3% and 4% over the past year. The demand for emergency food support continues to grow. At the Alex alone, we receive over 80,000 kilograms of food per year from the food bank to support our clients. Affordable, accessible, and reliable transportation is also critical for civic life. Continued investment in the Calgary Transportation Plan and Route Ahead is critical to expanding a frequent citywide transit network. A strong commitment to the low-income transit pass and the Calgary Transit Access will further reduce barriers for equity-denying Calgarians. And I would be amiss if I didn't mention the mental health and addictions crisis, along with the challenges in accessing services continuing to affect individuals and families across our city. We urge Council to continue to advocate to provincial and federal governments for sustainable funding to support critical services needed for Calgarians to address their mental health. Advancing and implementing these strategies and their funding frameworks will foster a healthier, safer, community and can reduce long-term costs associated with other emergency services and interventions. Thank you for the significant steps taken to support vulnerable Calgarians thus far. I encourage you to continue to invest in the programs and services that improve the quality of life for all residents through FCSS funding, community safety investment funding, and the Connect the Dots funding. At the Alex, we're happy to partner with the City of Calgary and will continue to strive for a city that ensures everybody has safe, healthy, and inclusive community. Thank you on behalf for your leadership, and thank you for providing input today.
Thank you so much for being here. We will jump into questions from members of council for this panel, starting with Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. I'll start with Ms. Dorham. You made reference to a new facility on the west side.
Yep.
What do you need from this council to allow that to move forward?
That's a great question. Thank you. I think at this point we're talking about shovel-ready funding. So one of the opportunities we have here is to leverage provincial and federal funding in addition to city funding. So the discussion that's before you is for the shovel-ready portion, which is approximately $3 million. We would love to partner with the city on this facility. Probably more conversations to be had with administration on exactly how that looks, but I think, if I may, Councillor Chabot, the benefit of this opportunity is leveraging other orders of government, leveraging philanthropic support, and leveraging private sector support as well.
You don't have to convince me. I was on council when I told the community association when they were looking at building a facility up in Saddletown that they should go big or go home, and hence now we have the Genesis Center.
That's right.
Anyways, appreciate that. There may be some additional asks in the future beyond the $3 million. Is that kind of what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so we have Class D design work done to this point that would indicate a facility that's about 70,000 square feet will cost about $120 million. That's Class D. And we believe that we can bring to the table between the sources that I mentioned maybe as much as 20%, with the remaining to be divided between 3 orders of government. So that's somewhere between 26 and 29%, if my math is correct.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I had for you. Mr. Kovac or Kovacs, I'm sorry, Hannes, I've called you both, so I'm not sure how you prefer to be addressed. But
Kovac, you're doing great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So you made reference to the downtown office conversion and how successful it's been, and you referred to the 7-to-1 ratio. Now, 7-to-1, you're talking about private sector investment versus city investment?
No, that's the 4-to-1 ratio, the direct investment for each dollar that the city offers in grant. Historically, based on the projects that have been completed, the applicant puts in $4. The 7-to-1 is the economic impact. That includes job creation, employment, and consultant like engineers, structural, mechanical, etc., to get the project going.
Okay. So here's what's challenging for me to try and convince Calgarians that I should continue to support this program. And it's on the basis of that a non-residential property generates about 5 times as much revenue for the same assessed value that a residential property generates. So when you convert a non-residential to a residential property, you have to increase its assessed value by 5 times just to hit revenue neutral. So the question then becomes for me, to help to quantify all of this to my residents, is how much additional tax revenue is generated, and will that ever pay down the $200 million that we've invested?
Yes, so I think I followed the argument. I think where there is maybe a mistake in the logic is that an empty office building isn't worth anything. And the devaluation of the empty office buildings is what ultimately caused the duplication of property tax outside of the downtown core. So the city of Calgary had a unprecedented early start in high vacancy rates that was caused by the oil price collapse in 2014. And then it was compounded by COVID. So during that period of time, there was about $3.5 billion in assessment base lost in the downtown. So the comparison of an occupied...
Sorry, just to be clear,
Talking about return on investment in property tax dollars.
The city did not lose a penny during that transition.
The city lost property tax revenue dollars in the downtown.
But they did not lose any dollars on its bottom line. That tax burden was shifted elsewhere, but the city never lost a penny.
Correct. The tax burden was shifted outside of the downtown, and I think we all recall people protesting in front of City Hall because the property taxes have doubled outside the downtown. I think if you look at the actual return on investment, since the program started in 2022, because it was approved in 2021, there was an additional $1.8 billion in tax base created in the downtown compared to 2022 assessment base. That is your return on investment. Those numbers come from the assessment department, by the way.
I'll go over those numbers again. If it's new tax revenue, if it's new residential tax revenue versus foregone non-residential, what I'm looking for is the delta between the two. So we lost tax revenue from the non-res side, but we gained tax revenue on the res side. What I'm looking for is that delta.
$1.8 billion.
I don't think that's correct.
Yes, between January 1, 2021 to the end of 2025 with data collected based on 24 and prorated for 25, and your assessment department will be able to provide you the breakouts.
I will. Yeah, I'll get that.
That's where we have the numbers from.
It's new residential tax revenue, no question about it.
Not all projects were converted to residential. There is a number of hotels. So a conversion from an empty office building to a fully operating hotel
taxable at a non-res rate, yes.
Yeah, so like the conversion program is not just for residential. It is for whatever the applicant decides to do. We have obviously...
Post-secondary is another option.
Correct, and that is also a benefit.
Anyways, don't get me wrong. I see the value in it. It's how do I then pass that on to my constituents who are typically residential folks?
Yeah, my answer would be this is not the city, on the quotation marks, giving money away. It's an economic stimulus program, 4-to-1 or 7-to-1. That's all people have to know about. Plus, the revenue dollars on the property tax side, they stay around every year. So I think for me, that's a no-brainer, but then that's why I'm speaking on behalf of it, and you and I not necessarily have to agree.
Well, if everyone that I knew had as much money as you did, they would all support it. Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. We'll move to other members of council for this panel. Councillor Pantazopoulos, please.
Thank you so much. To the group that was on the phone from the Mount Royal University, Ms. Hayana, question about your student housing stream committee. I'm a big advocate and fan of best practices and learning from something that's already worked. Do you have any precedents out there, communities that have had this sort of process, that have really focused on student housing? Any learnings we can have and the council can take away and really learn from what's been done and the successes and the failures as well? Thank you.
For sure. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, I actually just got back from a week of federal advocacy in Ottawa, and I was with my colleagues from out east and from Winnipeg, where they have had success in where in those provinces, in those areas, they were able to build cooperative student housing and many different diverse housing projects for students. I'm happy to provide more details to your office at a later date to kind of give you more examples and more thorough details on that. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd really appreciate that, and then I can forward it off to the rest of council. Thank you so much.
For sure. Absolutely.
And then Mr. Kovac. Thanks so much again for presenting, giving that perspective. Just speak a bit about the 40 million. How critical, when you make an investment decision, is that 40 million going to be going into 2026? I guess ask another way, would those projects be built if that $40 million was not provided in its current grant form?
Well, the projects that we have 21 projects now, and all 21 cannot be funded unless the $40 million is reallocated as proposed by administration. So you would conclude that those projects would not be able to get built because there's no funding available to them.
So the economics are pretty skinny in that a few $1 million per project is the difference between a go and no-go FID for your investors, for an example.
Well, I can't speak to the one specific application, and because we are not involved with the applicant, I think it is more that the program was designed as a 10-year strategy from the outset, and we've done some analysis. If I may ask City Clerk to put up the first slide again. So if we don't do anything else and we stop the program today with the 6 completed projects, our vacancy will remain. That's the middle line. So the blue line is the property tax line, or the assessment pays an increase, and the various orange lines in different shades are at the bottom where we end up after 10 years if we continue. The dotted line where we would end up if we stop now, and then if we had taken no action, I don't know how well you can see that, our vacancy would actually be at around 39% in the end of 2031. I
guess I'm asking, can I have my cake and eat it too? What I mean by that is early on we had the gentleman from the Small Business Federation that said $1 of tax reduction would result in extra jobs, et cetera, and that multiplication factor would be similar. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is if the $40 million went away, would the $280 million of economic activity still occur? Would it just take a little bit longer? And as we look to sort of redeploy that, given the current market, I'm not in touch with the development space, and I just love your professional judgment, whether it's just a matter of time before those buildings, for example, the value of the building would deteriorate to such that the economics support that. Because the simplest way, if you buy a building for 10 and it goes to 0, you've now made up 10 million. I'd love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so no, I think those projects would just not happen. So there would be no stimulus. Again, there's 2 ways to look at it. One is the direct investment, $40 million out, $160 million in private investment or applicant investment. And then the economic stimulus impact of 7-1, which also would not happen. So those would both be lost as a benefit to the City of Calgary.
Your thoughts on differentiating that versus a grant? So for example, things like tax abatement or a loan guarantee, or possibly the city taking an equity component in those developments. The capital will still flow to the developers and de-risk the project. Do you think that would be sufficient enough, or does it have to be a grant to prevent that development? Just think outside the box, that 40 million straight check versus a loan guarantee, which costs us nothing. It puts our balance sheet at risk, but allows you as a developer. So love your thoughts if that's something else we could do.
We spend a significant amount of time to determine the right number. As you know, there's different programs for different types of applicants. Office to residential is at $75. Then for post-secondary, it's at $50. For daycare and art uses, it's for $25. So we analyzed the numbers, and the first round of applications was paused after 9 projects, and the city administration spent almost a year reevaluating all the terms of reference. And so the numbers are based on the economic reality that the applicants face. I would conclude from that research and that analysis that the current numbers and the dollars proposed for the different conversion applicants is appropriate to actually secure the investment.
So, for example, a loan guarantee would not be sufficient compared to a straight grant?
No, because what's the value of a loan guarantee? It just makes it easy for you to get the money. But if you look at $50 or $75 versus a loan guarantee, that we're the number 1 most successful jurisdiction in North America with conversions for a reason.
No. And lastly, just picking up that the gentleman from the CFIB spoke about how critical small business is to Calgary. And when I looked online the projects are generally driven by larger entities, and I recognize that to have the balance sheet. So it's not really small business, if you will. Maybe can you just speak to that? Are there ways to allow small proponents to build up the small business base, or is it just really the large companies that have the $100 million balance sheets? Just a way, is there opportunities? Have you explored that to allow partnerships or syndication opportunities?
I think from an applicant perspective, those are obviously all companies that own existing assets in the downtown or that acquired assets. With respect to small business and small business support, I can just share a story with you. It was a couple that had a bakery slash donut shop going out of their home, and they were looking for a location. And they ended up finding a home in one of the converted buildings on the main floor because there is a requirement for vibrancy and retail on the main floor. And that landlord that converted an office building was able, because of the conversion program, to offer the space at a very low rate, competitive rate, that looked everywhere and ended up in the downtown. So that's an example where a small business can benefit. I'm not aware of any small business owners having gotten together to acquire together a existing downtown asset.
Yeah, I was just thinking, is there an opportunity using that $40 million grant? But no, I appreciate, I think the answer is no, it's generally large entities that have it, and just given the nature of it. Thank you so much for your advocacy, and I appreciate it. Thank you. And then just finally, Ms. Dorham, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for presenting and your advocacy work for game plan, the strategy, and really your presentation speaking about partnerships. And that's something that's very near and dear to my heart, and I think a lot of my council colleagues, particularly when we talk about recreation. We've had other folks talk about swimming and cricket and all this morning and how critical it is to partner and get things done. Maybe just speak a little bit more why partnering with the YMCA is an example versus a city go-it-alone sort of strategy, and how you think that really benefits the city and, more importantly, Calgarians.
Yeah, my pleasure. Well, the YMCA and the city have had a nearly 100-year partnership in terms of the YMCA's ability to operate city-owned infrastructure, and that is something to be celebrated. I think over time, administration and council have made very good decisions on the best use of dollars. The YMCA is very proud to operate without any city subsidy and without any city capital inputs, which means that we have to set fees and provide subsidy, raise dollars, and leverage volunteerism in a way that means that we are self-sustaining. And I think that's one of the greatest successes of our partnership, is that we are part of the city-owned delivery system, delivering for Calgarians every year. And we do that through our ability as a charity to raise philanthropic dollars and leverage community contributions through volunteerism. So we are one part of the ecosystem, and there's a place for everybody at that table. But because we are, in essence, self-sufficient, I think this is a really great case, and a case to be celebrated of that type of partnership.
Perfect. And I personally love when organizations, not-for-profit or for-profit, bring solutions that aren't just please fund. You know, your conversation spoke with other orders of government as well as private contributions. I know there's a letter from developer and support and contributing land, so all that sort of works. And I think what differentiates Calgary as a city versus just please give me more, it's actually partner there. Maybe just speak to the West District specifically and how that fits into what you believe filling the gap for Calgary recreation, and why the Y sort of identified this as something that's mission critical.
Absolutely. Well, we know that game plan is a solution to pressures all over the city for recreation needs. And one of the beautiful things about this opportunity is it serves the need, yes, in the west part of the city, but as the YMCA, we actually redeploy resources within our own suite of city-owned recreation facilities to support communities that maybe don't have the same opportunities. So that net benefit is, yes, in the west part of the city, absolutely, for the 102,000 people that live there, but also for the rest of the city. So one of the reasons we don't receive any city subsidy is that we have some facilities that operate with a decent margin and some that actually require some subsidy. So we self-subsidize that. So in a way, adding another healthy facility into the system also allows us to distribute that across our ecosystem as well. So net benefit to the west, but also net benefit across the whole system.
Love the location that you've chosen, because with the ring road, you know, my boys play hockey, and now all of a sudden Seton is actually quite closer than some of the rinks that used to, just because of that, and Rocky Ridge and things of the sort. Maybe picking up that partnership about the library, and that's something that really struck me about the project. Tell me why it's so critical to have a recreation facility and a library partnering together? And is it based on Seton and the success, and why do you think you can replicate that success in a smaller scale relative to Seton or other facilities where you partner with library as an example?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we see these centers and the many that have been well designed by the city as hubs of community, and that means that you might come there not just for your swimming lessons, but you might be there to renew books or to participate in a library program or in one of the social programs that the Library of the Y operates. So we partner in 5 of our 6 locations, and that partnership also has a very long history, and so we're very proud to be a partner of the library and know that the two organizations work very, very well together to meet community need and social need together. Absolutely.
Perfect. And finally, maybe just speak to sort of the ongoing funding model. We had folks come and present, and 50 years after something is shiny and new, we have to replace it, and of course, we have to come back. I think the gentleman talked about the pools being 50 years old as an example in a prior. So maybe just speak to that sort of funding model and what differentiates when the Y owned and how that's not in 50 years. Our grandchildren are not going to present to a council saying, please, can we have some funding for X, Y, or Z? If you could just expand on that, funding model that you have at the Y. Thank you.
Sure, and for the benefit of everyone in the room here today, the current agreements that we have with the City of Calgary stipulate that we are required to reinvest in the capital. So the city builds, constructs the facility, turns it over to the YMCA operates it, and cares for the long-term life cycle. So we have a 25-year development plan for our organization. Every facility in our care has a a building assessment plan every 5 years. So we know exactly when those capital needs are at their highest. And so we can plan our future resources accordingly. So we know 25 years from now when the roof at Shane Holmes or at Brookfield, which is in Seton, is going to require that. So we plan now for 25 years from now, and we know based on those plans when those big obligations are going to come up. So we're essentially planning for that. The other ability that we have is to raise money through philanthropic contributions, through sponsorship. And we can run capital campaigns as we need to, and we have. We just finished a capital campaign for Camp Chief Hector, raising just a little bit shy of $16 million for that facility. So we have the ability to raise capital funds through that mechanism as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Atkinson for this panel.
Ms. Dorham, sorry, just before you take off there. I believe in game plan. I believe we need recreation across the city, but I'm having a really hard time when we've seen so many closures of inner city facilities, both city-owned. We've got our Beltline pool closing down, or closed down, the Inglewood pool closing down. We've got partner organizations like Vacova just closed down their facility up in the northwest, and we saw the closure of the downtown Eau Claire site with the YMCA. So I'm just having a hard time with wrapping my head around investing in furthering these sorts of expansions on the edges of the city while we're not investing on the people and the growth in people that we're seeing in the inner city. And I'm wondering if you can write my head on that.
Well, as council would be aware, we did close the Eau Claire YMCA just after the pandemic, and that was a decision that was years coming actually prior to the pandemic, and part of that was actually demand. So we as a charity also operate like a business. We have an obligation to run a good operation and to invest in the future. Downtown had fundamentally changed, and I think that's why we're seeing a shift. It certainly was one of the precipitating factors for us. We know on the periphery of the city there is significant growth. And I would also add that this opportunity is so compelling because we have the opportunity of land, and that is going to be one of our most treasured resources, as you all know, in an opportunity. And so because of the availability of land and the growth in this part of the city, when we put those two things together with private partnership, we see a really compelling opportunity. But you're absolutely right, there are pressures all over the city. And that is part of the difficult decisions we'll have to make on how we fund game plan and where we fund and where we prioritize. But I would say one of the reasons I like this opportunity is if the city wants to participate, that means approximately 30 cents on the dollar versus 100 cents on the dollar for a city-built, city-run facility. So that means game plan dollars can actually stretch further. So that would be one way to think about this, but I certainly hear you, there's pressures everywhere.
Yeah, and I guess how do you balance that sort of, yes, dollars for dollar, sure, but also equity of need across the city and making sure that we're investing in the places and the people across the city. And it doesn't just come down to just a straight like business proposition. There's an element to access to rec facilities that also needs to be taken into account.
Yeah, I actually might suggest that's a great question for administration in the thought formulation around game plan. I know there's been significant thought around where those priority sites are and why. Based on population growth, based on access to amenities at this current moment in time, and a number of other factors like equity. So I know that those things have been contemplated absolutely in game plan.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll speak with Shane if I could. Yeah.
Can I bring Joy up? No.
As I was sort of like preparing and running and diving into stats around poverty across the city, like the stats around Indigenous poverty in particular, it's such a huge proportion of our most vulnerable folks are Indigenous, especially when you compare that to the Indigenous population. Can you speak to some of the challenges that are specific to the Indigenous population and what the ways in which the city can be helping to sort of maybe at least make that ratio a little more in line with the numbers that are within the population?
Sure. Do I have 5 minutes or long? No, I'm just kidding. Well, racism for sure. A lot of our community members, they're experiencing racism, looking for housing. So when they're looking for a place to rent, it's available until they go, and then the owner and landlord, for whatever reason, declines, to rent it to them. So also, as I mentioned before, transgenerational trauma. So when you look at the impact of that, the federal policies like residential schools, day schools. So that's transgenerational. Like it's folks who went to the residential schools, but it's also their children, right? They didn't learn parenting skills. They didn't learn those other skills, right? That you need to be successful in life, right? So, and mental health. There's just a lot of barriers, and I think feeling like moving off reserve or off settlement, moving to the urban city, needing to feel safe. You need that safe space, and that's what I was talking about, the Elders Lodge, where it's one of a kind. You have elders there. I invite anybody here to visit if you haven't. Katie has. And you meet the residents there, and it's a community, folks who were homeless, who had addictions, who had challenges, right? So they're now at the Elders Lodge, but that's 12, let's say one-bedroom units, right? So we need, in terms of what the city could do, is I think working alongside partners, key Indigenous-led partners, agencies, and working collaboratively, meaningfully, like together, and looking at how we can address and support the community in short term, but also long term, because I think healing, you need a safe space for healing. You need to feel vulnerable, and it takes time. So I think with the city, and you're right, a lot of folks say it's just not all about dollars. It's about actually being a true partner. And I mentioned some of our true partners that walk alongside us and kind of have that dialogue. And I welcome all the counselors here and Mayor Farkas to come visit our Elders Drop-In Center. We have an Elders Lodge. We have the only Indigenous the warming center. So the city has been a great partner in terms of providing supports, working with us, and providing dollars for programs. We have a parenting program honoring the bonds, and that helps Indigenous families, right? Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Yule for this panel.
Hi, do we still have Mariana on the line from MRU?
Hi, yes, I am still here.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on transit with MRU. I know door knocking in Ward 3, we had a lot of MRU students asking me to improve transit to MRU. Do you have any data on like areas of the city that are struggling with transit to the university?
Of course, at this moment right now, I don't have the data off the top of my head, but I can get that information sent to your office as well. But in a recent survey, we did notice that it's not just one particular area of the city that students are having to struggle with accessing reliable transit. It's multiple parts of the city. I myself just live next to a MAX line, the end of the MAX Yellow in the southwest in the Woodbine area, and sometimes it's a 15-minute ride to get to Mount Royal, and sometimes it's a 45-minute ride. It's very dependent on times, which I completely understand, but from my peers as well, I'm hearing that this is an issue from across the city, but I will get that data sent to you.
Yeah, I think just another question would be like, what's the difference between the strategy you're proposing and like increasing frequency on the primary transit network? Is there any difference between that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? It cut off a little bit on my end.
Yeah, when you're proposing your proposal for the route ahead strategy, how would you say it's different than just increasing frequency on the primary transit network?
The proposal here would just acknowledge that students would be part of the route ahead. We just want to make sure that campuses are kind of noticed a little bit more because so many of our population use them. So many of our Calgarians are students, and it's not just necessarily going to be affecting Mount Royal. It's for SAIT, U of C, MRU, all the other colleges that we have here in the city. So that would at least give more voice to students is from our perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kovac, if again, while you're coming, this is a bit of an all-star panel. Like everybody's got questions for this one, so thank you so much. Perhaps you could just with RESAC, could you just, how many members do you have? Who's your membership? Just to give us a little bit of info on that.
RESAC has 30 members. I don't have the exact number, and they are from all sectors of the real estate industry, from brokers to architects to owners to managers to developers, builders.
I appreciate that. The reason I ask is because when I was having a conversation with someone the other day about, hey, I'd love to learn a little bit more about the downtown strategy, asked some questions, they said, well, RESAC is coming and presenting, so here's our opportunity. Am I correct in that you would be the guy that we should ask questions to about the downtown strategy?
Well, in terms of how the program was intended to work, and its success, yes. In terms of specific applications, no, because obviously RESAC has no say or no input, or we don't even know who the applicants are. So there's a very strict separation between the city administration managing, processing, and deciding on who gets awarded with a grant, and us having designed the program.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair, and I'll ask questions of administration when we get there. I'm wondering though, just because like this is a topic that comes up with regular basis in terms of like what value are we getting back from this particular program. Obviously, downtown property values when they dropped a few years back put a massive hole in the city of Calgary's budget, and this is designed to be able to get us back to where we were before. On that note, can you maybe just talk a little bit about the 4-to-1 and the 7-to-1 and how you see those sort of helping getting us back to that point?
Yeah, so the 4-to-1 and 7-to-1 are in addition to the tax base increase. So that, I think that's the most important statement to answer your question. 4-to-1 is, again, the direct investment by the approved applicant, and the dollar that the city puts in is safeguarded and gets put in after the applicant applied for the grant, secured their financing, injected their equity, completed the development and construction, and obtained an occupancy permit. So I think that is probably the safest way the city can invest money, because they get the $4 in first before they put their $1 in. So that's the direct investment component. The 7-to-1 is the entire economic stimulus impact, from job creation and employment to consultants, and then measuring obviously the 4-to-1 still. So that's the total impact.
Thank you for the clarification. I think Councilors Panagopoulos and Chabot answered some of my, or asked some of my other questions related to this, but certainly when I was going around door knocking, one of the comments that we heard the most frequently was, I feel like my property tax is going up and I'm not getting any value for that increase. My understanding is that is correct. It was all about the property tax shift, and the only way to be able to fix that is to fill downtown back up. Do you view this downtown strategy as and the funding here as the primary way to be able to get the property values in downtown back up?
Yes, absolutely. I'm confident that a calibrated vacancy market is the highest and best value for the city of Calgary. And like Councillor Chabot pointed out to me before, the city doesn't take a loss in property tax. You raise $100 no matter where they come from. So if more dollars are raised in the downtown, every Calgarian is a winner, whether they're commercial or a suburban commercial or suburban residential account. So it is a benefit for the entire city if we make the downtown strong again.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Ms. Durham, could I ask a question of you? Good morning. We've heard a lot, I think, from like just about every panel so far about game plan. I think we've had one or two people on every panel so far talk about that. I note in the budget, though, that there doesn't appear to be any capital asks to fund that strategy. I obviously can ask this question of admin when we get there, but my understanding is that they're going to bring forward in our next 4-year budget is where there's going to be a focus on that. I'm interested in your project, though, because it's something that we could do now to make some progress against game plan, and to do that with an established partner that we've worked with for, I think you said, 100+ years, and who has a history of working with the Calgary Public Library as well, which additional library branches is always good from my point of view. I'm curious if we invested the $3 million that you mentioned earlier, can you maybe run through your timeline a little bit for us in terms of like when we would actually see different milestones be hit?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and it's a great one. So we've been at this for the better part of a year alongside the library in Truman, and in that time, if you flip to page 14 of the business case, if you have it with you, we've done a market analysis, so we know the market area, and I think, Councillor Atkinson, to your question, there is significant demand here, even with the proximity of Westside Rec. There is enough to go around, there's enough demand in this part of the city based on the growth. So we've done a conceptual design on the basis of that, so we were able to share that if you'd like. Some financial forecasting, the Class D estimates, and the land use approval, which Truman achieved in the summer. So that's already happened. Shovel readiness, if given the green light, would happen through 2026, which would allow us then to really dig into community engagement and to reach out to our partners in the area, go through the development permit process and building permits, with the hope that we could then confirm funding with the province and the federal government in 2027 and then get started with construction, if that helps.
Yeah, that's great. I really appreciate that, because knowing that it's going to be another year before we have funding for the rest of game plan, it's really attractive to me, I have to say, to be able to get going with a shovel-ready project. Thank you. Ms. Bowman, I have a question for you as well, if you don't mind. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning again, but wow, we're going slow. Okay, sorry. I'll try to make this quick then. Public safety is sort of a top issue that we all heard about as we were going around and knocking on doors. We also hear a lot about sort of that revolving door of the justice system as a tool to be able to manage that public safety. We hear a lot about affordability from homeowners, but I have a feeling the affordability that you're talking about is sort of a magnitude of order difference than that kind of affordability that we're talking about when we were door knocking. Could you maybe speak a little bit more to the importance of affordable housing as a more permanent tool to manage public safety through the Calgarians that your organization works with on a regular basis?
Absolutely, Councillor Kelly, thrilled to discuss that. I think all of the social issues that we speak about, whether that be housing, food, mental health, addictions, the biggest solution to that is housing. So you cannot get well from a health and wellness perspective if you don't have a roof over your head. If you've got an addiction, you can't address your addiction if you are unhoused. It's very challenging. Ask our friends who are running shelters. you've got no place to store your medication. You don't have any place to have privacy if you've got any healthcare issues. So when we're talking about more housing in the city of Calgary will ensure that all of us have better opportunities. So the folks that we serve are at or below the poverty line. We receive funding from all 3 levels of government, including the city of Calgary, as well as very generous donors. We get over $5 million in philanthropic dollars, but it's not towards housing. Every night we house 387 people, of which 40% of them are Indigenous, in various types of housing buildings and housing units, all supported through either Government of Canada or the Government of Alberta. When our staff are looking to find affordable, accessible, safe housing for the folks that we serve, a lot of racism exists, a lot of folks who have mobility issues have difficulty finding cheaper rents, because some place with cheaper rent typically doesn't have an elevator. They have stairs, and so that right away is a housing unit that would be off the table. So when we talk about putting more housing stock in the city of Calgary, it's to benefit all. We heard loud and clear this morning from one of the other panelists from Mount Royal University, the importance of housing. For anybody who's got kids who are either in university or getting close to being in university, they can't move out. They're stuck in your basement. I've got 2 basement dwellers myself. Great kids. One of them actually helps us out of the city, is one of Calgary's water testers. Great kid, but I mean, they can't afford a home. Like when I bought my first home in, okay, I'll date myself, the mid-90s, I got a gorgeous, like, $124,000 for a 3-bedroom house. You can't find that in Arbor Lake. Like, that is just not possible. And so to find a house that you can afford when you're getting out of university is just not possible. And so that's why we need a plethora of different types of housing for all different types of folks, from students to seniors and everybody in between.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer, and I'm noticing that some of the language that you're using there is actually very similar to what I heard in a meeting last week with the police chief as well. Very similar sort of answer to housing being one of those sort of linchpin things, that things don't really get better unless people have places to live.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, my question's for Mr. Kovac, please. And again, I'll try to be quick here. You did mention to Councillor John here that that these projects would not happen without government subsidy at all. Like,
well, I think the proof is in the pudding. Between 2014 and 2021, we had one project happen, and that happened with a massive federal grant that was given to nonprofit conversion. No other conversions happened. In 21, the prior city council approved this strategy, and RFP for applications went out in September, October of 21, and today we have 21 projects. So I think there's your answer. Without the incentive, there wouldn't be not any, but not that amount of conversions.
and were you here in 2021 as a co-chair asking for $45 million for the initial investment on these conversions?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you mention that there'd be $1 billion in return from that initial money?
Yes.
And do you know how much money we've seen in return for that at the time?
$793 million to date. So like I said, the ratio 4-to-1. So that's, you know, the city has almost invested 200 and they've gotten 793 back. So if we keep going for the entire period of time that was contemplated, based on the current calculations, we may exceed the $1 billion target, actually.
Okay, so just to clarify, private business would not put money into these projects without government money?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Schmidt.
Yes, a question for Ms. Hyena, if she's still on the line.
Still here.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation. And I did have a chance to meet with some of you at the reception during the campaign and heard a lot of the stories around housing and transit. I'm curious if you could expand a bit on when you're talking about the housing struggles for Mount Royal students, about which, the struggles around finding housing on campus, but also finding suitable housing that makes coming to campus or surviving in the city manageable for students at Mount Royal.
Yeah, I think for our students, a lot of them either live at home with their parents or they move out once they are done high school. And for those who have to move out when they are done high school, or maybe they are already mature students living on their own with their families or on their own, there are many challenges that they face. On-campus housing is limited, and in the last 2 years, housing on campus has reached its capacity, and there is usually a wait list of at least 40 students every year. With that meaning that campus housing is already limited. There's housing around campus that is available to students, but then that is also limited because it fills up pretty quickly. Sometimes it's expensive. We also live around one of Calgary's really expensive neighborhoods. So, Marda Loop and Lower Mount Royal, anything around that area is very, very expensive for students. So it's not really possible for them to rent over there. Then our students have to expand and go beyond, and maybe live on the outer circuits of the area in Calgary, or, even come and commute from cities neighboring Calgary for them to be able to even afford living and commuting to Calgary. So that puts a lot of pressure on them. So it's also about the availability of landlords who are accommodating to students' financial situations. Some students will not have, enough maybe funds, or maybe they don't have the credit yet built to be able to rent housing. So finding housing for them might not be as easy or as seamless for someone who has already established a credit score, or perhaps has more money into their finances. So there are many factors that factor into how students struggle to find housing, especially at MRU, because we are also limited to the surroundings, while students from other areas or from other cities might not struggle as much as Calgarian students, especially MRU students. They are more local to the city. They are already living here, but for them to continue to live here and afford to live here, we have to think of more creative solutions and actually include them as a stakeholder group in that housing strategy that the city is working on.
Thank you. That was an excellent answer, and definitely appreciate the fact that students have very unique needs within the housing pipeline. So I just want to add that I'd encourage you to reach out to the Ward 8 office so that we can speak further about some of your ideas, because I think there's a good place for them within the housing strategy.
Sounds good. We will do that.
Thank you. And then quickly for Mr. Kovac. Sorry, you're really being peppered here. There's been a lot of focus on the economic outcomes as far as cost benefit for the city, but you also mentioned in your presentation things like the open use drug bylaw, the day spaces and shelters, and issues around public safety downtown, which connect to vibrancy. So if you could perhaps add some brief comments about how yourself and any partner organizations that you work with as far as the downtown strategy is concerned see this type of revitalization as benefiting the business community and the vibrancy of our downtown in general, aside from economic factors, but just as far as creating a downtown where people in Calgary want to come, but where we can also attract people to, say, the new event center and the new hotels that we're seeing. And as one follow-up to that perhaps you can answer as part of that, is the fact that we have built some hotel space, and about what we've heard around the deficit of hotel space in the downtown core as well.
Yes, I hope, Councillor Schmidt, I can remember all of your questions.
Sorry, it was a very long question.
If I forget, please feel free to redirect me. In terms of vibrancy, the concept was really quite simple. More eyeballs at all times of the day present in the downtown will make the downtown safety perception better. It doesn't help with 211 calls or police calls or actual crime stats, but just the fact that there is not only a 9 to 5 bustling downtown. Downtown is employing 50% of all office workers in the city of Calgary, so a disproportionately high proponent of people that are working in offices are working downtown. So this vibrancy idea and the idea to get more people to come into the downtown, it was not just around conversions. The downtown strategy has also meaningful, impactful capital projects in mind that simultaneously with the conversion program were launched and have been funded. And I think we forget often to mention that benefit, because this was not a strategy, well, let's build it and hope they will come. It was well thought out in combination with public amenities and enhancements like the 8th Street pedestrian connectivity from the Beltline all the way down to the river, etc. And I think that is what makes a downtown a vibrant, appealing, inviting, safe environment. My ambitious goal is that when my kids are graduating from university, they come back to Calgary saying, I'm not coming here because there's job opportunity or it's more affordable than other major cities, but because downtown Calgary is cool. Let's just go downtown and see what happens tonight, because there's always going to be something going on, whether it's the new event center or the development around the Arts Commons. And the way to feed those massive investments that the city is doing is by making sure people live within walking distance so that they can just go and enjoy the downtown. And people from out of town will come here and say, let's go to Calgary. There's always something going on. It's a cool city. That is the goal with the vibrancy. I think you talked about hotels. Yes, we in the Tourism Calgary and the Calgary Hotel Association, we're both sitting on the Real Estate and Business Downtown Safety Collaborative, which I'm also part of, will tell you how many more hotel rooms we need. And those conversions were just a really smart way to getting us more hotel rooms faster.
Oh, thank you, and you remembered everything I asked, so I appreciate that. But also just adding to the narrative, I think that we often forget is that the external factors that come in with these types of things. So I think you told that story really well, and the external benefits we see beyond economic and property tax income, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Weines.
Thanks. Don't go. You gotta come back up. Yeah, you're not. I think you're going to be finishing off with.
And with your consent, Council, we'll finish this panel. We only have one more light, so we'll break after this panel's concluded.
Perfect.
Take us away, Councillor.
Earlier in one of your answers, you mentioned it started with the federal funding to conversions. Was that accurate?
Excuse me?
You said in one of your answers, I can't remember which councillor, that it started with a federal.
Yes, so Councillor Johnson asked me why there was no projects happening in the period between 2015 to 2021, and there was actually one project. It was down on 8th Avenue, and that, forget the name now, but it was not funded by the City of Calgary, but they received a CMHC grant for multiple $1 million, and that was the catalyst that jump-started that project.
So do you
it was the Dome Britannia building, Dome Oil, so it was right on 8th Avenue west of the Centennial Parkade.
Do you think if the city would have stayed out of it, that the feds would have continued to provide this incentive?
I have no connections, or I don't know what the federal government's response would be.
Okay, and so in the meantime, the city's kind of filled the gap. We've got $200 million going into this. But is there an exit strategy where the city will not have to provide this? Because if you look at the plan, we're expected to do, if for the next 5 years on a 10-year plan, we're going to need to come up with another $200 million based on the last 5 years of output.
Well, the project is not even 4 years old, and we are ahead of plan. 10-year strategy, 6 million square feet was the target. We are at 3 million square feet eliminated. So I think the benchmark or the KPI to look at would be the increase in assessment base that is actually created. Because it's always difficult, right? Because we look back, like this year we're measuring what happened in 2024 and so on. So I think there will be more visibility if there is an earlier exit possible than the original 10-year contemplated $1 billion.
Okay, and then when we look at this money, it's only when the project is completed. So if a company goes bankrupt or a business goes bankrupt, we maintain it. However, that just leads us to the problem that how do you get the market to start taking over where this incentive isn't there? You can't lend against this. You're already getting independent financing without this money on the table. So why do we need to keep doing this? And when you do get the completion bonuses or businesses are getting it, is it staying actually in the Calgary market or is it covering the losses in the Vancouver, Toronto, or other portfolio losses of the building owners?
No, in simple terms, the program is, show me how many square feet of office space you're eliminating in Calgary, and the funding goes specific to the municipal address of the building identified in the application.
But it goes in their bank account. That's my point. Are you reinvesting it in other stuff?
Well, the applicant's money and the bank's money that funds the applicant goes in first, and then the city money goes in at the end.
Yeah.
So if a project goes bankrupt,
you don't get it.
The city.
But you complete your project, and therefore when you have rental rates coming in, you're already making more money because the rental market is higher than non-res right now, which is why you're getting lower price per square foot. So then therefore, in essence, this project actually allows the building owner to get a completion bonus because they're already making higher profits off of it being a residential property. Does that money now that's increasing your profitability getting reinvested into our city, or are you covering losses?
No, the money stays in the city. And also I think like the applicant doesn't make more profit. The applicant changes the asset type from a commercial asset to a residential asset, or from a commercial asset to a different type of commercial, speak hotel or student post-secondary. So the making profit somewhere else comparison.
Still happens because they're businesses. We've even seen it. One of the companies that got it sold off to U.S. private equity, a part of their portfolio. So after enticing their books, but
well, asset sales are happening not because of the funding program, just because of pension funds deciding that they changed their asset allocation model. So I don't think there's a correlation between the funding program and the grant program and when a company's pension fund sells assets or not. I think the applicant you're referring to, they're a minority owner, like 90% or 80% of their asset is owned by a pension fund. And the decision to sell the asset had nothing to do with receiving a grant or not.
There's also an assumption that we're getting below market housing out of this. And so when you look at the launches and the completions, some of the biggest criticism this council got was we weren't getting below market housing out of it. And in the CMHC terms of these projects, we're paying about $10 million for some of these completion bonuses and getting 30% below market for 10 years. So Calgarians are really struggling with this continued money to not really get a long-term affordability product in the downtown core.
Yeah, I think before you asked me about the exit strategy, there may be the right time to revisit the program and reprioritize available grants to higher than Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation stipulated thresholds with affordability. So that you say, well, unless you have a higher than what is stipulated by the federal government's threshold in affordable component, only then can you get the grant. And that is something that, I would invite you to ask administration to explore.
So wouldn't it be in council's best interest to pause after we spent $200 million, evaluate what worked and what didn't before we put another $40 million in, and just determine the terms that would best get the outcomes this council is being asked to do for affordable housing and downtown conversions before we start handing another $40 million out for what equates to market rate housing?
Well, I mean, if that is your opinion, then I respectfully disagree with you. The housing strategy and its funding and budget allocated to the housing strategy is something that I spoke to earlier that I support, but changing the program that we have right now would make us, in effect, lose out on opportunities that are already knocking on our door to create more housing in the downtown. And each of these buildings, again, has that percentage of affordability included. So I don't think like stifling or prematurely stopping a very successful program, arguably the most successful based on the Washington Post article in North America, to think that, you know, you need to do something else with the dollars. But I mean, if the majority of council makes that decision, it's your money.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. It's citizens' money, by the way, not our money.
Sorry, your budget.
Thank you so much. I will jump in to round off the questions for Ms. Bonaire and Mr. Gaucher. I had the opportunity this morning to have a call with Elder Jackie, and she asked me to ask about the current momentum and partnerships that exist specifically on Indigenous housing. So if you would mind briefly speaking to that.
Absolutely, Mayor Farkas. So Elder Jackie also is one of the elders in residence for the Alex and supports us. So I'll kickstart it off and pass it to my friend Shane. So we have a community health center. People walk through the doors each and every day. We run primary health care services along with housing and food. The number one ask when people come through our door is access to housing. Many of those are Indigenous peoples who are walking through the door who have moved off reserved into an urban city for a better and brighter future. And so the availability of housing is very marginal. I just mentioned in my previous comments that of the 387 people that we house every evening in various housing units, 40% of them identify as Indigenous. My friend Shane can speak to the housing building that him and his team are looking to build.
Thanks, Joy. Thanks, Mayor. So we're shovel ready. We're talking about shovel ready. We have 2 plots of land right now. So one, we have a grant in to build modular homes. So we want to build homes that are cost effective, quick, and that's in Forest Lawn. So we can build housing for students, studio 1 bedrooms, and also like 2 bedrooms. And at Crescent Heights location, we have the ability to have 18 units for Indigenous women with children fleeing violence. So we have a partnership with Ituis and community partners. So as soon as, and that's shovel ready as well. So we're talking about low-hanging fruit, you know, opportunities where we can build meaningful and safe spaces for Indigenous families to get them off the street. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention is I went to Oregon and I went to Vancouver, Washington, visited the recovery cafes. We don't have one. And I talked to a few folks with the province, Minister Wilson and so on, because everything happens in partnership. So I'd love to build a recovery cafe where day space where you can, you know, it's a warming center, but it's also a place, a safe place for community members and folks who are out on the streets to come in. And then you actually learn, you know, responsibilities. People who are in that recovery cafe have to, you know, clean and have to have other responsibilities, and they do sharing circles. So that's another opportunity. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much, both. Before we move for our break, I'm just going to read out a list of names. These names are not going to be called upon immediately, but you will be set for immediately after we come back. So we got Mark Garner, Frano Cavar, Chris Bell, Jan Bloomrad, Jamie Blaney, Frank Fry, B. Martin, Kelly Bailey, Blaine Sellers, Jessica Barisi, Gordon Orr, Andrew Thomas, Paras Kana, Mike Jones. Again, these names I just listed will be the names we'll be getting to right after our break. I did have a request to go instead of the 15 minutes that was agreed to. I had a request to go for 30 minutes. I'm going to compromise out of respect for the audience here that instead we do a 20-minute break. If we have unanimous consent, any opposed, we'll come back at 3:30. Seeing none opposed, we'll be back here at 3:30. All right, welcome back to the 2026 Budget Adjustments Regular Meeting of Council. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor McLean, Councillor Pantazopoulos, Councillor Schmidt, Councillor Tyers, Councillor Ward, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Ewell,
Here.
Councillor Atkinson,
Here.
Councillor Chabot, Councillor Clark, Councillor Dollywall, Councillor Jameson,
Present.
Councillor Johnston,
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Coming back to Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you.
So for those tuning in, we're going through the hearing from the public portion of the Budget Adjustments Week. We've dealt with panels 1 through 4. We're now proceeding with panel 5, and we have a total of about 30 panels to go through. So let's make sure that we continue as efficiently as possible. I'll start with panel 5. I'll start calling some names, and we'll get to about 5 people. So first up, do we have Mark Garner with us? Frano Cavar? Chris Bell? Jan Bloomrad? Jamie Blaney? And were any of the names I called on the phone with us?
Yes, Mayor. Mark Garner.
Thanks, Mark.
Chris Bell is here.
And Chris Bell, you're with us too?
Yes.
Great, thanks so much. We have our panel 5 here. We will start first up with Mark Garner. Mark, you have 5 minutes with us.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Mark Garner. I'm the Executive Director of the Calgary Downtown Association, and we are actively engaged on various committees presenting over the next couple of days, speaking on the importance of downtown safety, housing, infrastructure spending, and improved access through transit. I am here today to speak in strong support of the $40 million funding request from the Downtown Calgary Development Incentive Program in this year's city's budget cycle. As we talk about the future of Calgary, it's important to recognize that Calgary's downtown is the economic engine that supports the entire city. If the growth in downtown slows, then the resulting shortfall in revenue does not disappear, it shifts. And that burden will fall directly on residents and small businesses outside of the downtown who'll be left to make up the gap. The downtown strategy team was built to protect that engine during a structural crisis, and today it's helping to rebuild valuable infrastructure, investments, public spaces that benefit all Calgarians. Pulling funding now puts the entire city at risk of economic and social relapse. We're investing for what the city of Calgary is becoming. With 250 people moving to Calgary per day, we're all well on our way to our 2 millionth resident. Office conversions are one of the fastest and most effective ways to add housing in Calgary. And Calgary has one of the strongest conversion potentials in North America. Walking away now leaves offices empty and the risk of declining property values, further rising vacancies, and a downtown that stalls before we reach the tipping point we've all been working towards. If we step back now, momentum is lost, and restarting will cost far more and take far longer than staying the course today. The Downtown Incentive Program is projected to generate $1.4 billion in economic impact and more than $800 million in private capital coming off the sidelines and into Calgary's core. We're seeing measurable early results. Property taxes increase significantly when these buildings are converted, and those increases are expected to grow as additional projects are completed. This is real. It's stable revenue returning to Calgary's tax base, and it's one of the few tools we have to expand assessment without rising rates. The downtown strategy directly reduces the tax shift pressure on small businesses across the city by restoring and stabilizing downtown property values. This is not a downtown issue. This is a citywide economic safeguard. Adding residential density has proven clear and immediate impacts on retail and local services. More people downtown means more customers, more jobs, and new businesses choosing to invest here. However, this only works if we continue to invest in the downtown's overall infrastructure, sidewalks, lighting, public spaces, and safety. Retailers are already drifting to other parts of the city. Without this investment, this trend will accelerate. We know that more people downtown create safer streets and a more vibrant public realm. But without continuing the support of these programs and infrastructure improvements, put both residential and businesses at risk. Cutting funding now jeopardizes economic momentum, private investment, safety outcomes, tax stability for every Calgarian. On behalf of the businesses we represent, I urge Council to stay the course. This program is essential to building a strong, safe, and economically resilient Calgary for every ward in this city. The CDA looks forward to working with the Mayor, Council, and Administration in the spirit of partnership and collaboration to build this mutual vision we have for Calgary. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. Please stay on the line. Mr. Kavar, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and councillors. My name is Frano Kavar, Director of Public Affairs at the Calgary Construction Association. Formed in 1944, the CCA represents more than 850 companies and 100,000 Calgarians working across the construction and trades ecosystem. On behalf of our President, Bill Black, and our Board of Directors, we introduce ourselves as a committed partner in helping you deliver the priorities Calgarians elected you to pursue. The challenges facing our industry are significant and require collaboration. Calgary's population has grown by more than 250,000 people since 2021. Our office is tracking over $20 billion in commercial and infrastructure projects expected to break ground in the next 3 to 5 years. And yet the labor gap persists with 6,000 construction job vacancies today. My remarks today highlight 4 key areas where partnership in this budget cycle can drive meaningful progress. Labor remains one of the most pressing barriers to building the city Calgarians expect. Today, 1 in 5 job vacancies in Calgary is in construction or construction management, spanning skilled trades, estimators, project managers, technologists, engineers, and safety leaders. Again, 6,000 jobs today. We cannot build more homes, accelerate redevelopment, or maintain essential infrastructure without a workforce capable of delivering it. That's why we continue to advocate for funding for partners like Calgary Economic Development. CED plays a critical role in attracting and retaining talent, and we ask Council to ensure that it has the resources to focus on both sides of our workforce, the trades pipeline and the professional talent essential to executing complex projects. As Council considers this budget, I'd like to highlight an example of what meaningful partnership between the city and construction industry can achieve together. Earlier this year, the City of Calgary invested $283,000 through the Mental Health and Addiction Investment Framework to launch the Tailgate Toolkit program, a first-of-its-kind program addressing the mental health crisis facing construction workers. Tailgate brings mental health education, addiction awareness, and suicide prevention resources directly to workers on job sites, in shops, and at safety meetings. It offers toolbox talks, supervisor training, awareness campaigns, and education and connection programs that dovetail to provincial supports. By meeting workers where they are, the program reduces stigma, equips leaders with practical tools, and helps prevent crises before they occur. Last week, the CCA further launched a partnership with Adversity to launch a dedicated app that further brings support information to people at their fingertips, whether it be at home or at work. As the largest purchaser of construction services in Calgary, the city plays a powerful role in shaping the conditions of the workforce that builds this city. In an industry where men are 5 times more likely to die by suicide, programs like Tailgate save lives and strengthen the foundation of Calgary's construction community. As of today, our dedicated toolkit manager has held and reached over 3,000 participants, and over 6,000 addiction, pain management, and recovery resource brochures have been administered. 93% of respondents have felt they know more about mental health and addiction, and 90% have a better idea where they need to go if they need help. This morning, we received word that our application for funding for year 2 of this program had been approved. And to that end, we thank our partners at City Administration, specifically Stephanie Undershoot, Marcello Castronovo, Robbie Wright, Michael Thompson, and Ryan Vanderputten, and anyone I may have missed, for believing in the impact and the success of this program and recognizing the importance of mental well-being in our construction industry. But back to this budget. Calgary's municipal infrastructure deficit now exceeds $7 billion, reflecting an aging recreational facilities, deferred water and wastewater maintenance, and mounting pressures on roads, mobility networks, and civic assets. The 2024 water main failure brings us a stark example of what happens when the issue isn't addressed. We urge Council to examine how surpluses and reserves are deployed. Strategic disciplined use of these dollars can reduce long-term risk, improve resilience, and begin addressing the deferred infrastructure that underpins housing, industry options, and essential services. Other cities, including Edmonton, use dedicated infrastructure renewal funds to provide stable, predictable investments in aging assets. Instead of forcing renewal to compete with new capital projects or political budget cycles, these funds ensure long-term planning and protect residents from sudden tax spikes or emergency spending. Calgary should consider a similar approach. Finally, placemaking and city building shape how Calgarians live every day. Projects like the Green Line and the Event Center show what a long view of leadership can achieve. We call for renewed collaboration with the province to advance the long-awaited Fieldhouse, for example, a generational investment in health and recreation. And as Calgary diversifies, the Prairie Economic Gateway inland port concept offers billions in economic activity and
Thank you,
thousands
Mr.
of jobs.
Kavar. You're just at time, but I'm sure that there will be a member of council who can allow you to be able to follow up.
Certainly, thank you.
We'll go now to Chris Bell.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. As mentioned, I'm Chris, and I am with Norfolk Housing Association. We are a nonprofit housing provider located in Hillhurst Sunnyside, and we are also a proud Enough for All champion. I'm here today to speak in favor of Calgary's housing strategy and the budget commitments needed to implement it. But first, a bit about Norfolk for context. We were founded in 1980 by our local community association to provide affordable homes for low and moderate income Calgarians. About half of our residents pay rent geared to income, which is of course about 30% of their pre-tax income, and that's made possible by the other half of residents who pay near market rents. Our mixed income model means we are financially self-sustaining and do not rely on government funding for our operations. At Norfolk, we also work hard to prevent homelessness in the first place and ultimately the cost that it imposes on our public systems. When residents' incomes change, they can move into or out of our RGI program without having to leave their unit, of course, subject to income verification and availability. We also encourage natural supports and self-help among our residents through community building and wellness programming. And in our recent survey, for example, 75% of our residents said that they knew at least one person in their building well enough to ask for a favor. And we find that those relationships are really, really key to preventing homelessness in the first place. I'll focus my comments on three things: why we need a housing strategy, why Calgary's housing strategy is fantastic, and why Calgary's non-market housing providers need sustained capital investment from the city. And also, if I have time, I'll touch briefly on the blanket rezoning repeal. So first off, the need for the housing strategy. As we know, our population is growing, and it's growing fast. We're expected to hit 2 million Calgarians much sooner than expected. And thankfully, about 80% of Calgarians can meet their housing needs through the market, and that is very likely that will continue to be true. And the housing strategy recognizes this. A huge part of the strategy is about enabling building by our private sector partners to ensure that Calgary has a competitive housing system and that Calgarians can continue to afford to meet most of their housing needs through again, the private market. Calgary is leading the country in new market home building, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to streamline approvals. But I'll focus mainly the rest of my comments on the remaining 20% of Calgarians who have consistently over the past 30 years been in need of non-market housing. Though about 20% of Calgarians, again, do need that non-market affordable housing, only 3% of Calgary's overall housing stock is non-market housing that's able to support them. And you might be wondering, who is this 20% of Calgarians? These are low-income households who are paying more than 30% of their income on shelter, according to census data. And these are also single-parent families, low-income seniors, people with disabilities, student newcomers, and many others. We also need the housing strategy because we're, of course, in an ongoing public safety crisis on transit and in our downtown specifically. And as we know, this crisis is rooted in homelessness, mental health concerns, and addiction, and overburdened and under-resourced public systems. The ultimate solution to these crises is affordable housing with support services, and we also do need to invest in preventative community-based housing models like what Norfolk provides. And this brings me to why the housing strategy is so great at meeting the needs that I just outlined. Housing is a system, and there's no silver bullet for the housing crisis we find ourselves in. No single action will fix the problems we're seeing. And in order to meet the growing need for both market and non-market housing, we need a comprehensive plan implemented consistently over many years with sufficient resources. The housing strategy with its 98 actions is that comprehensive plan. In Budget 2026, administration is asking for the operating resources required to fully implement the housing strategy. I strongly support this, and I encourage Council to support this budget ask as well. Finally, why we need municipal capital dollars. Most government non-market housing grants require matching amounts to attract money from other funders, specifically other orders of government. Thus, it is essential for the city to continue to provide grants like the Housing Capital Initiative. Without programs like the HCI program, non-market housing projects in Calgary will stall, and we will continuing to see a worsening of the need and the various crises that I have outlined previously. And now I think I have a bit of time to talk about quickly the blanket rezoning repeal. Calgarians have made it clear that the status quo can't continue, and I think that Council has heard that loud and clear. The apparent alternative, which I'm afraid of, is doubling down on density solely on busy streets and around LRT stations, which unfortunately is not feasible either. Toronto and Vancouver have tried this, and it has not worked out for them very well. A repeal of blanket rezoning
Mr. Bell, unfortunately, you're at time, but it's quite likely that a member of council will have a question for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Calling now on Jan Bloomrad.
I had in my notes good morning, so I want to thank you for your patience and perseverance and giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jan Bloomrad, and I have the privilege of being the CEO of Westside Recreation Center in southwest of Calgary. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the recreation system as a whole, and more specifically in supporting game plan strategy that the previous council had supported. Now, I don't want to assume that everyone here knows who Westside is, so let me start with a few highlights. Westside is 25 years young, a large community-built multi-sport and activity recreation facility that begun with hundreds of volunteers, passionate citizens, and key supporters within the city. We opened with a mix of donor funding and city support. Our original 25-year lease has been renewed for another 25 years, which speaks to our continued relevance and relationship with the community. We completed our first expansion in 2010. Remarkably, that was 15 years ago, funded primarily by donors and sponsors, and again with support from the city as well as the province. That expansion was driven by one thing: capacity. We simply couldn't keep up with the needs of youth and families. Today, 15 years later, we are well in our way in our second major renovation. It is a $13.5 million project which is being entirely funded by Westside. This renovation, once again, is because of capacity pressure. Fitness, wellness activities, and high-demand program areas. And this renovation doesn't even touch aquatics, which is our highest pressure point. So as you can see, we are very much part of Canadians' recreation ecosystem. And Westside is proud that we currently receive no operating funding from the city. And while I say 25 years young, the reality is that our building is showing the love of 25 years. We have 13,000 members, significant drop-in usage, a healthy subsidy program, and all which equates to approximately 1 million visits a year. We are nearing capacity in several areas, which is why our current renovation and future expansions are so critical. I've been CEO for 2 years, and during this time, I've tried to immerse myself in the broader recreation system. And I realize that we, rec centers, partners, associations, are not in competition, but we are in collaboration. What has also become clear is that there are significant gaps across this system. Every partner, every operator, every community is facing increasing needs, and the system is struggling just to stay afloat. And in these 2 years, I've also seen the incredible impact that the city and its partners, all of us, have on Calgarians. And I'd like to highlight a few examples from Westside. We had a mother telling us through tears that our subsidy program quite literally saved her daughter's life. A group of new Canadian families who come weekly because, in their words, Westside is where we feel at home. Seniors who take an aquafit class for their physical health, and then they stay hours afterwards because the social connection is equally, if not more important, to their well-being. And just last week, I've added a teenage girl told our staff that Westside is the only place she does not feel judged. So these are not facility stories, these are people stories. And while Game Plan is absolutely about infrastructure, it is not only about infrastructure. It's about buildings, yes. It's about facilities such as water, ice, fitness, spaces. It also has to consider operational costs and capital investment. It's about these things, but it's about the people. It's about the community. It's about well-being, increased mental health, safety, joy, belonging. So I encourage you, and actually I urge you, that while you are doing the hard work of balancing so many important needs for Calgarians, to continue to be bold with Game Plan. I'm not just saying this for Westside, but for the future of sport, recreation, and wellness for all Calgarians. And I'm going to end with something that has guided me for 25 years. I began my career here in Calgary at YWCA of Calgary in the recreation department, and I had an amazing mentor who once said, "We don't sell memberships, we don't run programs, we change lives." So this is what this recreation system is, our collective system, and that's what we do every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Jamie Blaney for this panel.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas, members of council. My name is Jamie Blaney, and I'm the president of the Calgary Firefighters Association, IAFF, Local 255, representing more than 1,700 members. I've also had the honor of serving as a Calgary firefighter for more than 20 years. Every shift, I work alongside my brothers and sisters who put on the uniform for one purpose, to protect Calgarians. And that's something we take personally, because we're not just firefighters, we're Calgarians too. We raise our families here. We shop at the same grocery stores, cheer for the same teams, and drive the same roads. We care deeply about the city because it's our home too. First, I want to thank you, the new members joining council, many of whom we've met with in recent years, or recent months, and the returning councillors who we've worked closely with in recent years. Your support for public safety has made a real difference. The investments you have made in fire halls, equipment, and the people who serve have helped to save lives. We are grateful for that. But as Calgary grows, faster than any other city in Canada, we have to ask, are we ready? When people think of firefighters, they often think of fires. And yes, that's part of what we do. But every day, your Calgary firefighters are on the front lines responding to car accidents, critical medical calls, aquatic rescues, technical rescues, and hazardous material incidents across the city of nearly 1.7 million people. In 2024, firefighters responded to nearly 88,000 emergency calls across Calgary, 240 per day. Of those, 56 were medical interventions, 6% motor vehicle collisions, 6 were hazardous conditions, and 28 were fire or fire-related incidents. These numbers tell a simple story. Our work goes far beyond fighting fires. And every call that has one thing in common, seconds count. Calgary grew by more than 100,000 people last year, and we're heading towards 2 million residents as near as 2030. That is something to celebrate. It shows that people want to live, work, and build futures here. But growth has its challenges. It means more communities, more high-rises, more suburban neighborhoods, and more calls for help. As our city grows denser and continues to sprawl outward, our response times are stretched farther. Your Calgary firefighters are responding to more calls than ever, with fewer firefighters per resident than we had a decade ago. So again, we have to ask, are we ready? As part of being ready and making the right investments, Calgarians clearly understand this. In a recent poll, 83% of residents said it's important that the Calgary Fire Department keep up with international standards of staffing, equipment, and adequate resourcing. 83%, that tells us public recognizes what we see on the ground every day, that a fast-growing city needs a fire service equipped and staffed to meet that growth safely. These aren't luxuries. They are the basic standards Calgarians expect and deserve. Being ready means having the engines, equipment, and fire halls needed to reach every Calgarian quickly, no matter where they live. Being ready is about more than buildings and trucks. It's about having enough trained firefighters to staff those trucks day and night. And it means prioritizing recruitment and retention so that as our city grows, our fire department grows with it. Because when someone calls 911, they're not calling for politics or policy, they're calling for help. And it is our responsibility to make sure that help arrives quickly every single time. And before I go further, I just want to speak briefly from personal experience. I've been first on scene in the deep south of this city on a hazmat unit staffed with 2 firefighters. Next incoming units 5 to 7 minutes away. And I must tell you, it's not comfortable. Wanted to do something and not having the resources to do it. Because moments like that and this show exactly what is at stake when our response capacity is stretched thin. Seconds matter, and the people we serve feel every single one of them. So today, as we look ahead, I want to again leave you with this important question: are we ready? Calgary is growing fast. We can't slow down, but we can plan for it. That is why today your Calgary firefighters are asking you to support key investments that will help us keep pace with Calgary's growth. We're asking for a new engine in the south to provide critical coverage so that we can reach more communities quickly and safely. We're asking for 2 new ladder or tower trucks. These units give us the reach and flexibility needed to respond to high-rise buildings and complex rescues, critically behind other cities with only 11 ladders and towers. We're asking for 1 training coordinator and 4 training officers to strengthen our training week program. These investments ensure every firefighter receives the hands-on training needed to stay sharp and ready for whatever comes our way. And we're asking for
Thank you,
4...
Mr. Blaney. Unfortunately, you're at time, but I've put myself in the queue, and I just wanted to ask you if there's anything you wanted to add.
I'd ask right now? Thank you. And we're asking for 4 additional mechanics to keep our growing fleet in top condition so our trucks are ready to roll when the call comes in. Each of these investments represent a practical and targeted step forward, ensuring we can continue to respond quickly, train effectively, and maintain critical equipment Calgarians rely on every single day. Your support, leadership, and continued investment in your Calgary firefighters makes all the difference. On behalf of more than 1,700 members of the Calgary Firefighters Association, thank you for standing with us, and thank you for standing with the people of Calgary. Together, we will make sure this city stands ready, resilient, and safe for everyone who calls it home. Thank you, and thanks for the additional time.
Thank you, Mr. Blaney, and thank you as well to the service that your membership provides every single day. I will jump in as well and ask Chris Bell if you wouldn't mind just completing your thoughts on some of the financial implications regarding zoning.
Thank you very much, Mayor Farkas. Continuing on, a repeal of blanket rezoning carries some pretty heavy financial and economic implications, as we know, having to potentially return federal housing accelerator money, not to mention threatening the livelihoods of the builders and trades who work on small-scale infill projects. These are small businesses, and these are Calgarians, and they should be considered here, I feel. We do, however, have to find a workable middle ground between, calls for a complete repeal and going back to the former zoning, and as well as, the current zoning that we now have. And I'll be honest, thinking through myself, all the permutations of parking stalls, number of units, built forum, mid-block, corner lots, infrastructure capacity, and more, thinking through all those factors myself, it's really overwhelming, and I do have a planning background. So one, I think maybe option for council to consider is potentially convening a citizens' assembly to dive deep into all of these issues, again, from a lay person perspective, and again, having a representative sample of Calgarians to really go through and also hear from their neighbors, really what will be workable, the workable technical solution, middle ground, what that could look like. About 10 years ago, the Calgary Chamber convened a citizens' assembly on municipal infrastructure, and it posed a lot of great questions, and I think it demonstrated that Calgarians are really excited and interested in those opportunities to be invited into those complex issues and to share their thoughts with council. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Bell. We'll move to Councillor Kelly for questions for the panel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Farkas. Mr. Blowenrod, it's okay, I don't have any questions for you. I just wanted, did I pronounce that right?
92%.
Oh yeah, I'll take it as a win. Just wanted to thank you for the work that you and your team are doing over there at Westside. Great presentation. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to recognize the work that you all are doing over there. Mr. Kavar, can I ask you a question? Did I pronounce your last name correct? Kavar?
You did, yes.
Oh, right. Okay. 1.5 points for me. You spoke about a different system that could provide a more sustainable funding. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about that compared to what we currently have in Calgary, and if any other cities are following that system.
You know, I was following the debate in the city of Edmonton, our neighbors to the north this year before their recent election cycle, on the concept of the dedicated fund specifically for municipal infrastructure developmental projects. And I'm not sure where they landed. It's my understanding that they've taken a dedicated portion of their property taxes that specifically go to a labeled fund on those redevelopments and infrastructure enhancements. And I would hope that perhaps we could explore that as a council. I understand that this budget cycle, of course, is the end of a 4-year cycle, but as you explore the new cycle for 2027 to 30, I think Calgarians are seeking what does that look like. Because when we saw that water main issue last year, for example, I think the total repair, if I'm not mistaken, was $70 million. But the collateral damage to that, when that water main broke and the hot works ban happened, 800 roofers were sent at home because they couldn't actually go ahead and work as collateral damage on what was a municipal infrastructure problem. So I think that just kind of highlights that the demand is there to see how we can address these issues, and I would call on council to explore the creative options to actually see it, because as we stated here, and as administration determined, I think it was in June this year, the infrastructure deficit now stands at $7 billion, and that's only growing as our population grows and the demands on services exist.
Thank you for that. And if you do have any details on that or can track them down, I think I can speak for most of my council colleagues that we'd love to take a look at that.
Certainly.
Appreciate that. My next question is actually for Mr. Garner. Are you still on the line? Maybe?
Yes, I am, Councillor.
Hey, there you are. Thank you, Mark. We've had a bit of a conversation here today, not just in this panel, but in previous ones about the downtown strategy, and you spoke to it rather eloquently. I recognize the fact that there's just about any number that we could pick in order to be able to fund, the strategy. I assume that you're bigger is better, but I'm curious, is 40 million the right number? I'm looking for sort of your honest take on that.
No, I appreciate the question. Again, I think to your point, more is obviously better. I think based on the investments that have been made to date, and this top-up is the correct direction that we need to take to continue the forward momentum. I think based on the data that we're collecting from the value that's being generated in downtown, this seems like a reasonable ask. And I think as we continue through the strategy that we had for a 10-year plan, as we continue to bring that data forward for council consideration, we'll determine whether more money is required and whether we're tapping out or whether there's still opportunities based on what we need to be doing in downtown.
Okay, thank you very much. And then finally, Mr. Blaney, as you walk to the microphone, I just wanted to say, congrats to all the, work that you guys did during the campaign, like it was really effective. I have to say, you did a good job in terms of reaching out to everyone and having conversations with us. I have a technical question for you here, just as on page 44 of the draft budget, there's a list of capital projects for the fire department. I just want to clarify, the asks that you are making today, are those included in that list or are they additional?
No, they'd be incremental for the last year of this budget cycle.
In the 2026 or 27?
26.
26.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank
Those
you,
are all my questions.
Council. Any more questions, Councillor Kelly? Okay. Over to Councillor Jameson.
Thank you, Chair. First question for Frano. I'll invite you back up, Mr. Kavar. So I think that your work, so I come from the commercial construction industry, you know, as a former business owner and such. I got to say that the work that you guys do is very effective in increasing workplace safety and other initiatives that you have ongoing. But you also are a huge advocate for development and construction projects. The fact that you have 850 companies, is that correct? Under your, you know, that shows that there's a lot of buyership within the industry to your organization. And if there's one last thing you could say to council, I'd like to give you the opportunity to you know, just close and also finish maybe if you had a thought, because I know you did get cut off there. So I just want to open up the floor to you to say, you know, if there's one more thing you'd like to tell us.
Well, certainly, Councillor Jameson, and thank you for the opportunity. You know, the Calgary Construction Association stands ready to work with council and administration to deliver the housing and civic projects, infrastructure, and city building that Calgarians are looking for. As we are contemplating this budget cycle, we are not seeking indiscriminate spending, but rather we advocate for strategic investments in people to help address the labor shortage, to help promote workforce resiliency, responsible investment in aging infrastructure, and continued investment in the city building projects that define Calgary's future. So that's really what we're looking for in this budget cycle, and we look to offer our support in helping build Calgary, given that our industry is that city building industry that will deliver that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My next question is for Jamie Blaine, if you don't mind coming back up, please. So just repeating some of the numbers, statistics that you gave us. So you responded to 88,000, the CFD, 88,000 calls, and only 28% of that were fire related.
Fire or fire related, yeah.
Yeah, so so really, I mean, the majority of your work is really a medical, would you say?
Yeah, 56% of our calls are medical.
So as the first responder to the majority of calls, kind of a two-part question. One, what is your current response time? And two, what would you like it to be in a perfect world based on the matrix that you have, like comparable to other cities and that sort of thing?
Yeah, the council mandated response time 7 minutes and 45 seconds for a first arriving unit. There's lots of cases and research done on a fire-related instance that the quicker we get on scene, obviously seconds matter. The quicker we get there, the quicker we can make positive contributions to that scene. The industry calls on a 6-minute, 20-second standard through National Fire Protection Agency 1710 standard. So obviously the gold standard is 6:20, but council, through previous councils, I think our anticipated response is 7 minutes, 45 seconds.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Next is, so as a councillor of Ward 12, we are on the edge of Calgary in the southeast, you know, wrapping around the Seton area. It's a very fast growing area of the city. And I know through the campaign, a lot of us met with the Fire Association. And so Ward 12 was identified as being extremely short for fire halls because of the massive growth in areas like Sora, Hotchkiss, Rangeview, and the list goes on with these brand new communities popping up. Now, I just want you to confirm, obviously it takes a while to get a brick and mortar building established, but is there in the works a temporary facility, or to help fill the need of really only one fire hall in a very large ward that exists right now in Mackenziestown?
Yeah, that's a great question. So just for your instance, 41 Station in Seton services a population of almost 80,000 people, equivalent to Medicine Hat. And we have a single engine, 4 firefighters there 24/7. They're also a primary response to the South Calgary Hospital. So stretched very, very thin. I know there is some, work through, the next couple of years to put some halls, one to help Walden on the west side of McLeod, a permanent hall in Walden. There's one in Shepherd, but, those obviously take time to build. We need something now in South Calgary. Like a single engine is just not enough for an area that big.
Now, did you say that there is a temporary a fire hall anywhere in the plans for Ward 12 or no?
I believe there's a hall on the plan for it, but that's going into 2027, 2028.
Okay.
And how that looks, whether it's a temporary structure, we've utilized houses in the past. Number 43 Station Walden is a temporary hall, so there's various ways to accomplish having a fire hall in those areas to meet the needs of Calgarians, but that would be, in the future.
Well, I just want to, thank you for your service, and I think everybody here really appreciates all the work that CFD does to provide for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Blomrad, the $13.5 million capital project, which is amazing. It's going to benefit all Calgarians, not just the folks in Ward 6. You mentioned that Westside's funded it all. Why wasn't the city a part of that capital provider for that expansion?
We have a very strong balance sheet currently, and we have some funds invested that we use for our ongoing annual capital needs. We had enough money that we didn't need to ask for the city for this project.
That's amazing. It shows the power of partnerships where you're taking care. A prior presentation about actually coming with solutions and funding that. That's really impressive. I didn't appreciate that. Do you have ability to leverage other levels of government as well, like if go to the feds in the province for capital for subsequent expansions?
Yes, we do. We've proven track record in both our original build and as well as the 2010 build. It was a provincial, city, and also other fundings, so yes, we do.
Okay, great. So obviously, if future asks, and then sort of parlaying that into game plan, fast forward, what is the art of the possible for Westside if you could get all those levels of government, if game plan comes through, maybe just talk about the needs in the community, what you've identified from your membership. I know you guys did a very detailed in community, what's required. Maybe speak to that and then wrap it up with this budget, 2026. What are things that City Council could do to help position, whether it's dollars or advocacy to help Westside and other partners as they look to deploy recreation?
Yeah, our largest need definitely is through our aquatics area. We have a flat water, just a 4-lane pool, and we also have a leisure pool. It was probably undersized the day that we opened up, so those are our biggest needs right now. We do have a master plan that we're working on, which will include hopefully an aquatic expansion, but we're also coupling that with a potential field house because we recognize that the field house is critical in the game plan. So if we think that if we couple those two, we'll be well positioned to support all the Calgarians' needs in the southwest corner.
Amazing. I look forward to being your ward representative to hearing those updates, and I think we have a tour plan, so really excited to come through. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Lastly, Mr. Blaney, during the campaign, several now councillors were privileged to stand alongside you as you talked about safety on the ring road. And maybe just speak to that in this budget cycle. What are some things we could do to support that initiative to make the ring road a little more safer for all Calgarians?
Yeah, obviously, as we explained in that news conference was, the scenes that our members are attended on Stony Trail are just unnecessary, mostly due to speed racing around the ring road. The absence of photo radar is just making it all too often that we're attending these scenes. When we're attending these scenes, often high mechanism, high intensity scenes, it's also taken stress from the areas where these engines are responding from. So again, I would love to work with this council to help communicate with the province of just the need for enforcement along Stony Trail in how that looks, if it's photo radar or just some additional enforcement to keep people from speed racing around that roadway.
Oh, thanks for that. We definitely will pick that up as we continue in ways we can work together. Early in your presentation, you spoke about 6 or 7 specific needs, a truck, a ladder, and so on, that you could sort of deploy today. A couple questions. What would that quantify to, those immediate needs, and could that be capital that could be deployed directly into 26?
Yeah, I think of all the asks, it would total about $22 million. So obviously apparatus and staffing is the big part of that, where we could, the 4 additional mechanics as a budget ask of about $640,000. The training officers, training coordinator, to help our incumbent training to make sure we're ready is just 1.07 million. So there would be, some things would have to be put in place fairly quickly to get them into 26, but we do desperately need, we have 11 ladders and towers. Comparable city of Montreal with 2 million residents has upwards of 50 ladders and towers. And what we routinely see with our ladders and towers is if one of them is in the shop for maintenance, we're down upwards of over 10% of our ladders and towers. So having the additional mechanics and those additional units allow us to be properly prepared.
Thank you for that. Maybe just finally closing, to catch up to a level that you'd feel comfortable, whether it's metric alongside other cities, comparable cities, that you'd feel comfortable as a 25-year serving the city of Calgary. What sort of capital spend should council think about in the go-forward years to catch up, given our growth and areas of the, as Councillor Jamieson said, areas of the city that are just underserviced? What's it just a, whether it's today or later? Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And, again, I'm trying to deal in specifics now to build our department up to where I think we need it. If we compare to Montreal of a city of 2 million, 68 fire halls, 2,400 firefighters, and 50 ladders and towers. We're at 43 fire halls, 1,700 members, and 11 ladders and towers. So I think there's a significant investment that needs to be made into the 27 through 30 budget cycle. But again, we're at a pivotal point right now where I think we need to have that budget approved in place because of lead time with apparatus, lead time with halls. We can't fall further behind.
Thank you so much. Going to Councillor Chabot.
Blaney. Sorry. Jamie, sorry. What I'm not clear to me is there's $54 million in the budget for capital and an additional $24 million in operating costs. So what you're asking for is over and above this?
Yeah, correct. These would be additional asks that weren't initially approved in this budget cycle.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted clarity around that. So an additional 1.07 million in operating, and we don't know what the capital costs are for those pieces of equipment?
Yeah, the ladder and tower, depending on ladder or tower, it's $2.6 to $2.8 million per unit, and an engine right now is roughly $2 to $2.2 million.
Okay, now here's the next question, and this is something I'm always asking. What are the operational implications to the capital expenditures, i.e. you're going to need to man these pieces of equipment?
Yeah, so the operational asks to an engine and a tower is roughly $4.4 million annually. So you're looking at 20 firefighters to staff each of those apparatus over 4 shifts.
So order of magnitude, an extra $6 million bucks.
Yeah, per unit. Yeah.
So 12 million.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the total of all the asks, like the engine, it's a 4.4 operate and 2.2 capital, so 6. So probably closer to 18 million for the 3 apparatus.
That's capital and operating?
Capital and operating, yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. That's all my questions.
Next, calling on Councillor McLean.
Hey, Jamie, don't go anywhere. You know what? I think Councillor Patsopoulos and Chabot that's what I wanted to know. How many trucks do we need to kind of get up to speed? How much the trucks cost? How much operating? And I think he covered it all. So I think we're good. But as for now, because maybe some of this is going to have to wait for the next 4-year budget cycle, but in this existing one, what's already in here, I think like the 2054, I think I wrote it down here. So with 2.4 million more for operating, 1.7 operating, 2.6 more capital. That's on top of here. Okay, cool. All right, and then after that, you'll come up with a bigger number for the next 4 year.
Well,
if you want to get up to speed.
Yeah, I think that's a bigger conversation to have through the year is what the department needs to keep up for 27 through 30 as we reach 2 million people, because there are going to be continual strains on emergency services, and we want to make sure we keep up with that pace.
I get emails all the time. People love their firefighters. Thanks, Jamie.
Okay. You can't argue with a 95% approval, 99.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions for this panel? Well, thank you so much for spending the day with us. If you were on the panel and on the phone, you can now disconnect and watch the proceedings online through the live stream. I'll now call on panel 6, Frank Fry, B. Martin, Kelly Bailey, and Blaine Sellers. Was there anyone that I called that's on the phone right now? Not hearing any. I will now move to try to fill the 5th position from panel 7. Jessica Breesy. Jessica, are you with us? Yes, I am. Okay. Jessica, we'll add you as the 5th for this panel here. Great. So let's please start with Frank Fry.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Farkas, members of council. My name is Frank Fry, French Fry, so you can remember me. I was born in the blowed-up hospital, in case you care. I'm a resident of Park Hill and Ward 8. This is a tremendous opportunity today. I'm extremely excited to hear some of the other speakers in some of the programming that they're doing around our city. I am also flashing back to my memories as a member of the Calgary junior cricket team. However, budgets are moral documents. We're talking about making choices that affect people. Yes, I understand numbers and figures are important, but we must keep in mind that we're talking about people in our city. All the residents of our city. All the residents of our city. I presented last year at budget time, and I did a very poor job, and I didn't research the budget nearly as well as I should have. But my point was that any incremental funding should go to mental health and dealing with our marginalized folk. I still believe that. I think that's critical for our city to make sure that we are known as the caring, welcoming place that we can be. If you notice my t-shirt today, it says, "Save the Old Y." The historic Y in the Beltline, which now sits empty. I've attended a number of programming events in the relatively recent past, from Aware, by Calgary. There's all kinds of good work going on from Acorn and Arusha, helping to build community in our city. There's talk about community building and place building. Well, if that building stays vacant, that opportunity goes away. In addition, it was a line item in the budget. Now it's not. I'm not sure why. I'm an ignorant citizen, so I can't figure that out. However, there is the ongoing 80,000 plus a year to keep the building to sit empty. There's the $4 million of reserve in the facilities section under which this building is covered. I believe some of that funding could be allocated to this building owned by the city, and so it doesn't go derelict. I'd also like to emphasize that part of what we're doing as city building is having a place for a variety of different types of groups to meet, and all different types of people in the city of Calgary. In addition, I'd like to make a quick pitch for the 5A network to be continued to be funded, which will make our city a better place to live. And then also emphasize that in the budget, there are 3,000 units of nonprofit housing. I'm not sure what the correct terminology is because it's a target, I guess, but there is no clear funding that I can see. One of the previous speakers said there's some capital, the HCI program, which I was unaware of, that is in there to help build nonprofit housing. What we need is a fuller funding for that effort so that that number of 3,000 units of nonprofit housing has some veracity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now calling on B. Martin. Good evening, B.
Howdy. Hello, my name is B. Martin, or Abby. I come today as a representative of the Beltline community and Acorn as the elected chair of the City Center chapter to speak on the importance of funding repairs for the old YWCA, formerly known as Community Wise in Beltline. This historical building has been a home to a number of amazing community organizations through the years, such as Acorn, Arusha, Calgary Climate Hub, Calgary Outlink, Calgary Narrative Collective, etc. The Old Y has always been a home to LGBTQ+ organizations when it has been incredibly hard to find a good home in the past. Any old school Calgarian ask any old school Calgarian, and they will tell you that this building has been a place where anyone can go and find resources. This community hub has helped thousands of people, even just in the recent years. In that 3-block radius, the most vulnerable Calgarians are served by 3 necessary buildings and the people who work in them. The Sheldon Schumer, who has had their funding and safe consumption site threatened. The Central Memorial Library with the park, which hosts events helping vulnerable and unhoused people. And the Old Y, formerly known as Community Wise, has hosted recovery meetings, good food box pickups, therapy services, advocacy groups, dance classes, anything the community has needed, people have hosted there. You're a new council, and for many of you who ran on public safety and community support focus in your campaigns, keeping the Old Y open for community organizations is a real way to fulfill those promises. We urge you to vote in support of funding the repairs for the Old Y because fixing and maintaining already built community staples is the efficient way to start helping vulnerable people. We don't fix homelessness and address public safety by policing people in need. Whether or not we keep community hubs like the Old Y open will tell Calgarians what this council's real priorities are. We are also asking you to make the choice to help us address make the choice to help us address root causes of homelessness and poverty by saving the Old Y as a space where vital community resources and supports can continue to exist in Beltline. I'm also here to talk about the importance of landlord licensing. As many of us know, living as a renter in Calgary can be a nightmare. Landlords often let properties go derelict and leave tenants high and dry when it comes to health and safety issues. Alberta Health Services is increasingly backed up, making it harder than ever to get help in a timely manner. A landlord licensing program will keep apartment standards higher, particularly for low-income renters. Landlords renting out disgusting units with virtually no consequences is not what Calgary should be known for. A licensing system already exists in relation to fire safety, so why not use that framework to make a fully rounded program that prioritizes health and safety of Calgary tenants? We know that housing is in many cases a provincial issue, but when the province abdicates their responsibility on an issue of health and safety, the city must step up to help and protect people. Roaches do not pay rent. We tenants do. In Calgary, landlords are taking advantage of the lax rules, and we deserve a system based on accountability and integrity. We're calling on you to start the process of implementing a landlord licensing program in Calgary. I believe I still have a little bit of time here, so I will also speak to the importance of implementing a maximum temperature bylaw. With rising heat across the globe, Calgary is not exempt from sweltering heat waves and hotter summers. After 26 degrees Celsius, signs of cardiovascular stress start to pop up in disabled and elderly people especially. With no ability to get respite from the heat, people die. In 2021, over 600 people died due to a heat dome in British Columbia. They had implemented assistance programs to help cover AC costs for people who couldn't afford them after that, and that was a life-saving measure. In my apartment in the summer, it can get well over 30 degrees in my suite. I struggle with asthma and blood pressure problems, and the heat makes it sometimes so unbearable to stand up, let alone work. I have an AC unit. I'm not allowed to use it unless I pay my landlord $200 every summer. I pay my own utility bill, and they have not given me a reason as to why I need to pay to use my own AC unit. We need a maximum temperature bylaw to help ensure people have a cool place to go, that tenants can cool their suites. Acorn has information on our website for this important campaign, and this bylaw would directly save lives over the hot summer months. Please be cool and help us cool our suites. Thank you.
Just under the wire. Thank you so much. Calling now on Kelly Bailey. Calling now on Blaine Sellers.
Good afternoon. My name is Blaine Sellers. I live across the river in Bridgeland. The city of Calgary is a huge monopoly. And listening this morning, comparing it to other huge monopolies doesn't mean that it's running efficiently. We all know anecdotally that there are lots of areas of waste and inefficiency in the city. We see it when we talk to people that work the city. They tell us stories. We know it's out there. I'm sure that we could find savings everywhere. I think it makes sense to do an audit. Doing a full audit of the entire city would be inordinately expensive and take a long time. So what I think you should do is break the city down into small departments. Put all the departments' names in a hat and you pull one out and that's who you audit. If the audit comes back with a B or higher, that manager gets to stay and continue to do good work. And while the first couple departments are being audited, the managers of all the other departments citywide are starting to hustle to get their departments in order before their name gets pulled out of the hat and they maybe get a ranking that's not high enough for them to keep their job. I was listening to this morning, and I think it's important to be honest about our language. We talk about affordable housing all the time. It's the buzzword. Well, if I make enough money, a multi-million-dollar mansion is affordable to me. At times, I've lived in an unfinished basement because that's just the way I wanted to allocate my funds. And so if it's subsidized housing, let's call it subsidized housing. And the other thing is there's talk about investments, right? We're going to make an investment. Well, from a personal perspective, if I'm making an investment, I expect a rate of return. When I buy a newer vehicle, that's not an investment. That's an expense. And so we should language things in a way that matches reality. Don't cloud it with fancy words that obscures the reality. One of the other things I thought of just coming over here, walking over here, through all the people that are standing around the streets doing their thing, is I hear all morning about all the money that seems to be pouring into all kinds of different programs and agencies that are trying to do good work, but while the situation is better than it was a couple years ago, we certainly haven't hit on the solution. And so maybe a different approach would be to, instead of funding in block fundings, let's fund each individual. And so when we encounter each individual, let's get a sense of what their situation is and say, okay, this is a plan for you to get from where you're at to where you want to be. We think it's going to take this long. It's going to cost this much. We're going to, and the different organizations that are available can say, hey, okay, we can help in this way. The other person can help in this way. But there's a plan, and that individual has their own responsibilities as well. And as we're progressing through, if that person is holding up their end of the bargain, they'll probably get to where they want to go. But if they're not, then we're just pouring water in a bucket with holes in it. And I think that's what we're doing in a lot of these cases. We're just pouring more and more money into people that aren't stepping up and doing their part. And I don't mean to be heartless, but we have to, you know, I learned as a kid in water rescue that you approach the drowning victim treading water with your foot up, and you kick them away until they calm down and are willing to be rescued. Otherwise, they'll drown you both. And we need to approach these people the same way, because if they're not doing their part, if they're not willing to be rescued, it's going to drown us all in deaths. Time's up. That's enough. Thanks.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Kelly Bailey, are you on the phone with us? We'll call on Jessica Barisi next.
So good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and Council, and thank you very much for letting me be here today. My name is Jessica Barisi. I grew up here in Calgary. I completed my schooling here, and my family is all here. Until November 1st of this year, I was renting an apartment in Sunnyside in Ward 7 in the same building for 16 years until I was forced to decide to move in with my boyfriend to a northwest suburb in Ward 3. I am here as a member of Acorn Canada. Acorn is a multi-issue membership-based community union of low and moderate income people. We believe that social and economic justice can best be achieved by building community power for change. Our members fight landlords and corporations through direct action. Acorn members also fight for new and improved laws to protect their rights. Before getting into my ask, let me start with some quick stats. According to a Calgary Herald article from June of 2024, Calgary has the lowest share of renter households in Canada's largest cities. Based on a study by Point2 Homes, an online marketplace for homes for sale and for rent, the city had roughly 155,000 renter households, making up about 30% of all dwellings in mid-2024. Among large cities, Calgary had the lowest share of renters, lower than Ottawa, at 36% of all households, Edmonton at 36.2%, and Winnipeg at about 37%. The largest rental market in Canada, Toronto, had approximately 550,000 renting households, or about 48% of all dwellings in the city. And the city with the highest share of renters was Montreal at more than 63%. However, although Calgary had the lowest share of rentals due to unprecedented population growth, it did see the largest percentage increase in renters between 2016 and 2021, up 2.7%, top among those with populations of more than 500,000 people. Hence, renting, the rental market, and renters are growing in this city. With the affordability crisis, Calgary is experiencing a large influx of people needing affordable housing, and I would argue decent rental housing with good health and safety standards. Substandard housing in this city is all too often the case for people in the most vulnerable situations, people with mental or physical disabilities, the elderly, the chronically ill, single mothers, newcomer students, et cetera, who cannot necessarily afford to buy a home. Yet the rental market or rental statistics do not figure on a housing review from January of this year. The predominant attitude seems to be, if people are not able to buy their own homes or rent luxury condos, too bad for them. Along with this attitude is the stigma that renters must be that kind of person. They're poor, they made bad decisions in their life, so they'll just have to deal with substandard housing. Currently in Calgary, landlords are not held accountable for the substandard housing conditions that renters, particularly low-income renters, are forced to live in. Pests such as cockroaches and bedbugs, leaks, and mold continue to appear without accountability from landlords. I'm here to advocate that the City of Calgary license their landlords. This means create a licensing or registration system for apartment buildings and their owners, which be run by the city, as opposed to the provincially run, flawed, and purely complaints-based system, which renders tenants vulnerable to punishment for complaining. This would mean that the city implement a bylaw that complements and strengthens the provincial minimum housing and health standards that the city would proactively enforce. Charge a small per-unit licensing fee to landlords to cover partial costs of increased bylaw inspection, and work with tenant associations and unions, as well as landlord associations, to ensure tenants and landlords are informed of their rights and obligations. Landlord licensing is already happening in Toronto. It works somewhat like restaurant licensing. Rental buildings would by law be subject to yearly proactive inspections, making sure that renters have healthy living standards and landlords are held accountable for violations, paying fines for breaches in health standards or for not making required repairs. Landlord licensing would provide added income for the city, would protect landlords' investment, and would also hold tenants accountable, as it would require a relationship between landlords and tenants, both of whom would have rights and responsibilities. I loved living in Sunnyside, and I loved my landlords. Unfortunately, they retired, as people do.
Thank you, Ms. Barisi. Unfortunately, you're
yeah,
at time.
No problem. Thank you.
Do we have Gordon Orr with us? Okay, we will jump into any questions for this panel, if there are any. Councillor Johnston?
Sorry, my question's actually for Jessica. But might be for adminish. Would that fall under provincial or municipal for landlord licensing?
We can go into a little bit of the depth later on for questions of administration, but the Residential Tenancy Act is provincial.
Okay.
I am asking, though, for the city to run it because the province has been, there's a backlog, and so this would be a city issue. And it's like Toronto runs it, so it's a city issue. It's not really a provincial issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Yule.
Yeah, just for Jessica as well, you got cut off there, and I heard you were forced to move to Ward 3, and yeah. So would love to hear more about that, but just maybe finish your thought there.
I actually grew up very nearby. I grew up in Ward 4, but and my boyfriend lives in Ward 3. So it's not that I don't like Ward 3. It's just that I was forced to make a decision to leave a very cool inner city apartment that I really liked. So my landlord's retired, and I would still be there if my building hadn't been bought by a corporate construction company that raised my rent by 74%. I'm lucky. I'm a teacher, and I have friends and a supportive family and a supportive boyfriend. My elderly neighbors, however, who are also long-term tenants and who pay their rent and their taxes and have jobs, were not so lucky. They had to move to a smaller apartment in Bankview that was not properly cleaned by the property management company and currently still has a cockroach problem. Landlord licensing would prevent these kinds of substandard conditions and ensure that the most vulnerable people in society do not fall through the cracks. So yeah, that's basically all I had to say about that. I'm also urging council to fund emergency repairs to the old Y on 12th Ave to keep it open for community groups such as Acorn, Arusha, and the Calgary Narrative Collective, the last of which also helped me out during a difficult time. That was all I was going to say. Yeah, so
Thank you.
no issues with Ward 3.
Hey, we're gonna get cooler. I promise you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Schmidt.
Ms. Barose, I'll stick with you, and sorry if I mispronounce your last name. To continue on with your submissions about the struggles of being a renter, I'm curious, can you discuss how you feel and perhaps how other renters feel about the amount of knowledge and information that you have as to your rights as a tenant and the avenues through which you can advocate for those rights?
Thank you. That's a good question. Yeah, I actually didn't know much, and I, to be honest, didn't have to know much because, like I said, my landlords were awesome. They were just an older couple who had about 3 buildings, and they did well for themselves, but they didn't, they kept the rent low, and they didn't always do the repairs they were supposed to. They weren't perfect, but in general, there was a relationship between us, the tenants, and them. And so I didn't feel like I had to really look up. Like, I didn't think they were out to get me, or that, it was me versus them or anything like that. So I didn't feel I had to look stuff up much, but certainly there isn't that much information. Well, we didn't have that much information, or we didn't feel we need to look in my building. And I started looking more into it as I became a member of Acorn, as these things started happening, in that sense, yes. And the rental tenant agreement and stuff, I have sort of an idea of what it is, but I'm not even that versed in it as much as I should be, to be honest.
And the difficulty we run into as a city is because the jurisdiction is clearly within the province to control regulations around residential tenancy. How do you feel as a renter if you had access to some kind of advocate, or at least a place you can go to bring forward your concerns that would be an informational component to direct you to what your rights are and where to go to advocate for yourself? Would that be of benefit?
Absolutely. That would be lovely. Yeah, absolutely. If we could have somewhere that we could call that would be fairly easy to get through to somebody and not feel judged and not feel like, we're going to get in trouble if we're complaining or something like that, then that would be fantastic.
Thank you. And then I do have a question for Mr. Fry.
Thank you.
So as a resident of Calgary who has lived here since time immemorial, and we're looking, and as somebody who has, as you mentioned, has experienced a lot of the change in Calgary, why are you coming here today to advocate for a space like the old Y? What is it that brought you here to speak in front of all of us about this particular project in the Beltline?
Well, my attitude is that Calgary is for all its residents, all of its residents, so that if we don't have spaces that are already built, maintained properly, and appropriately capitally budgeted, owned by the city, a heritage resource. I learned how to swim in the pool that's now closed down next to that facility. I came because people like me who look like me are well represented at City Council. People who don't look like me aren't nearly as well represented. And I have the presumption to bring up the topic that Calgary is for everybody. And I see the rapid change of our city as being an extremely positive thing. And I'll give you one metaphor for the city that I would look forward to continuing to live in is I was handing out Easter eggs up in the Marta Loop on the Saturday before Easter, and I saw multi-generational families of skin colors that are not the same as mine. And I didn't ask them, but I'm pretty damn sure that they're not all Christians, but they're handing out and eating chocolate Easter eggs, and that's the city I want to live in. So the same thing within the Beltline is I want to live in a city that provides spaces and resources for all our residents.
Then why, if you're not seeing a personal benefit, if you're already feeling well represented, then why take the time to do this today?
The flippant answer is I'm an idiot. The more appropriate answer is that when I can live in a city that helps all the people, I derive a psychic benefit from that. And that makes me feel better, and it helps my mental health so I don't scream at my devices when I see certain actions by people in power that I find inappropriate. So as a citizen, it's my responsibility to advocate as best I can, as reasonably as I can, so that we can have a better city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. Before I go to panel 7, I'm going to try to go back and see if Stephanie Counts or Zandria Sandberg from panel 3 are with us. Stephanie or Zandria, are you here with us? Nope. So I'll start to flush out panel 7, maybe into panel 8. Calling for Gordon Orr, Andrew Thomas, Paris Canna, Mike Jones, and Benjamin Newton. For any of these names, were any of you on the line with us on the phone?
Yep, Andrew Thomas is on the phone.
That's you, Andrew Thomas?
Yep.
Great. Gerard Wheatley, Vanessa Badger, either of you with us? Michelle Graham? Luca Lochner? Charlotte Yellowhorn McLeod from panel 9? Okay, let's just jump into the folks who I've named who are here with us. So maybe I'll ask the individuals one by one who are here in the chamber with us to approach the podium and introduce yourselves. One by one.
Just an introduction?
Yep, you'll have 5 minutes to speak, but just begin, please, with your name.
Sure thing. Hello, Mayor and Council. I am Ben Andrew Newton.
Sorry, you can jump into the 5 minutes right away.
I'm sorry
Yeah, no worries. We're all figuring it out.
You got it. Hello, Mayor and Council. I am Ben Andrew Newton, and I'm here in part to encourage you all to vote to allocate funding for the old YWCA, or the historic YWCA, or the old Y. Many of you campaigned with the promise of making Calgary safer and to reduce crime, and the nonprofits that ran out of that building for years undoubtedly do both of those things. The community work and social programs that nonprofits do give people a leg up, a place off the streets, or a hand to carry them in the cold. I personally work at a nonprofit down in Inglewood, and for the record, I am not speaking for that nonprofit. I'm speaking for myself right now. But I work at Two Wheel View as a facilitator of our youth programs. And providing the youth that I work for with nothing more than a meal and a community and a place to be themselves has changed their lives infinitely more than I could have ever expected. Mine as well. two of you started its life in the old Y, in the historic YWCA building. And seeing what it's become has filled me with so much joy. It has grown from such a small place in this small building, and the idea that hundreds of people in my community could miss out on an opportunity to change their lives like so many of the youth at our program have because we couldn't spare the time or the cost to work with them, it breaks my heart. The proposed budget for 2026 gives no money to the old Y, despite the fact that its estimated renovations cost would be less than 1% of 1% of the proposed budget. And as I've already said, the community created in that building saves lives, and I am a living testament to that. So I hope that a motion gets passed to throw a little bit more funding that way for a historic center to give jobs, to create more community support, and to change the lives of hundreds of more Calgarians. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, Mayor Funkus and Council. My name is Vanessa Badger. This is my first time ever speaking with City Council.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Tansei, and hello. As you know, I'm Vanessa Badger Hunter. I reside on Treaty 7 territory. I'm also a renter of Ward 9. I'm a chair for each chapter of ACORN and a branch of ACORN Canada that's an international nonprofit organization dedicated to advocating for tenants' rights. We are committed to fighting for landlord licensing here in Canada and across Alberta. We will not be silenced in this pursuit for these goals as for landlord licensing, max heat law, and funding of the old Y. As a First Nation individual, I'm deeply troubled by the homelessness among the streets. And most of are my Native people, which is often results in massive rent increases. Sorry, I get a little emotional about that. And discrimination of so many who do not understand why they are getting kicked out. And coming from a life of come from in life as many inroads, and sorry about that. Many of us face racism when seeking employment and employment opportunities. And reality, I myself have experienced that. And it's important that our city and council listen to these concerns, to those who are struggling as myself. And it's important to rally, sorry about that, rather than sorely sorry about that. I get a little, sorry about that. We need a fair approach to address these needs in all members for all communities, rather than sorely prioritize the interests of the wealthy. As a First Nations Calgarian and also an ACORN member who is low-income family, like many others have come here and approached you guys today, I will and must have a voice in the need for landlord licensing program here in the City of Calgary to protect renters from high rents, conditions, and unnecessary evictions. So many do not realize that landlord licensing will help even the landlords to keep their properties in code and save money in the long run. The province is not doing their job. So by not doing their job, we are asking the city to do their job, and you guys need to step up and do whatever you can to ensure that all renters have healthy homes, no matter who or where they come from. The city must fund the repairs to the old Y is a vital community hub to all Calgarians, including myself. As a homeless teen, I used to go there and I used to get stuff for my things. I used to go there and get clothing, water, food, and sometimes I'd even have to sleep outside on their bench because I didn't have no other place to sleep as a homeless teen. So the old Y is something that's been there, and that was in the 1990s. So going on, I often want the supports of the old Y as I grew up, like I just said, and the building, it is safe for all people, those in need, and also newcomers. I've seen in the past couple of years going there, I've seen so many newcomers come there. They learn how to speak second language. I've seen them go from saying hello to, hi, how are you? I'm very good today, in a span of 6 months. And also even Indigenous people, I've sent them there, and then all of a sudden, I see them a year down the road, and they're beading, they're dressing like I am. They make sure that they are following their culture rights and things like that. And honestly, when Native people try to do stuff in their home, we get evicted just because we're drumming, and that's wrong. And also for the Old Y, this is a place where people come to build their community, and has to be safety for all. The community that grows in the Old Y represents the best of Calgary, and is the place that the community of Calgary are all welcome, shows dignity, gives chances to succeed in life, and that those values of our city, we are asking to live up to these values by funding the repairs of the Old Y. I myself, talking about the Native homelessness, I just want to say that it is imperative that you guys seek more funding and to do not just Native homelessness, but all homelessness. And I thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. You did fantastic.
Thank you.
Mayor Farkas, council members, seriously, thank you very much for your time. It seems like you're going to be here very late tonight. So you thank everybody else for their service. I thank you for your service. It's not a city without you. My name is Mike Jones. I live in Ward 7. Shout out to, and I apologize for saying this, the coolest neighborhood in Calgary is actually Sunnyside. I'm here to ask the city to allocate funds towards the historic YWCA's building restoration and raise your awareness of the Old Y's importance to the city. The historic Y is a co-location space, a beltline, over 100 grassroots organizations, boots on the grounds, nonprofits that services all of Calgary, not just the beltline. I moved to Calgary from Manhattan about 11 years ago. And at the time, I had this kind of wild idea that I was going to leave business and give my great business skills to nonprofit and really help out the nonprofit industry. And I've been more naive, but not often than that. And I'd finally convinced an area nonprofit to let me be the executive director, but found very quickly that I didn't have the skills or the resources or the knowledge I needed to succeed with that organization. But the reason I'm speaking to you today is because I found that support in the co-location space at the Historic Y. Through my first introduction to the anchor organization, the Arusha Center, and via Arusha's introductions to other Historic Y organizations, I learned how volunteer management, consensus building, casino fundraising skills. I learned about volunteer with several organizations, and I also made partnerships with several organizations to build symbiotic relationships in order to double and redouble my organization's impacts. Currently, I'm an academic chair at a post-secondary space in financial technology and innovation. And I've had the great fortune to visit Platform Calgary many times, right? And that space is designed to facilitate faster connection between talent, ideas, and capital. And I'd like you to consider that much the same, the historic YWCA has operated as a co-location space for grassroots community organizations for over 50 years and has been the home to over 100 grassroots organizations in the past 2 years alone. And in 2023, organizations from there served almost 100,000 Calgarians across all the wards. The impact is significant and diverse, including supporting hundreds of post-secondary learning positions, social work practicums, information administrative interns placed with organizations inside of the Old Y. Furthermore, many of those placements are serving social needs in Calgary. In addition to supporting student education, the Historic Y organization and their programs have supported students in need, immigrant communities, Indigenous communities, queer communities, senior communities, providing bike locks to secondary school students, helping seniors in need repair things like vacuum cleaners, providing traffic safety and education, creating community murals, launching food security initiatives, and so much more. But The historic Y building itself needs some maintenance to keep a coalition to remain as a co-location space for the next 50 years. And I'm taking your time today to ask you to consider providing the repair funds it needs so that it can continue to be a home to grassroots organizations. Can't thank you enough for your time.
Thanks so much, Mike. We'll go to Andrew Thomas on the phone to round off this panel.
Hi, Council. My name is Andrew Thomas. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm here as well to advocate for the allocation of funds towards the city-owned historic Old Y building. Myself, I'm calling primarily just to show that this is not just a downtown issue. This is an issue that affects all Calgarians. The organizations that make up the coalition of groups that were based out of the Old Y building are the heart of the social serving and community service system throughout our city. The Old Y has been, and for many people remains, the place where they first engaged with a lot of these organizations, whether they're volunteering, finding new ways to be engaged in their communities. It doesn't matter. This building has been a historic space for people to become engaged and to support one another. And while I know a lot of people have mentioned how much this space means to them personally, I think it's important to state how many people are not able to be here today to say those things and to be able to share just how much this space really means to people. Up until September 30th, this was, as a lot of previous speakers have mentioned, a space for over 100 different community organizations serving a number of different social and community needs in our city. The fact that it is a city-owned building means that the city has some responsibility to be able to make sure that that space is used appropriately. At the moment, since September 30th, it has sat empty and will continue to sit empty until necessary renovations are completed on the building. There is no world in which the grassroots social and community service organizations of our city are able to afford those renovations, nor, I think, would we recommend that those organizations take that on. This is a city responsibility, and I think that the city of Calgary has a responsibility to the space, not only for those community organizations that have made it their home for the last 20 plus years, but for all of the reasons that these speakers have already mentioned, and the reasons that the building itself is a historic resource for our city. And if we leave it sitting empty for years, it is more likely to be more expensive by the time we get around to recognizing the value that it has for our community. So I'm here today, again, to advocate and ask council to amend the budget to allocate funds to support the renovations of the old YWCA building. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We will jump into council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please identify yourself?
This is Paras Khanna.
We are not.
That call.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you can join us. You will be the number 5th as part of this panel. Please jump into it. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Member of Council. My name is Paras, and I'm a concerned Calgarian. I'm here because opportunity of becoming a home ownership is effectively disappearing. In the last 6 years, the price of a home in Calgary has nearly doubled. This is not a distant economic issue. It is a profound crisis for our local workforce and a generation of citizens who saved and planned to buy here but are now being forced to consider leaving our city simply because they cannot afford to live here anymore by owning a home. I acknowledge the supply of side efforts in this budget, such as downtown office conversion. However, increasingly, the rental supply does not solve the fundamental crisis of home ownership for a family trying to secure their future. This budget structure reveals a deep conflict of interest that is undermining any true commitment to affordability to own a home. The simple, difficult truth is this: the city financial incentives is opposed to its public mandate for housing affordability. Your tax structure rewards the problem. The more expensive a home becomes, the more property assessment rises. The more assessment rises, the more total tax revenue the City of Calgary generates to fund this budget. You are mandated to protect the public well-being, yet your budget benefits directly from the public financial distress. Council, how can we trust you will take the necessary drastic actions to cool the market, actions that might temporarily stabilize or reduce property values when those very actions will slow the growth of your own reliable stream? I ask you to use this opportunity to provide clear accountability. What specific efforts outside of increasing rental stock in this budget proposing to actively reduce the market prices of homes and make home ownership practical again? How will this council demonstrate that its commitment to affordability for the citizens outweighs the financial benefit that rising property taxes provide to cities? Bottom line. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. And ask these two-fold questions.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Paras. We will move now to council member questions for this panel, starting with Councillor Atkinson.
Can I speak to Mr. Newton, please? I wanted to get the experience of one of the organizations. Obviously, the Old Y has been home to many different organizations, but you've had to leave. You're doing your service. As far as I'm aware, Two Wheel View hasn't closed. But what has this transition looked like? Are you in a holding pattern? Where are you now?
Sorry, I guess I could have been a bit more clear. Two Wheel View has its own building now. We started in the Y and were able to begin our programs and begin our funding there before moving to Sun Alta and now to our location in Inglewood.
Sorry, and that's what I was looking for, because you were incubated kind of in and I think this sort of speaks to Mike's point there of a lot of organizations, I think, started and gained the early days float to get to where they were and then launch into the community. And can you speak to sort of that transition from being an early not-for-profit in Calgary and providing the services to the stable and really embedded part of the community that you are now?
I don't think that I would be able to personally. I've only been with the organization for the past few years. We moved out of the Y in 2006, if I recall correctly. But from testimony from my executive director, I can wholeheartedly say that the Y had helped massively. I can say that the transitory period was made way, way easier by the funding that was given from the Y and the affordable rent that was provided to us.
Awesome. Thank you. Can I speak to Mr. Jones, please? I'm really interested. You sort of brought up this idea of the incubator, relating the Old Y to platform or these kinds of just places where you have small sort of startups. Can you talk a bit about what you see as the sharing of the intangible resources between not-for-profits in these early stages in their development?
I've been thinking about this a lot. How do you measure a counterfactual? How do you measure the impact of organizations that divert people from other organizations that measure, for lack of an inelegant term, like catastrophe, right? How do you measure the impact of the Arusha Center or Two Wheel View that gathers up youth who are struggling or looking for support or an agency somewhere, or even just a place to dance, and then diverts them from the police or diverts them from other resources? It's such a difficult thing to quantify and measure. But I would say when you look at Platform Calgary, part of the sell, and it's a little bit slicker because it suits and it's a little bit more put together people, We use terms like synergy. We use terms like information sharing, those types of terms. That occurs over and over again in the Y, and what I find fascinating is the Y's have been there for 50 years. They've been doing this over and over again. What we haven't been doing a good job of is explaining how good we are at it. But if you, and I don't want to name names, but like leaders come out of the Y, the different organizations, Matts, they talk to each other. Everybody here knows Gerald Wheatley's name. Like these people come out of the Y, and it's not one organization at the Y, it's those interactions inside of the Y. That community space in the Y, not just the offices, the place in the middle with the kitchen, where they have all the, not all, but many of the organizations have their annual general meetings and they invite all the other organizations. That's the space. Like that's the space that improves Calgary. It makes a safe space for Calgary. And it's not as pretty as this. The carpet's a lot worse looking, but it's a great, very important space.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Schmidt.
For Ms. Badger, thanks for telling us your story, and I wanted to expand on that. And can you tell us what having access to stable housing has enabled you to do for yourself and your family?
In 2015, I was homeless for 6 months due to the landlords this is when the RTDS or whatever first came out, or the landlords were just using it as a tool to evict a lot of people. And they're still doing it to this day. For me, it has made me make sure that I am sober. I am raising my late son's only son. I will be raising my other 2 grandchildren who lost their parents to drug overdose. And that's because there is hardly anything for homeless people here. And I am going to be advocating in the next couple of years for like some kind of program or something to help the people that do come off reserves, even newcomers, because honestly, people who do come from reserves are newcomers themselves. They don't know anybody in the city. They don't know any resources. They just know, oh, let's go to the streets and do what everybody else does. No, you don't need, we need to be the barrier that helps other people to either come to the city and be a part of the city and help the city to grow, or else help to go back to the reserve and help jobs or something there. But like I said, a stable home for me helped me to just, like you said, be stable, to be able to just, I don't know, there's so much that has happened. I'm gone back to my traditional dancing. I'm a jingle dress and a fancy dancer. My son and my husband are both traditional dancers, and I bead work every day. So it's given me that stability to know that I am safe. And if I didn't have that home, I would be going to the old Y, because that's what I used to do before. And I would just sometimes just sit outside by the big tree. That tree was like my size when it first was planted there. Now it's like really big. So that's how I know how impactful and important that place is. But to have stable housing, not just for me, but other Native individuals, is to make sure that they can become sober. They can become a good person of society. They will know the difference between reserve life and city life, because it is totally 2 different worlds. Because I lived on the reserve and I lived here in the city. I grew up here actually in Calgary since 1984. I come from Sturgeon Lake, Alberta. That's up between Valley View and Grand Prairie. So it's only a very small reserve, but my mother moved us down here in 1984. So going back and forth and seeing those 2 different lives is just like, okay, there needs to be a bridge gap there. And me, I've been with Acorn for now going on 3 years, and even at our meetings and stuff like that, I do advocate a little bit about Native homelessness and things like that, but we really want the landlord licensing, because that will even teach the individuals that are not just Indigenous individuals how to look after their home, and that they have their own rules too, because I have to sometimes go advocate for other people, because like I said, I have experienced so much racism trying to go find a home, standing there with 3 months' money, like actual money and damage deposit, and then still being told that I am a dirty drunk, blah, blah, blah. and I'm not, you know, and then it just gets so tiring to stand there and try to talk about things over and over and over, to the point where, yes, guess what? Now I live with a slumlord. I've been with a slumlord for 8 years now that I have cockroaches and bed bugs. So for me to go find a different home, which I've been trying to do for the past 3 years, I'm getting like, ooh, getting kind of like that, you know? And then once they find out I'm with Acorn, then I really get kind of shut off because they think Acorn is there to go, and, you know, we're not there. We are here for the people and also the landlords, not just the people. So Stable Home will help not just Indigenous individuals, but also everybody that comes to Canada and from other places.
And you touched on it, but the old Y seems like it was a significant part of your path towards this. So without the old Y, what can you envision would have happened to you?
Well, without the old Y, because I know Bison Clan was just one of the new nonprofit groups in there, and I had went with them for a few times doing street outreach and things like that. Being without the old Y is just kind of like, it's like ripping open an old wound, basically, and just, okay, there's nothing there for your old wound, you're just gonna let it, you know, be like that. And then to go there, from what I know, there's already garbage and stuff like that building up in front of the building. So imagine if Acorn and Bison Clan and even Two Wheel and everybody else, all the other organizations that were in there, the place didn't look like that. It was very clean. They even cleaned up the cigarette butts. So.
Thank you. Appreciate that you were able to tell your story to all of us today.
Okay, thank you so much for listening.
And then one other quick question for Mr. Thomas on the phone, if he's still there.
Yep.
So you mentioned that you live in Ward 4, yet you're here advocating for something in the Beltline. Why did you decide to do that today?
Well, I think a lot of other folks have touched on it, just the impact that space has had on individuals and myself. I mean, I could share my story. I imagine it would match a lot of folks who've gone into that space, who've found the resources and the organizations that they were looking for, the community supports that benefit them and their communities. And it was the same for me. And I think it's a huge missed opportunity for us to pay for a building to remain empty instead of paying for a building to contain all of these organizations and to incubate those organizations in the way that they've been doing it for over 20 years. So felt important to be here to say that and to make sure that people understood that that's really what we're talking about, is paying for a building to remain empty versus paying for it to do what it's been doing for 20 years, which is contain those organizations, to provide them with space and to give people those opportunities to have that same experience. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt, and I've added myself to the queue for Ms. Badger. Vanessa, if you don't mind coming right back up.
Forgive me, I was just relaying something to him about the old Y. He was just asking me a question. Yes, sorry about that.
Well, I just wanted to say I've spent probably 15 years in and out of this chamber. I've seen a lot of presentations, and yours really touched me. And I want you to know on behalf of myself as mayor, as well as all of my council colleagues, that you did a tremendous job. You belong here in these council chambers, and I don't want you to ever feel like you have to apologize for not having the exact words. Your presentation made a really deep impact with all of us. And my question to you would be, is there anything else that you think we should be thinking about as we go into this budget process?
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, you were going to keep going? Sorry about that. Oh, my mind's already like, anyways, to me, I think maybe there is the one place in Forest Lawn that I know that is being built that used to be the TNC bar. And I know that's on funding because I do have a regular Uber driver that works there. And he works there and he's like, we ran out of funding. We got $1 million. And this is what we were able to do. And I was like, oh, and it's been going on 2-3 years. So that's kind of a little something, like maybe even just get the bottom part going, because there's a lot of young ladies up there, and I've also even helped a few of the MMIW women that were on the missing list to get home, or even just to talk to their families, because I'm like, hey, you're missing, come over here. I buy them a coffee, I talk to them, and I'm like, there's your family, you know? So I do things like that. I do that kind of community outreach, even though my husband's like, let's go, and I'm like, you can go home, I'm gonna stay here. You know, I need to be here because there's a reason why I'm here. And also, thank you guys so very much. And I would like to apologize for my elder Charlotte Yellowhorn not being here, or Michelle, because they are both not feeling well. They let me know that today, this morning, and so I just like to apologize on their behalf. But thank you so much for listening to me. Like I honestly, I'm a survivor of foster care of 11 years also. So I was there from 3 till I was 14. So I went from foster care to homelessness. Because even then, even if back then in the 90s, if we had something like, I didn't find out about the Y until I was 16 years old. So I was homeless for like a year and a half before I found out about the Y. But once I found that out, I was like, wow, you know, like, okay. And even just having those little connections, or knowing that I can come and talk to somebody, or like my one member said there, and you asked about having an advocate. Well, that's one thing that the Indigenous people do need. They need somebody to come there with them when they're gonna go rent a place and say, hey, this person has changed their life around. I know they'll pay the rent because I'm the one that'll be paying their rent or sending you their rent for the first 6 months, and then and then through that 6 months, that's where we can help them. That's where we can teach, not just, you know, like Indigenous individuals, but everybody, like even new students, you know, they can all learn to live together and be like, oh, we need to no, you guys could learn to live together. They're university students, you know, things like that, you know. Like,
I think that's
some
such
like to be all university life, and some are like, I need to do my schoolwork. So it's like, okay, let's put all the ones that like to do their schoolwork together, not the ones that like to party, let's split those guys up. But anyways.
I think that's such a great message for us to think about as we go into our next panel here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, Vanessa.
Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah.
Hi.
Right, so we were at about panel 8, so I'm going to list a couple names that I spoke previously, hoping that they may be late arriving or on the phone with us. Michelle Graham. Luca Lackner. Arivik Prachosan. Levin Ifko. Doug Clark. Dan Cozy. Are any of those names that I just listed off on the line with us on the phone? Okay, we're moving now into panel 10. Ruhi Ismail Teja. Ryan Anderson. Ezra Warnock. Emma Countryman. Sarah Armstrong.
Here.
Thanks, Sarah. Hold on. We're just assembling our panel here.
Can do.
Kaveen Shekeldine. Sharon Stevens. Julia Law. Lindsay McLaren.
Yes, here.
Thank you, Lindsay. Graham Masters. All right, so I think we've got our 5, and I believe it's Levin to start us off here in the chamber.
Hello, Council.
I wanted to thank you for listening thus far, as I know it's been a very long day today already. My name is Levin Ifko, and I'm speaking to you today as a resident of Ward 8 and as a community member who spends frequent time in the downtown core and the Beltline area. As I'm sure you can tell, I'm also here to talk about the future of the historic YWCA building, known and loved by many as the Old Y. Over the past few weeks, I've attended some group meetings to talk about this issue with fellow Calgarians, and it's become so clear to me just how many lives this over 100-year-old building has touched. With a rich history in the Beltline, people from all generations, backgrounds, and walks of life have been meeting.
I think there may be some folks on the line with us who aren't muted. Just make sure that if you are on the line with us, please mute.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead, Levin.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. I'm just going to start this sentence again. With a rich history in the Beltline, people from all generations, backgrounds, and walks of life have been meeting at the Old Y. Have been meeting in hopes of saving the Old Y, a space that has changed lives and one that will protect the well-being of future Calgarians. However, as we know, the building now sits vacant and has been since the end of September due to a change in tenancy and a city inspection which has deemed the building unsafe. So, we are calling upon the city to allocate critical funding to the repair and continued maintenance of this city-owned historic building. So, why is allocating funds to this project important? For the past 100 years, the organizations and people working out of this building have addressed the root causes of social issues that affect all Calgarians. I'm proud to say that in the last 10 years alone, I personally have been forever changed by this space. I have accessed a network of peer support, therapy services, events such as art markets, clothing swaps, and more. This is a space that has shaped my career in not-for-profits and arts organizations, and a space that has addressed really difficult community mourning and celebrations of lives. And this doesn't even begin to address the countless other ways people have shown up in this space even longer. Another reason why allocating funds to this project is important is that leaving this building vacant is a public safety issue. Vacancy also adds to potential damages to the structure, which only raises future costs. As well, the Old Y, as I mentioned previously, is a city-owned building, and funding this space would demonstrate a continued obligation of the city to care for property and put vacant spaces to good use, especially in the downtown area and the Beltline. So we're calling on council to address the lack of funding now in an effort to build a future where all Calgarians are welcomed in the city with dignity and support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stand by, and we will be ready for you shortly for the questions, perhaps. Calling now on Sarah Armstrong.
Hello. Sorry, just having some phone issues here. All right. Hello, council members. Thank you for your time today, and I also want to welcome our new council members, including our new mayor, Jeremy Farkas, as well as returning members. I appreciate your service and your commitment to the city, especially during this long panel. My name is Sarah, and I'm a resident of Ward 11. I'm here to speak about the future of the Old Y. I'm asking council to support allocating the necessary funds to repair the existing structure and grant a holdover lease to the Orisha Centre, an organization that has had over 20 years of experience with the building. Calgary, as we know, is a relatively young city compared to many others, which means we have fewer heritage buildings. The ones we do have carry significant historical and cultural value. The Old Y in particular is important because it is Calgary's best example of institutional Georgian revival architecture, featuring traditional brick and sandstone construction, symmetrical design, and classical details that are rarely seen in modern structures. Its original layout, designed to offer communal, educational, and recreational spaces for women arriving in Calgary, represents a meaningful part of our social history, embedded directly into the building's design. Losing the structure would mean both losing architectural rarity and a valuable piece of Calgary's identity. There's also a strong fiscal argument for repairing the building. A vacant building is not cost neutral. Empty structures often come with higher insurance premiums, reduced coverage, and increased vulnerability to water damage, structural deterioration, and pest issues. These risks make future repairs more expensive. In contrast, a repaired and occupied building reduces these liabilities, brings in rental revenue, and shifts part of the responsibility for day-to-day care to its tenants. It transforms a liability into an asset. Beyond its finances, the Old Y has historically served as a community hub, a place where Calgarians can access preventative and educational programs, attend events, connect with services, and build relationships. In fact, it was one of Calgary's first purpose-built social service buildings, originally constructed in 1911 as a YWCA hostel for single women arriving in the city. The building's mission from the beginning was to provide safety, belonging, and opportunity, the same kinds of programs and supports that today's nonprofit tenants continue offering. Spaces like this reduce pressure on other systems, including emergency services and crisis support, by providing low-barrier, early intervention programming. Restoring the building would allow dozens of community organizations to return, reactivating a purpose that the building was literally designed for. It would again function as a vital third space, in addition to libraries and other public facilities, a place where residents can gather, learn, and access support. I also want to briefly speak from personal experience. I completed my practicum at the Old Y with the Arusha Center. That placement directly contributed to my graduation, my professional training hours, and my registration with the Alberta College of Social Workers. I was one of many students who benefited from having multiple organizations under one roof. It gave me the opportunity to build skills, make community connections, and gain practical experience that helped launch my career. Today, I'm able to contribute to Calgary's economy and community, in part because of the opportunities I received in that building. During my time there, the building was vibrant, collaborative, and active. There were regular community events, shared spaces, and accessible programs that met real needs. Losing this space has left a noticeable gap in the neighborhood and in the ecosystem of community services. For these reasons, I believe repairing the Old Y is both a fiscally responsible decision and a socially responsible one. Revitalizing the building allows tenants to move back in, reduces long-term maintenance and insurance costs for the city, provides rental income back into city-owned assets, preserves a meaningful piece of Calgary heritage, and restores a space that has served our community for more than a century. I hope Council will consider investing in its repair so that it can continue to fulfill the purpose it was built for. Thank you for your time and consideration and for your ongoing commitment to Calgary's future.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I'll ask that you please stay on the line in case there may be questions for you. We'll call on now Kaveen Shackledine.
Yeah. Good afternoon, or I should actually say good evening, Mayor Farkas and members of City Council. Yeah, so my name is Kaveen Shackledine, and I'm a renter in the Ward 10 zone, and I'm also an advocate for housing and community justice, and a member of Acorn, Alberta. I am here today to advocate for the allocation of funds towards the Old Y renovation to secure its future as a permanent, affordable community resource and to ensure the safety and dignity of all Calgary renters. The recent vacancy of the Old Y and the loss of community-based services in the Beltline is deeply troubling. The loss is occurring at a time when Calgary faces a serious lack of affordable, centralized community gathering space. Closing or converting this site would worsen the affordability crisis for our most critical non-profit groups. And this 115-year-old structure, like the red brick and the sandstone of the Old Y, is a physical testament to Calgary's social progress. Built in the 1910s, it was Alberta's first hostel for young working women, a tangible built commitment to safety and support. The old Y is not an outdated asset. It is a vital solution to our current crisis. Investing funds for the old Y now is the most sustainable way to deliver safe, accessible, and affordable long-term space to the nonprofit sector. This is personal for me, and it is crucial for our city. So when the old Y sits vacant, we don't just lose a building, we lose the heart of our community. Vacancy guarantees a rapid deterioration of the building. More critically, we lose the culture, public life, and the vital social services in the community. The density and diversity of essential groups in this single building is unparalleled. And then it was the site where feminist groups raised awareness for women's health and essential services. It also provided a reliable platform for 2 SLGBTQ+ activists to fight for visibility and acceptance. Crucially, it is a sacred place for where Indigenous groups engage in healing and cultural continuity from generational trauma, and displacing these essential groups diminishes the city's commitment to resilience and inclusivity we proudly champion. And our commitment to safe, affordable Calgary must extend to all renters. We must also address the quality and safety of the existing rental housing stock. In Calgary, we are currently failing our most vulnerable tenants who are forced to live in substandard and often dangerous conditions. We need a robust mandatory municipal landlord licensing program for rental units. Currently, the province is failing its duties to ensure minimum maintenance standards are met. Landlord licensing is not a punitive measure, it's a preventative one. It ensures accountability and elevates the standard of living for all tenants. This is about dignity. Every Calgarian deserves to know their home is safe and legally compliant, and landlord licensing is the way to ensure enforcement of the basic right. Honestly, landlord licensing addresses a critical flaw in Alberta's current system.
Thank you, Ms. Shekeldina. Unfortunately, you're at time, but please stand by as there may be questions for you. Before I go to Lindsay McLaren on the phone, may I ask perhaps just the third person who's lined up beside Levin there to come and speak now?
For sure. My name's Ezra Warnock. I hail from Ward 11, Rob Ward's ward. Good evening, Mayor Farkas and City Councilors. Thank you for having me today. I grew up in a rural community in which my differences were pinned to me before I had the chance to understand them. It wasn't easy for me, and I moved to the city to find community. When I came to Calgary, the old Y was like a home to me. Most of the advocacy work I was involved with was able to run and function because the old Y offered their community space for trainings and meetings for a subsidized price. The old Y was able to gather organizations together to allow for a one-stop shop for the folks that access services there. Having the communities gathered together allowed for these organizations to be greater than the sum of their parts due to the collaborative nature of this space. When the building's lease was terminated, more than 65 organizations had to move out and find their office space elsewhere. Some of them certainly did, but for non-for-profits, it's a very tall ask to find an affordable space in today's economy. There will be recovery time needed to get back on their feet and continue to serve Calgarians. Many of them were totally uprooted and can no longer work within the community. That loss is felt. The building can't simply be demolished because it's protected provincially, but left to be neglected long enough, irreparable harm could come to it, harm that would have to be paid for later. Historic places and heritage sites are a community connection to our sense of history, community, and our identities within that community. The building itself is well built, but has had little investment in it, even less so now with no one able to watch over the place. I have been involved with Camp Firefly for over a decade, a camp that was started by the Center for Sexuality, an organization that had its start in the Old Y. This is an arts-based camp that taught the campers resiliency and leadership skills that are felt in the city today. The Old Y continues to serve their communities in this way. Calgary's communities. All of our trainings in the beginning happened in the community hall in the Old Y. The camp wouldn't have been able to run without that community space to gather and share knowledge. A writing group I was a part of that I later became the volunteer coordinator for was able to run because the Old Y provided the space for it to happen. How many accessible central spaces can you rent to train your staff? How many spaces do you know that allowed for community groups to meet? The existence and availability of this space allowed organizations a chance to gather and a chance to flourish. It allowed organizations to turn their ideas into filled needs within their communities. The community strength that we have brought together today is because of the mentorship that was afforded through this space and what the Old Y has taught us to build. We were taught this by our mentors and role models that we met through the programming of the Old Y. We need these community hubs more than ever now. With a federal proposed budget that has taken an axe to public services, do we as Calgarians want to follow suit? How do we support our growing community? I've seen my community and the previous tenant organizations show up in ways I had never thought possible before, just to save this space. If that's what they can do while fighting for it, imagine what they can do with the funds necessary to keep it running and working for the community. The shirt I wear today is a product of the community the Old Y has fostered. Shirts purchased for cheap from local thrift stores and screen printed and stamped with a vinyl stamp created by and handed down from the previous tenants. Just as the tenants from the 70s rallied for their precious Old Y to be safe from demolition, I stand today and ask for the allocation of funds towards the historic YWCA's restoration in the 2026 budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being here. We will go next to, on the phone, we have Lindsay McLaren, and following that, I will pull in Gerald Wheatley from panel number 8 to round us off for this panel. Lindsay McLaren, please go ahead. Dr. McLaren.
Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and especially to participate remotely. My name is Lindsay McLaren. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I'm also a professor at the University of Calgary, where I teach the social determinants of health. I'm joining many others today to speak specifically in support of allocating funds in the 2026 budget for the Old Y, or the historic YWCA, to cover renovations required to resume the co-location of important community organizations. Through my work at the university, I've had the great pleasure of interacting with some of the amazing organizations that had been housed in the Old Y, including the Arusha Center. I was just amazed when I learned that we had an historic, centrally located building that housed so many important community organizations all in one place. I don't actually know how common this is in other cities, but it strikes me as something that Calgary could be very proud of. I mentioned that I teach social determinants of health at the University of Calgary. So to support my position in support of allocating funds to the Old Y, I thought I would draw on some of the material that I teach at the university. And in doing so, I will bring some perhaps dry academic perspective to complement the very powerful personal and community stories that we've heard from others. A crux of the social determinants of health is that health and well-being of communities is strongly shaped by the context, places, and locations where people spend their lives, including the resources and opportunities that are available. There are at least 3 aspects of this that are relevant here. The first is local access to services and supports, where the key word is local. My understanding is that currently the organizations previously housed in the Old Y have dispersed, in some cases to locations that are far less central. By allocating funds to the Old Y, the city can ensure the continuity of local access to much-needed community-based services and supports, which is key to not making things more difficult for those who in many cases are already facing very significant barriers. The second is social cohesion. A key benefit of the co-location of the multiple community-based groups is that the building itself serves as a community hub, where people can gather for community and connection. It's well established that a sense of community and belonging is important for the well-being of our communities, and the Old Y clearly serves that function in an affordable way, as you've heard from others. Third and finally relates to local social disorder. Neighborhoods with a lack of services and supports and the elevated levels of crime that sometimes ensue leads to a weakening of community well-being. If funds are not allocated to bringing the Old Y up to base code compliance, there is a concern that the building will remain vacant. I believe councillors are aware that vacant buildings can contribute to social disorder and associated significant social and financial cost. In contrast, supporting the Old Y would contribute to addressing social disorder at its roots, which I believe is consistent with some of the city's strategic goals. So in conclusion, I would encourage council members to allocate funds in the budget to bringing the Old Y up to base code compliance, so that co-location of so many important community organizations can continue. Based on high-quality research and scholarship grounded in the social determinants of health, I believe this would meaningfully contribute to the well-being of our communities and would be money very well spent indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McLaren. We will go now to Gerald Wheatley.
Good evening. We have a video that we're just going to tee up here. My name's Gerald Wheatley. I've worked for 20 years at the Arusha Center. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us.
Sister Society is a local Calgary grassroots organization. Not only is it the energy when you walk in the building that is contagious in the most positive way, their ideas, their sharing of knowledge has helped lift us up and not have to probably endure struggles of running a nonprofit.
That's the first YWCA built in Alberta. Senator Laggy was one of the trustees of the building, Thomas Underwood, Judge Stewart. But the Old Y is a special place.
The Rainbow Foundation is a non-profit organization that provides education to LGBTQI plus newcomers and refugees in Calgary. It's in a strategic location that can be easily accessed by our clients.
We are a small artist-run center, and so if we were working in a separate office space that wasn't attached to this wider building community, it would be very lonely and quiet, and so we're able to tap into the resources and the vibrance that the whole building has.
Since 1979, the historic Old Y building has hosted more than 65 community organizations. For residents, it's more than just an office space. It's a hub that offers support and services for Calgarians across the city.
Calgary culture, climate, arts, sexuality, and other advocacy groups are all coming together and forming the Save the Old Y coalition.
It's also a cherished community hub for the Beltline, and its residents and advocates for the area want it to stay that way.
The people we're going to lose connection to and who aren't going to know where to turn it's a heavy feeling.
It should remain a community space in the future.
To me, this place is just a beacon of hope.
I hope the dance music helped get a bit of energy in the room here. Thanks for that. I'd like to use the rest of my time to read a letter addressed to you from Calgary Buffalo MLA Joe Ceci. I write today to encourage you to support the preservation and revitalization of the historic Old Y building in the Beltline. For over a century, this space has served as a haven for grassroots organizations, artists, activists, and fostered inclusion, creativity, and reconciliation. The Beltline is currently home to an incredible density with much more coming in the future. Public spaces like the Old Y provide a needed counterbalance for residents searching for community amid the constant redevelopment and private high-rises. Looking forward, the Old Y can continue to thrive as a community hub, offering forward-facing services that support vulnerable Calgarians, providing safe, accessible spaces for social programs, cultural initiatives, and essential supports. I urge Council to prioritize proposals that honor this heritage and commit funding for the necessary upgrades and improvements. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. That rounds off the panel. We'll go now to questions from members of council. Councillor Atkinson.
Question for Mr. Wheatley, please. Hey, I want to speak to this. You've been in this space. Aroosh has been in this space for decades, and not so much about your experience there, but you've seen many organizations come, move out into community. We heard from Two Wheel View, right? Like there are many organizations out in community that have kind of come through, gotten their wings underneath them from the Old Y and continued elsewhere. Can you speak to some of the success stories that you've seen over your time there?
The lineage of the Old Y building, starting with feminist activism when women were not allowed to rent a hostel room, they were second-class citizens in swimming pools. I think that's what really started the history of the building, that it is an iconic location for social justice and social values. But as we saw in Kevin Allen's book about the LGBTQ community, it became an anchor through the 60s and 70s for a culture that was repressive in different ways. We see over social evolution, social history, different vulnerable groups get attacked. And I think it's laughable to all of us that women would not have rights. And you can see in the tenants in the Old Y building, we now have groups working on climate change action. We have groups working on issues of vulnerability in ways that we had no conception of in 1910. And so the significance of that building as the oldest social justice building in this province is far deeper than that rich history. It's what's happening right now. And I hope you saw some of that in the video and from these people presenting today. Maybe I'm the oldest guy presenting on behalf of the Old Y. So this is a vibrant, young building that is critical in this neighborhood with so much change and so much density. So that's what I've seen, the move through LGBTQ in the 60s, 70s to trans and climate change and creativity that really makes social change. All of those are emerging. Fanzine culture and all of those arts and culture organizations. I think the main point I would like to make, though, is that we have a drug poisoning epidemic, and our current resources are unable to solve this problem. The organizations, numerous organizations, Recovery, Freedom's Path, Smart Recovery, AA, these organizations that are moving above emergency services like EMS and fire and Sheldon Schmear, this is civil society responding by organizing nonprofit groups to address maybe the most pressing issue in Calgary.
Nice. Sorry to interrupt. We are just about time for our dinner break. What I'm going to suggest, if there's no opposition, is we just conclude the lines of question for this panel, and then I'll bang the gavel. Seeing no opposition, continue, Councillor Atkins.
Sorry, Gerald, when in the last panel we had Mike Jones here, and he spoke to sort of this idea of the multiplier effect of what happens when you have multiple organizations in, and sort of the intangibles that are maybe, you know, your video sort of knocked on the number of folks that were helped and the different organizations are in there. But can you speak a little bit to the invisible benefits of having so many different organizations co-located in one space? Obviously, if we could find homes for all of the great organizations that were in the old Y, great. We've got them housed in and a place to do their work. But what do we lose by not having these organizations co-located together?
I'd like to make the point of financial stability in the nonprofit sector. You've heard about the city putting money into this heritage building. It's the city's building. We all run our own organization. Post-pandemic, we had 107 organizations. They were all paying their staff, running their programs, doing all that financial requirements that they had to live up to. And so co-location delivers on that. You heard that in the videos. What sources of funding? How do we run a fundraising event? How all of those kinds of things? What we're asking of council is not to fund any of these organizations. We're actually asking you as the owner of the building to allow us to take on all the responsibility of that financial sustainability of our own organizations and contribute to the ongoing operations of the old Y building. We can do that when you have dozens and dozens of groups getting together, bumping into each other, talking about deadlines, running over here with our FCSS reports or whatever it is, you know? So it's that camaraderie of survival in the nonprofit sector that can really flourish through co-location.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Gerald, you can stay right there. The last two panels, you guys have got to me, like really, like you really have. You remind me. No, it's I think we first met probably 15 years ago at the old Y. Strangely enough, just the other day. Not here right now, but Adam McVicker from Global News texted me a photo. He was looking at old things from the 2010 election, and he sent me a photo of me doing the interview with Global TV. It was at the old Y that we did that interview. I'm sort of struggling with who to ask this question of, but because you and the Arusha Center have been there sort of the longest, if you will, I'll direct it to you. What happens at the old Y? You've convinced me. I remember now. It is special. The building itself is where that happens. I wonder if you can just talk a little bit about the building and what happens at the old Y. Like, can we move that somewhere else? Like, if we found another space for that, would that be suitable? And I recognize the fact that I'm probably going to need to ask the exact same question of administration when we get to that point, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Is there a way to be able to do that elsewhere, or is this has to be at this building?
I was chair of the board 2 years ago when we started that conversation with Councillor Walcott about a potential to relocate. There's numerous challenges with that. The biggest one is the same challenge, which is the financial model. And so the model that's in the old Y, where building, there's been considerable public funds invested in this building, some percentage more to get it up and operating. That is a fiscally competitive model at looking at other locations. Throughout meeting with administration and multiple business units, there was no better locations that were proposed that were owned by the city or its partners. And looking at the downtown strategy, there weren't better opportunities. The old Y building, because it was a hostel, is very flexible, some very small spaces. You can have hot desks, you can have multiple groups working together. It's not a huge footprint, and so that space with multi-purpose space makes it very difficult to relocate that same culture. You'd be losing the historic momentum that's there, but even relocating it over this last 2 years, there have not been any options to relocate it. I'm proud that the Community-Wise Society, that's the presidency that I was on 2 years ago, has found a location, Deerfoot 17, for a number of the organizations. It's considerably more rent, and it's not in the downtown core. It's a very different atmosphere. A lot of the client-serving organizations would struggle to work there in such an less inclusive space. And so there are models, the Kahanoff Center and Deerfoot 17 are examples for maybe organizations that are more established, bigger budgets and those kinds of things. But when you combine the layout of the old Y building, its history, and the finances, I think what we need to do is address the Beltline Rec Center, whether that gets torn down and sold for some revenue, but address the old Y as a historic resource. It needs its own utilities, and it'd be up and running.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. I've put myself into the queue for Dr. McLaren, if you're still here with us.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Dr. McLaren. First off, I just wanted to say thank you for the incredible support you've extended this council for the past 10 years or so. Appreciate the work that you did supporting in my council term for the resumption of community water fluoridation and other matters. I have a relatively easy question for you. It's what do you think the municipal role in public health is?
Oh my goodness. Okay, I did not anticipate that one. So I would go back to my remarks about the social determinants of health, which are the conditions in which we are born, grow, live, work, and age, which powerfully shape our health and well-being. And municipalities are the level of government that are closest to the people, so they play a very, very important role in public health, which, by the way, I use synonymously with the public's health.
Well, thank you so much for participating today. I really appreciate having you on the panel.
Thanks very much.
All right, so we have concluded this panel. Before I bang this gavel, I'm acknowledging Councillor Schmidt on a request to speak. Councillor Schmidt?
Yes, thank you, and thank you to everybody who spoke in the last panel as well. I understand what I'm getting myself into here by saying this, but I do note that some folks in the next panel have young kids, and there have been some requests to extend the dinner break following the conclusion of the next panel. So would ask for unanimous consent, but otherwise could bring a motion to suspend procedure bylaw.
So I don't think there's going to be unanimous consent to...
I don't think so either.
Essentially, if I understand you correct, Councillor Schmidt, you're suggesting that we continue through with one more panel before starting our 1 hour dinner break.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. I will consider that move by Councillor Schmidt. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Dhaliwal? Great. Is there any debate on this? No, I think we can probably move into a vote. Madam Clerk, is this the first time we engage the e-vote? Or could I do a voice vote on this?
If you don't mind doing a voice vote, just because it was taken from the floor, we're in the process of typing it up.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. It was all right. So, Councillor Schmidt, I'll deem you closed. Let's go straight into a vote. All in favor? The question is to modify the dinner recess to allow for the completion of one more panel. Essentially, the vote is to stay for one more panel before starting our 1 hour dinner break. Okay. So all in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. Councillor Winus is opposed. Councillor McLean is opposed. Councillor Jameson is opposed. Councillor Kelly is opposed, and is that Councillor Ward is opposed? Okay. Madam Clerk?
We can launch the e-vote if you would like.
All right, let's launch the e-vote. I have to find my eScribe link.
Councillor Ward, your vote, please. No. Councillor Pantazopoulos, your vote, please. Thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Please display the results. The motion is carried with Councillors Ward, Kelly, Clark, Atkinson, and the pin screen has changed, so it's Councillor Chabot, McLean, and Wyness also opposed. The vote motion is carried 8-7 with 7 opposed. So given that, I will now move to attempt to assemble our next panel. I will start with Luca Lackner from panel 8, who is now here with us in person.
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor Farkas. This is Doug Clark. You called for panel 9, but I wasn't able to respond in time.
All right, Doug, you are part of our panel.
Thank you.
Calling on Michelle Graham if she's with us. Charlotte Yellowhorn McLeod. Dan Cozy. Ruhi. See you both. Those are that's 3 and 4. Ryan Anderson. Emma Countryman. Sharon Stevens. Julia Law.
Sharon Stevens here.
Sharon, is that you, Stevens?
Yeah, I'm on the line.
Okay. And I believe that's our panel. Yeah, please, coming up. Yep, please. Yeah, so for the folks on the stream watching, we're just inviting the member in the public who has children. Okay. Great show. So we will start with the individuals firstly at the podium and here in person, and then we'll go to the folks that I called who are on the line. Thank you so much for being here with us this evening. If you might begin just by introducing yourself, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Farkas and councillors. My name is Luca Lackner, and I am from Ward 14. I am a third-year student in the Bachelor of Design and City Innovation program at the University of Calgary. For the past 6 months, I've been researching Calgary's queer spaces, tracing different forms of space from the 1960s to today. I've engaged with the queer community to better understand the state of our community, as well as what I think would improve our community in a spatial context. Through my research, I've come up with 3 actionable financial ways the city can support our community. First is the allocation of funds towards the Old Y. The Old Y has been a continuously active queer space since 1973, making it the longest running in Calgary. Over the decades, it has housed many organizations that have advanced queer rights and supported community care, from the People's Liberation Coalition in the 1970s to the Of Color Collective in the 1990s, to Calgary Outlink and End of the Rainbow until 2025. In a city where we've lost so many of our brick and mortar queer spaces, the Old Y stands almost alone as a living piece of queer history. This is why it is incredibly important that the city allocates funds towards building repairs along with the reopening of the old line to continue this history. Since there are very few physical queer spaces in Calgary, most of our queer spaces, especially intersectional queer spaces, tend to be infrequent pop-up events. This is why my second action for the city is to create grants that specifically support these pop-up queer spaces. There tend to be very few grants that these organizations are eligible for, and with the rising cost of renting suitable venue spaces for these events, they become sparse and more expensive to attend. The creation of a grant that specifically supports these organizations would provide more opportunities for the continuation and creation of intersectional queer spaces. By lowering barriers, There could be more Indigenous queer events, trans-centered events, sapphic events, and ballroom events that uplift people of color, especially those in the Black and Hispanic communities. Supporting these pop-up events will likely bring more life into venues downtown and in the Beltline at night, which aligns with the city's current Greater Downtown Plan, which prioritizes 24/7 activation and inclusion. The third is to allocate more funding towards increasing the frequency of Calgary transit. The most recent data from 2021 had 9% of Calgarians primarily taking public transit, while 29% of my career survey participants primarily took public transit in 2025. Many participants pointed out that it was difficult for them to attend the queer spaces that do exist because they live in the suburbs where there tend to be less access to transit services. By increasing the frequency of buses at the edges of the city, it will allow more people to be able to be integrated into the queer community, which is largely centered in the Beltline and downtown areas. Mayor Farkas, you have previously stated that there is a lot of work to be done in supporting Calgary's queer community, and I completely agree. I believe it is incredibly important that the municipal level steps up in their support for the queer community after the UCP's recent attacks on trans rights. This should not only be done through gestures or statements, but through financial support that makes a tangible impact on our community, empowering us to create queer space when it is more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stand by. We may come to you as part of the panel. I'll ask the next individual seated here in the gallery to come and approach.
Good evening, Mayor and Councils. I'd first like to say thank you very much for the majority that voted for me to speak. My son literally just said to me, the only thing I want to do right now is go home and eat. So I appreciate it. My name is Shanice Morgan. I'm a low-income mother who has faced homelessness with my children and who still fears it happening again. I live in Ward 9, and I am the co-chair of the East End chapter of Acorn. I want to start by saying something real. My son is actually sick today. And with the weather, the delays, and everything else going on, it would have been easier to stay home. But I came anyway. Because even if you only see my face for 5 minutes, those 5 minutes matter. These 5 minutes are vital. I'm here because my voice and Acorn's collective voice needs to be heard. And being heard isn't just noise. It's about being seen. I want this council to see what tenants see every day. Before I speak to Acorn's 3 priorities, I want to be clear. These aren't abstract policy ideas. These decisions shape whether people in Calgary have stability, safety, and hope. They can be the difference between keeping a home or losing one. Acorn's 3 main budgeting priorities are saving the old Y building, landlord licensing, a maximum temperature bylaw. Saving the old Y building. The old Y is more than a heritage building. It is the home for so many nonprofits, community groups, resources that people and low-income families rely on for accessible programs, support, and services. We're asking you to invest in keeping it open, active, affordable, and functioning as a true community hub, not an empty historical building left behind. For landlord licensing, this part is personal for me. As a low-income mother, I've lived with the reality of housing instability. I faced homelessness before, and the fear of facing it again never goes away, not just for me, but for those thousands of families in the city. That fear becomes very real when landlords ignore repairs, raise rents unpredictably, or allow buildings to deteriorate. Tenants like me have almost no protection when that happens. The provincial minimum housing and health standards are not properly enforced and often leaves Calgary tenants living in substandard conditions. These provincial housing systems are not holding landlords accountable, enforcing proper maintenance, or protecting tenants from unsafe or neglectful conditions. A landlord licensing program would finally bring real enforceable standards. It would create consequences for neglect. It would help prevent the cycle that pushes families back toward homelessness. And here's the key. Calgary already has the power to start a landlord licensing program today. The city issues business licenses, enforces property standards, conducts safety and fire inspections, and fines or suspends businesses that don't meet basic requirements. A landlord licensing program would simply apply these same tools to rental housing. While the province oversees things like leases, deposits, and evictions, municipal licensing fits directly within the city's authority to ensure safe, healthy, and properly maintained homes. This isn't about replacing provincial law, it's about strengthening it. Calgary can lead by creating a strong municipal system and working with the province to build a well-rounded standard that protects tenants, support good landlords, and upholds the basic right to fair and dignified housing. And yes, again, some tools like rent caps fall under province. But we are asking this council to advocate, to push, to lead, because your voice carries weight, just like ours. Calgary can be the city that stands up and says, we need rental protections, we need affordability, and we need real landlord accountability. The maximum temperature bylaw. We already have a minimum temperature bylaw for winter, but with extreme heat becoming more common, the danger in summer is just as serious. Without a maximum temperature rule, people, especially seniors and children and low-income tenants, are left to endure unsafe, overheated units. A maximum temperature bylaw is basic health and safety. Heat can kill. And no one should have to choose between staying in their home and staying alive. One other side note, the Ward 9 school and road safety I'd like to touch on. Before I close, I want to briefly mention a specific priority for families in Ward 9. Near my son's school, the road safety signage and markings are very poor, missing stop signs, fading or absent walkways, and areas where children are crossing with almost no protection. I've witnessed reckless driving and near accidents while dropping off and picking up my son. I'm asking the city to review school area safety in Ward 9 because our children deserve safe routes to and from school. So I'm here today, despite the weather, the delays, and my son being sick and hungry, because this matters. Because these issues cannot wait. All I ask is that you not only hear me, but see the real people your decisions affect. Save the old Y building, create a landlord licensing system, establish a maximum temperature bylaw, and look into Ward 9 school and road safety. I've lived through instability, and I fear facing it again. But I believe that with the right choices, Calgary can protect families like mine and the people that Acorn represents. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. We'll call upon Dan, you next. Or Ruhi. Coming up. It's great to have you both.
If you're okay for us to do back-to-back, then we'll
Yeah, sounds good. I'll jump into it.
Awesome. We've got slides as well. Oh, amazing. Thank you so much. Perfect. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for having the Calgary Chamber of Commerce speak to you today on the 2026 mid-cycle adjustments. My name is Ruhi Ismail-Teja, and I'm the Vice President of Policy and External Affairs, and I'm joined by my colleague, Dan Cozy, Policy Advisor with the Chamber. And today we want to highlight priorities that are top of mind for our business community, which we've outlined in our submission as well. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for your continued work to support businesses in Calgary. Next slide. We're pleased to see progress on some key areas of advocacy that matter to our business community, including the continued investment in affordable housing, such as upcoming investments in a 260-unit project in Southview and support for downtown office to residential conversions. Secondly, City Council's commitment to shifting the non-residential to residential tax burden by 1% annually between 2024 and 27. Third, we appreciate your efforts to address public safety, including the $61 million put towards public safety and policing initiatives. And lastly, I'd like to thank you for further investments that support public infrastructure and development of major projects. Next slide. Now, more than ever, a stable business environment is crucial for the prosperity of businesses across all sectors and of all sizes. With rising cost pressures, shifting trade relations, and an overall economic uncertainty, our business community is feeling the burden of instability. In just Q3 2025, 58% of businesses say they are struggling with rising costs. And right now, City Council must prioritize the stability of our business environment and consider the immediate needs of these businesses. A prosperous business community is essential for a vibrant city, and investments and policies that support business certainty pay off in the broader community. Next slide. Throughout the summer, we've met with countless members, held roundtables, and surveyed our businesses to understand their priorities. 4 key themes emerged that we would like City Council to keep in mind through this budget process and for the coming months and years. Businesses need a competitive environment with simple, fair, and business-friendly policies. Safety and social disorder issues are impacting businesses just as much as they are impacting residents. For businesses to thrive, and customers and employees must both be safe and feel safe. A vibrant city is one where all Calgarians can prosper with affordable and accessible housing and sport, recreation, and arts investments that make Calgary a city that people want to build a life in. And lastly, connectivity, smart infrastructure that connects Calgarians is a key driver of economic prosperity for employers and employees. These priorities will be essential to make Calgary a supportive business environment and a prosperous city, and we've outlined recommendations to achieve each of these in our Business Matters municipal platform. Next slide. Today, given we are focused on mid-cycle adjustments rather than a new 4-year service plans and budget cycles, we'll spend much of our time talking about property tax. One of the city's most direct impacts on businesses is through property tax, and we've been advocating on the shift since 2013 and would like to emphasize the importance of this issue to our members, the business community, and the city at large. Property tax matters most to the people who have risked their own capital to start coffee shops, small retail stores, dry cleaners, local bookstores, and more. They're the people who make outsized contributions to our city's vibrancies. To ensure that we're all on the same page, we'll quickly level set the property tax system in Calgary. The mill rate is the amount of taxable per dollar of the amount of tax payable per dollar of assessed value. So you'll note the graph on the slide shows both the residential and non-residential mill rates over the past decade. As you can see in the table just below, for a business that's assessed value is $1 million, they will pay $17,900, whereas a homeowner with a property valued at $1 million will pay $3,800. This establishes the tax ratio. The tax ratio is the amount of tax payable per dollar of assessed value compared between a non-residential account and a residential account. So the non-residential account or business will pay 4.6 times as much for every dollar of value as a residential account. We also want to note that per the Municipal Government Act, any municipality's tax ratio must not exceed 5:1. Our ratio is currently 4.6:1, which we're quite troubled by. I also want to note that City Council only has direct control over the spending collected, over the spending overall collected and the mill rate. City Council does not control the number of tax accounts or the valuation of properties, both of which also impact the ratio.
Right on time.
Perfect. Cool, and I'll just pick up where we left off. Through 2025, non-residential accounts made up roughly 17% of accounts, but contributed 46% of the total tax base, whereas residential accounts made up 83% of total property tax and paid 54% of the tax base. Next slide, please. And next slide again. Perfect, thank you. The estimated property tax share for 2026 is 55.9% residential and 44.1% non-residential. To put a finer point on that, this means that 44% of Calgary's property taxes are being paid by approximately 15,000 non-residential account holders. On the residential side, 56% of property taxes are being paid by just under 570,000 residential account holders. As the population continues to grow and housing starts continue to climb in Calgary, the residential side of the pie is being paid by increasingly more residents. Businesses have not been opening at even close to the same rate as people have been moving to Calgary. Calgary has welcomed more than 220,000 people in the last 5 years, and the number of businesses in Calgary has declined since 2020. This means that more and more residential accounts are paying for their share of taxes, spreading the burden over more accounts, while businesses cover the rest. Next slide, please. Our current tax ratio is significantly higher than both comparable and proximal jurisdictions. If the tax shift continues in Budget 2026, the ratio will go down to 4.42, which would still place us higher compared to other jurisdictions. If the tax shift does not continue, this number will continue to escalate, worsening our competitiveness and risking hitting the provincially legislated cap, at which point the province could intervene in the city's finances and operations. Because the ratio is also impacted by assessment values, which are largely driven by the market, the city must leave some buffer to avoid hitting the legislated cap. However, by continuing with the tax shift that was approved in November 2023, the city can support businesses of all sizes, attract further investment. Sorry, I just lost me here. Oh, yeah. Further investment. Attract further investment, boost tax revenue, stimulate economic growth, and drive community vibrancy. Next slide, please. If the tax shift were reversed, this would have a detrimental impact on businesses and harm our economy now and moving forwards. To put things into perspective, reversing the 1% shift would save the average single-family home roughly $50 per year, which is less than $5 per month, and would cost the average business roughly $2,150 per year. The tax shift is critical to maintaining the competitiveness of our business environment. Businesses will save significantly more than it will cost homeowners. This can be dollars invested in wages, in productivity, and in the community. We cannot afford to go back and forth on this issue. Next slide, please. Businesses need a stable environment to plan for the future. As discussed, we recommend the City of Calgary continues the tax shift at the previously approved rate of 1% per year, and in future years considers further rebalancing to ensure Calgary remains competitive and business-friendly. As we mentioned off the top, despite wanting to emphasize property tax today, we are also calling on the city to invest an additional $3.3 million to expand the day space network from 2 to 5 locations citywide, to support administration's work on the notice of motion to explore a new bylaw to address open-air drug use and fund new police and peace officers to enforce this. Next slide, please. We would also call on the city to allocate permanent funding of $2.7 million to sustain and expand the community court program, to deliver $1 million in new incentives and grants to support local businesses and business improvement areas, while advancing strategies that optimize private security spending, unlocking resources for reinvestment and enhanced cleaning and safety initiatives, and to expand funding to support infrastructure that keeps pace with population growth. Next slide, please. Thanks again for taking the time to hear from the Calgary Chamber today. We appreciate much of the work being undertaken by City Council through this process, and we look forward to continuing to work with the city to support businesses in Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We will go now to the folks who are on the phone, starting with Doug Clark.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Farkas, councillors, administration, and my fellow Calgarians. My name is Doug Clark, and I'm president of Bike Calgary. I'm speaking today on behalf of Bike Calgary and its members in strong support of continued and sufficient funding for active mobility infrastructure in the 2026 city budget. For those not familiar, Bike Calgary is a local nonprofit advocacy organization and also recently displaced from the Old Y, since that seems to be one of the things we're discussing this evening, importantly. We're dedicated to a vision of Calgary as a human-centered city that encourages and enables active mobility for all. We envision a place where every person has equitable, viable, and safe options to ride bikes for commuting, errands, and leisure, regardless of age, ability, or income. And it isn't just about bikes. It's about building a more inclusive, sustainable city for everyone. If you recall, back in 2022 and 2023, Bike Calgary, alongside community groups and engaged citizens, successfully advocated for funding to add to the growing 5A active mobility network as part of the current 2023-2026 budget cycle. We're now in the critical project building phase, and we're here to hold this new council accountable. We urge you to follow through by allocating the necessary funds in 2026 to complete these planned projects. Anything less would undermine the progress we've made and leave our transportation system incomplete. We must prioritize active transportation, especially now. Serious incidents between motorists and people walking or wheeling are climbing in our city, putting vulnerable road users at risk. By investing in high-quality infrastructure like protected bike lanes and improved intersections, we can reverse this trend and create a safer, greener, and more affordable Calgary. Active transportation must be recognized as an integral part of our overall transportation system. Considering that 15 to 20% of Canadians don't drive for reasons like age, affordability, or personal choice, these residents deserve safe, viable options too. Let's talk about the profound benefits of this investment. First and foremost, it enhances public safety and reduces accidents, Protected bike lanes separate cyclists from vehicular traffic, significantly lowering collision rates for everyone, cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers alike. This aligns directly with the Calgary Safer Mobility Plan, which emphasizes engineering and building safer roads as a key principle towards reducing traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries. In a growing city like ours, these measures prevent harm and save our emergency services and healthcare costs. Secondly, prioritizing active mobility promotes public health and environmental sustainability. Encouraging cycling and walking boosts physical activity, improves mental health, and fosters social connections among residents. It also cuts vehicle emissions, leading to cleaner air and helping combat climate change, critical issues for Calgary's future. Third, these investments drive economic growth and job creation. Bike lanes increase retail spending by cyclists, raise property values in connected neighborhoods, and generate more jobs per dollar spent than traditional road projects. In Calgary, this can attract top talent. Remember how active, livable cities factored into bids like Amazon's search for their second headquarters, while enhancing tourism and stimulating vitality without the high cost of car-centric infrastructure. Moreover, city funding for these projects allows us to leverage additional support from other orders of government, maximizing our impact. And let's not overlook affordability. According to the city's own travel cost calculator, getting around by bike is 100 times less costly to individuals and society compared to personal motor vehicles. In a time of rising living expenses, this makes active mobility a smart, equitable choice that eases financial burdens for families and reduces overall societal costs. In conclusion, we want active transportation prioritized, we want new infrastructure built to the highest standards possible, and we want City Hall to fully fund it. Falling short limits affordable options, jeopardizes safety, and hinders our city's potential. Let's commit to a Calgary where everyone can move safely, sustainably, and affordably. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Clark. We'll now move for our final panelist to hear from Sharon Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm sorry I left Council Chambers. I didn't think I'd be on until tomorrow at this rate, but poof, here we are.
We're glad to have you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Sharon Stevens. I have spent several decades working, organizing, and contributing to civic and cultural life in Calgary. I am here to urge you to make a difficult but essential decision to allocate funds to repair, preserve, and reopen the city-owned historic YWCA, the Old Y. For over 110 years, the Old Y has been a home for support, creativity, advocacy, and belonging. When I first walked through its doors nearly 4 decades ago, I discovered a vibrant ecosystem of nonprofits, artists, activists, cultural groups, counseling services, and newcomers all sharing space and purpose. Few buildings in Calgary's civic inventory have ever served so many so effectively for so long. This was a place where meetings changed policy, gatherings saved lives, and programs offered dignity when people needed it most. It increased neighborhood safety through constant activity. It provided low-barrier space in a city that desperately needs it. It gave more back to Calgary than any balance sheet could ever capture. My own life is patterned into those walls. I spent 14 years working with the Arusha Center and then with Alberta Media Arts Alliance up until 2024. And then in the 1980s, I was volunteering with feminist organizations. I sought out feminist counseling when I needed support, attended film screenings, fitness classes, art shows, community meetings, on and on, as you've been hearing from my colleagues and other supporters tonight. The Old Y was a hub where artists, activists, newcomers, feminists, storytellers, healers, and community builders wove Calgary's social fabric by hand, day after day. With your leadership, it can be that hub again. The data reinforces what the lived experience tells us. At its height, the Old Y housed multiple organizations simultaneously, generating high foot traffic and enhancing neighborhood safety. It provided accessible, low-cost space, increasingly rare in the Beltline. Its program supported thousands of residents annually, from harm reduction to cultural programming to newcomer services. And as a city-owned heritage asset, timely investment now prevents significant higher repair costs later. But today, the building is locked and vacant, not because it lost its value, but because it lost its investment from the city of Calgary. Every month of inaction accelerates deterioration and erodes critical community infrastructure in a neighborhood that needs it more than ever. And every month of vacancy is a choice to let a city-owned asset crumble, a choice to leave Beltline without community infrastructure, a choice to walk away from 110 years of social contribution. But you can make a different choice, one that aligns with your own strategic priorities of City Council: downtown revitalization, social equity, local area planning, and cultural vibrancy. Reopening the Old Y is financially responsible, socially impactful, and symbolically powerful. It signals that Calgary does not abandon the places that built it. Leaving the Old Y empty until the expression of interest process is completed, likely a year from now, is not an option. As a longtime Calgarian, I've watched the downtown rise, fall, transform, and rebuild. I remember when the very building that you're meeting in tonight was under construction. And I remember the Burns building across the street, once filled with low-rent artist studios and viewed as an obstacle to the progress during the planning of the Performing Arts Center. It was slated for demolition. One alderman, brought forward a motion to stop its demolition. By a single vote, the building was saved. Today it stands as a celebrated heritage landmark, proof that courage, not convenience, is what shapes a city. I know this new council faces hundreds of decisions, and this request may feel like a small line in a very large taxpayer-funded budget, but small decisions can have generational impact. I'm calling on you as leaders, as neighbors, as stewards of this city to allocate the funds needed to repair and reopen the Old Y, to stand up for a building that has stood up for so many. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will jump into questions for the panel, starting with Councillor Johnson.
Hi there. My question's for Luca. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi there. I was stoked to see somebody from Ward 14.
Oh, yes. The most important ward.
Yes.
Of course.
I think, yeah. So I'm just kind of downloading everything with the Y here. And after kind of researching some of the nonprofits that are actually within the building, you know, some of them I really like, and they do a lot of good downtown. And you mentioned something about grants not being available. And I kind of am a bit of a professional when it comes to like finding grants. Me and my sisters would apply for like Oreo grants and stuff, bursaries going into college, and because nobody else would apply for them, we would get them. So just kind of simple searches for specific grants to what you guys are looking for. I would assume Acorn and that have kind of really looked into those grants. So I mean, for me personally, like, if you guys can figure out a way to get the money, like, as long as the building is being used for something, right? So I just hope you guys keep fighting and try to figure out a way to get the money you guys would need to continue doing what you guys want to do with that building. So, so my question for you is like, well, more of a suggestion, like if you need help finding grants and stuff, feel free to reach out, because I'm very good at finding that stuff. So,
okay.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's really thoughtful, Councillor Johnson. I'll move to Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thanks so much. For our colleagues for the Calgary Chamber, just looking at your presentation, I'm trying to reconcile in slide supportive progress on housing, and then later on, you know, what council can control from spending, and that's sort of the one, that reconciliation. So we spent a lot of time today talking about the downtown revitalization, the $40 million. And I'd love your thoughts from a chamber perspective, the balance between spending that $40 million to increase housing versus increasing houses somewhere else in the city. Are you sort of agnostic? A home is a home. If you can build it out in the burbs, great. If you can build it downtown, great, as long as you address the housing. How do you think about that, using taxpayer-funded dollars for that development versus the offset, you know, having developers and things out in the burbs? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. We think about diversity of housing over everything, and so being able to have the right combination across the city. So downtown has obviously struggled for quite a few years, and so has been worthwhile from an investment perspective, and we've seen the ROI on that, but that's not at the exclusion of being able to ensure that we have housing options across the city. And part of what we know is we need enough homes for families too. So ideally there's some 2, 3, 4 bedrooms downtown, but know that that's often not the case. And so in that case, suburbs are more appropriate. So we don't see it as sort of a one over the other, but making sure that we have the right mix that supports the population.
And there's a comfort from the chamber using taxpayer-funded dollars to help supplement that development.
We are quite pleased to see the level of data on the return on investment on something like the downtown conversion program. So absolutely needs to come with a clear ROI, but it has been quite evident based on the numbers that we've seen that the downtown conversion program has actually generated the benefits for the city that it needs to.
Well, thanks so much. That's important to hear from, you know, a business-led organization that sees that on the metrics. So thanks for that. Interesting, you mentioned the businesses have not kept up to the population growth. Maybe can you speak to that? Is there reasons? What's causing that? Is Calgary unique coming out of COVID, or and then sort of bring it back to cost for businesses, taxation? Is that a big driver? Love your thoughts.
Yeah, for sure. I can speak to that. So the rough numbers in 2020, Calgary had about 47,000 businesses in the metropolitan area, and we now have roughly 43,000. So that's a significant decline over the past 5 years. I think we look to stability in the policy environment, red tape, but also just broader economic conditions. Businesses are struggling with, you know, trade conflicts, supply chain disruptions, the cost of labor, the general inflation that has been impacting small businesses has been a detriment to business growth over the past 5 years, and we see that reflected in data that we've received this last quarter, that 58% of businesses in the Calgary area are struggling with cost-related obstacles as their #1 concern. I would think that speaks to some of that decline over the past 5 years. Yeah.
Do you have any data from other municipalities, Edmonton, Toronto, Vancouver? Would you see that same trend, that a growing metropolitan area actually sees a reduction in businesses?
I couldn't speak exactly to that number, but I'd be happy to look into it and get some numbers back to your office for sure.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Well, and the other piece is just around population growth. Calgary's seen an outsized increase in the number of residents, and so part of what we also look at is the number of residential property taxpayers relative to the number of businesses. So in that sense, Calgary is very, very unique.
Yeah, that's really surprising. 100,000 people added, and there's less businesses to support. The 100,000 plus in the existing residents. And finally, tax shift. Obviously, an intended consequence of that is reduced burden on businesses. You've evidenced that since 22 homeowners. Residential has a 22% increase on an aggregate dollars, and businesses are 10%. And that makes sense as you go from 47% to 44%. Your colleagues from the Calgary Federation of Independent Businesses spoke about that, you know, every dollar, priority one would be reinvesting back into their business and hiring more Calgarians. And I think they spoke about higher unemployment, and many of our folks have been speaking here about challenges there. So maybe just speak from your membership that if council this year and going forward gave stability or flat and returned some funds essentially or below inflation, what would your membership do with that? And can you quantify that economic impact? You know, it's interesting, 58% of cost-related obstacles. Maybe just sort of weave that in as we deliberate what we want to do with the tax increase or a flat increase. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think our membership would largely mirror the information received from CFIB this morning. When we talk to businesses, their #1 item that they would reinvest this money into is wages, productivity, and the broader community. And small businesses have an outsized impact on communities in Calgary. They're your coffee shops, breweries, bookstores, restaurants, things that make a community, and as the city has limited mechanisms by which to directly impact the costs that a business faces, property tax is one of those. And using that lever to put more money back into a business's pocket, they're going to reinvest that in the community, and it's something that will return dividends in the broader economy, but also broader vibrancy across the city. So, and on the cost-related piece, I mean, consistently businesses have been saying that cost-related obstacles are their number one obstacle to growth. This 58% number is higher than we've seen in recent years. I'd be happy to provide that data trended out over time. But as I've said, property tax is one mechanism by which they can reduce the impact of those cost-related obstacles. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I just have, I was hoping to speak with Ms. Morgan if I could. You're from Ward 9, so of course I had to say hello. Hi.
Hi.
You spoke, of course, to Acorn, and then, of course, to the Y, and then you sort of, towards the end of your conversation there, you mentioned some issues in Ward 9, your neighborhood specifically.
That's right.
Around traffic safety, signage, appropriate lighting. Can you just highlight which community that is?
So it's Forest Lawn Community, and there's two main schools there. I believe it's a Catholic school and then Patrick Airley.
Yeah.
And so I think it's 44th, 14th Ave and 40th Street and 14th Ave. See, we've been working on it.
That's fantastic. I won't make you go on about it because I know that it is late and you do have a child with you, but if you could just stand by, and I'd love to grab your information, work with you directly on that.
Wonderful. Yeah, that'd be great. Because we tried to work with the school on that, but they're actually like, well, there's not much we can do, so it's kind of something you guys have to take on your own. So we worked with some of the police officer as well, but yeah, would love your help.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then I just hope to speak with Luca as well. Luke, I think you had commented that you have done a bunch of research into the queer history and sort of support for that community and its relationship to the Y. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. Is that sort of just a hobby of yours, or have you come forward to?
No, I've actually done it with the University of Calgary. I did the program for undergraduate research experience over the summer, and Dr. Douglas Robb has hired me until the end of April to work on this project, and we're planning on doing the undergraduate research experience again. So all of my research has been done through ethics and through the university.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And just to confirm, so it was your findings through your research that sort of brought you to the Y and to be here today to sort of advocate on behalf of this building and the community organizations that it houses. Is that right?
Yes, it has. It's it stemmed from kind of a passion of wanting to learn more about my community and how I can help through my degree, which is mainly like city planning and things like that, and working on how I can get the information to help my community out through things that I'm also learning through my schooling.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Kelly. Take us home. Oh, Councillor Schmidt. Whoops. I think we forgot about you after that motion.
Well,
Councillor Schmidt, please.
I'll need corporate security during the dinner break. For the Calgary Chamber, if you could perhaps tell all of us how many members you have and how that membership informed some of the points you're bringing here today, especially around public safety. It's interesting just to see your approach to that in the context of a business advocacy group. And so I would like to hear how your members informed the types of initiatives that you highlighted there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So we have roughly 1,700 members, about 85% of whom are small businesses, and they're located around the city. There's concentration downtown, but really in every quadrant. And in as far as informing our priorities, and especially through our platform process over the summer, we had, I say countless, but more than 100 meetings with various members, various businesses all across the city in different wards. We surveyed our members, we held roundtables, and generally just tried to percolate up themes that were relevant across every quadrant of the city. And safety obviously came up as a major one, I think, just as much as it did for residents over the past 6 months to a year. And really the priorities and the solutions that we've forwarded have come directly from our members. They're concepts that we've heard about from businesses, in the downtown core who would like to see investments in CCTV and lighting, and then there's our members who are in the nonprofit sector who can speak more to the wraparound supports and how that informs the broader safety and social disorder discussions in the downtown core. And then we also engaged with civic partners as well as the Calgary Police Services to kind of understand the broader social community and policing and enforcement and how that all kind of works together. So we really tried to take a holistic view of the safety solutions specifically. So thank you.
So it sounds to me like your approach to public safety was informed by thoughtful discussion and meaningful engagement with stakeholders who all have something in the game when it comes to how us as a council will approach this issue.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just, Ms. Morgan, I don't have a question for you, but just appreciate that you stuck around with your child. And I know Councillor Clark will be speaking with you, so we may be able to find a snack for you on the way home as well.
Thank you. He's very hungry.
All right, over to Councillor Kelly.
I'll echo that to Ms. Morgan as well. Like, my question, I guess, would be, can you give your son a hug for us? Like, that's really, really impressive. Like, thanks, buddy, for sharing your mom with us. I might also, with the permission of the mayor and Councillor Clark, recommend that if you could stick around for a few minutes afterwards, grab a photo with the two of them just to mark, like, his first time coming to council, and that'd be great. I do have a question, though. Sorry. To the chamber, you're okay. Ruhi and Dan. Could you actually, Clerk, could you please bring back up the recommendations as well from their slide deck? Thank you. First question I have is, like, as we were going out and door knocking and having conversations with folks, one thing that came up frequently, and I think I mentioned it earlier this morning in response to someone else, was this idea of my taxes are continually going up, and I don't feel that I'm getting anything more for them. And as it relates to the tax shift, that's correct. Like, your taxes are going up and you're not getting anything specifically for them because we're trying to drive them down on the business side. I'm just wondering, as we consider the tax shift and continuing that program, if you have sort of any advice for us or any statement that, like, we could sort of go back to those residents with to be like, this is why we're doing this?
Yeah, for sure. And I would say that kind of sentiment of value for tax dollars is also reflected in the business community. I think in as far as residents, the argument can be, one, the reinvestment of businesses taking this money saved in the community, in wages, in productivity, in broader community efforts, even philanthropy through some of these businesses and the contributions they make to communities. I would also say, in terms of, folks are struggling with inflation, cost of living is up. We're not insensitive to that fact, and we know that we're not asking for a cost neutral recommendation on behalf of residents. There is a smaller associated cost with this as compared to businesses, but it is still a cost, and we are cognizant of that. But we would speak to the property tax assistance program and the way that this can support folks who may need assistance with their property taxes and ensuring that they're able to work through that process such that they can afford this. But I mean, just so we're clear here, the number that we have come up with for the average home is $50 per year, $5 per month, which if you're on a fixed income is nothing, but it's what you get back from that for the businesses that they can reinvest in community. We believe that delta is worth it. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I'll also maybe just add, part of it is the overall size of the pie as well. And so I appreciate that this council and administration has done work and will continue to do work to reduce the overall size of the pie and make sure that investments are smart and strategic so that Calgarians are getting more for their dollar. And that's part of the equation that fortunately is within City Council's control as well.
Thank you very much. And the reason I wanted to bring up the recommendations here is because, I mean, you kind of touched on this a little bit with Councillor Schmidt's question from earlier, I believe. You're the first group that I've seen bring up the community court program. And I have to say, I was a little bit surprised that it was like the business representing group was the first one to bring it up. I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about why this is number 4 on the recommendation list, why your membership is specifically recommending this as one of their top priorities for this particular council mid-cycle adjustment budget.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really important to understand the community court program recommendation in concert with the notice of motion to bring about the open-air drug use bylaw and the increased enforcement with peace officers to serve that bylaw infraction. Really, what we heard from businesses is that the current model of policing and enforcement, especially for open-air drug use, does not work. We often talk about this concept of the revolving door, where people are displaced from downtown for using some substance. They end up in the remand center due to various federal bail policies at the moment. They're back downtown shortly afterwards. It doesn't work for the people who are suffering an addiction, but it also doesn't work for the businesses who are being impacted by this. Where the community court comes in is as a redirection, where folks can be connected with the services that they actually need and that will help them break out of this cycle and leave the revolving door. So really, the community court works with the open-air drug use bylaw and vice versa, and it's a way to provide support where needed and as helpful, and also provide enforcement and ensure that businesses are not being negatively impacted to the degree that they are currently by this issue across the city. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I apologize to the mayor and Councillor Clark for making your dinner break start a little bit later.
All right, thank you, council members. We will be back at 8:03 p.m. with panel 12. Good evening and welcome back to the continuation of the 2026 budget adjustments for Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're still in the hearing from public presentations portion of this meeting. We previously concluded about 11 of the about 30 panels of presenters. I'm going to go back through panel 1 through 11 just to see if we can catch anybody who wasn't here previously when their name was called, and then I'll be moving to about panel 12. So first up, Stephanie Counts, are you here with us on the phone or in person? Zandria Sandberg from panel 3. Gordon Orr from panel 7. Andrew Thomas from panel 7. Mike Jones from panel 7. Charlotte Yellowhorn McLeod from panel 9. Arivik Petrosian from panel 9. Ryan Anderson from panel 10. Emma Countryman from panel 10. Julia Law from panel 11. Graham Masters from panel 11. Is anybody here from the names that I spoke? Oh, thanks so much. So we have Julia Law so far, and then I'm going to call 4 more individuals to join us, and then we'll begin with Ms. Law. We're now on panel 12. William Gillies.
Here.
Thank you, William. You're up next after Julia in just a moment as we conclude the panel. Sophie Keenan from panel 12. Linda Johnson from panel 13. Jody Phelan from panel 13. Pascal Apua from panel 13. Rod Ruff from panel 14. Jackie Stewart.
Excuse me, this is Michael Jones from panel 12. I didn't hear my name called.
Well, thank you so much. We'll line you up shortly here, Mr. Gillies.
And I'm Linda Grandinetti, also from panel 12. I didn't hear my name called.
Thank you so much, Linda. We'll line you up very shortly here. Jackie Stewart on panel 14. Joel Armitage, panel 14. Brian Hahn. On panel 14, John Yee. Moving now to panel 15, Talin English. Steve Bentley. Come on down, Steve. Thank you so much, Linda. We'll just ask and make sure everyone who is on the phone is muted. Jared Bluestein from panel 15. Pat Letizia. Elaine Bruce Haynes. Come on down, Elaine. And with that, I believe that we have our panel of 5, 3 here in person and 2 on the phone. So, Julia, you're up first. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your patience with us this evening.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you, councillors and mayor. Hope you're having a wonderful evening, and it's been a very long day. My name is Julia Law, and I'm the current Vice President External of the University of Calgary's Student Union. You heard from my peers, Tala and Mariana, from my Mount Royal equivalent earlier today. I'm here in my role, however, as the chair of the Calgary Student Alliance, a coalition of local students' associations, including Mount Royal and myself. My comments will focus on housing made on behalf of students at SAIT, Bow Valley College, and the Universities of Calgary and Mount Royal. Tomorrow, graduates of these campuses in Wards 7 and 8 will be Calgary's leaders and innovators. Today, we're your neighbors, living and working in communities citywide. We struggle with the cost of living like everyone else, while also facing yearly tuition hikes, owing to provincial funding cuts since 2019. Studying in a province with above average youth unemployment and Canada's lowest minimum wage means we also accrue more debt. Students, therefore, take no comfort from reports that Calgary's rental market is stabilizing. Prices still far exceed what they were before pandemic, and the results of a 2025 SAITSA survey suggest that student renters spend about 75% of their income on rent, exceeding the city's affordability threshold. Students aren't alone in this position, but we were uniquely expected to accept more debt as the solution. For many, the days of turning to family for help are long gone. The share of Calgarians below the poverty line has risen since 2019, and Canada has the G7's highest levels of household debt to disposable income. The cost of studying here may be why provincial data suggests that 6% more domestic students enrolled in 2023 than 2019. Despite Calgary's population growth and Alberta's unusually youth population, it should worry everyone if we fail to nurture our talent. Given that most jobs now require some kind of qualification, students are not an optional part of Calgary's economy. One way we can achieve that is through introducing more affordable student housing. While the city has made commendable efforts to expand Calgary's housing since 2023, many students are still finding that they have to choose between safety, affordability, or proximity to campus. Finding a place that offers all three is rare, especially for graduate students who may have dependents of their own. We rely on them to teach and conduct research, yet we expect them to find family-friendly housing on a student budget. Furthermore, as Budget 2026 notes, Calgary's office conversion programs have attracted more post-secondaries to downtown, like Calgary's School of Architecture, Planning and Landscape, which I actually happen to be a student from. I would note that recently SAPL has increased its collaborations with local affordable housing providers and are advertising that they have reserved some affordable suites for students. While this is admirable, the reserved units will house a fraction of SAPL's enrollment. Most will be in the same position as their peers at Bow Valley College, another downtown campus without a dedicated residence. 53% of students live 5 kilometers or more from their campus to save money. While the city hopes a student presence will revitalize downtown, this wasn't a task most students asked for. Most rely on transit, and unless they live near trains or max bus lines, commuting from downtown is difficult. Those who do drive can't afford, hundreds of dollars on parking each year. Some students, on the other hand, have safety concerns, tell us that they want to live closer to campuses that they pay greatly to access, or that downtown has few amenities that they need. While we appreciate that the budget has plans in these areas, there's still a lot of work to be done. This budget affirms continued investment in affordable housing projects like those in Rundle and Southview, but not purpose-built student housing in downtown or otherwise. While I'm not equating students to the vulnerable groups that some of the strategy supports, students are far from an affluent group. In any case, investing in student housing simply makes business sense. Desjardins reports that meaningful investment in this area frees up rental stock and lowers prices for ordinary families. More purpose-built student housing would help everyone, and our needs are predictable. Demand will be evergreen in neighborhoods such as Ward 7, 8, and adjoining areas. We favor living close to our campus and transit centres, which leads me to CSA's proposals for the Council's consideration. The budget commits to continuing the non-market housing land disposition program, a scheme that could be recalibrated to advance student housing. In fact, a site that will soon accept applications in Winston Heights on the boundary of Wards 4 and 7 enjoys transit links to nearly every Calgary campus. We ask that the city encourages and prioritizes this land allocation applications from developers who will reserve a share of below-market units for students. Recognize I'm at time. I have more, but yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Ms. Law.
Thank you.
I'll ask the second speaker seated to approach here in person, and then we will go through the 3 here in person and then the 2 on the phone.
Good evening, Mayor Farkas, and to our new City Council. Welcome. It's a big, important job that you've taken on, and I'm very glad to have the opportunity to speak before you today. My name's Steve Pentley. I'm a co-founding member of the Calgary Climate Hub. I live in Councillor Mike Atkinson's ward, Ward 7. I have to start by saying that I am of the old Y. The Calgary Climate Hub, a major stepping stone for the Calgary Climate Hub was to get an office, to go from having all of these volunteers operating out of their basements or off the corner of your desk to having an actual place where you can have 1 employee up to now 3 employees, 4 employees and growing. We needed a space for that. We needed a boardroom. We needed a place for filing cabinets. And that's what the old Y did for us, but it did more. It meant that I could just walk down the hall and run into that great fella Gerald from the Arusha Center that you all saw here today. Pick his brain a little bit. Run into new organizations that I'd never heard about but are doing important work that matters, work on things that we all care about, but maybe I don't spend as much time on as I could. But knowing they're out there and then being able to throw these little wonderful, magnificent social collisions that happen in a space like that. You just have to take my word for it if you've never been in it. But it's really something to be in a room or be in a building where everybody there is trying to make things better. It's incredible. Whatever the cost is, you're getting it cheap. So consider it. One of the things that being in that building, I got to know Acorn pretty well. And we found a lot of synergies, a lot of overlap. So for example, when they're talking about heat, setting limits to how hot an apartment can get, that's climate change, baby. That's where we're at now. That's where we're at, is now you're seeing different advocacy groups are coming up with problems that this hotter world has started to create for us. And it's great they're doing that work. It's a critically important work, and I stand by everything that they're doing. But I'm here today to talk about climate and make sure that everyone you knows there's just going to be more of these issues that develop. So we can't afford to do things like step back from the climate issue, to get rid of a climate panel. There's just so much work that needs doing. And it's dark, you know, like, I mean, I don't know how much time I got left, but we breathe a whole lot more smoke these days. We breathe hundreds of hours more smoke every year now, where we used to breathe just 8 hours a year. The historic average was 8 hours a year, 8 or 12, I can't remember. Now it's in the hundreds. We got to do better before it gets to the thousands, because that costs a whole city. Who wants to move to a place that the entire summer is covered in smoke? Because that's where we're headed if we don't fix it. Now, here's the good news. I don't want to leave with the bad stuff. The good news is it's all fixable. And the best action, the best climate action that can happen anywhere, right here, municipal, city level, climate action. You can see it happen in real time. That's why I do exactly what I do. You can see it happen in real time. And we're here with the Calgary Climate Hub. We're not going anywhere. Been here since 2017. I'm a pretty easy guy to buy a beer for, so if you ever want to talk about smart things that are going on all over the world on climate and cool things we could do right here to make us win the energy transition instead of losing it, I'm here. The Calgary Climate Hub's here. We've always been here and we're not going anywhere. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much for being here. Please stand by. We'll go to our third speaker here in person.
I'm going to be, obviously I'm wearing a mask. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this evening. My name is Elaine Bruce Haynes. I'm a resident of Ward 8 and a renter in the Beltline neighborhood. I'm also a member of the organization Acorn and co-chair of our City Center chapter. I'm here to speak to you about two concerns that are important to me. The first concern is regarding the future of the city-owned historic YWCA, affectionately known as the Old Y. I'm asking Council to allocate the necessary funds towards the renovations for the Old Y. As we all know, the City of Calgary has an inadequate amount of affordable space for community gathering and meetings. The decision to allow the historic YWCA to fall vacant and the withdrawal of the community-based services that it once held is hugely problematic. The Old Y and the vast array of community services once found there are not only important to me, but they're important to our community as well. Organizations such as Acorn, Arusha, Calgary Narrative Collective, Threads That Thrive, and the many, many others were and are doing indispensable work in our community. These types of services are not easily replicable and no longer are easily accessible. Some of the organizations have closed or gone into storage. Some are operating from home offices, and most are now scattered across our large city. Many of us who are accessing these services are transit dependent, and it is very difficult, maybe impossible for some, to access the services they need. For me personally, the Old Y was where I attended Acorn meetings, met with other members, and could easily access support from the Acorn staff. If I hadn't have been going to the Old Y for Acorn meetings, I never would have known about all the other wonderful organizations that were housed there. The loss of this wonderful community hub where one could access so many services and supports in one central location is a real disservice to our community and to the entire city as a whole. The beloved historic YWCA, known to many as the Old Y, is more than just a building. It's a cornerstone of community safety, support, and connection. Because the city owns this facility, your leadership is essential. I'm asking Council to invest in its restoration so that it can once again serve the people who need it the most. Investing in the Old Y is an investment in people. The second issue I'd like to address is in regards to a much-needed implementation of some form of landlord licensing in Calgary. With respect to the work we're doing in Acorn, one of the main issues our Calgary members have identified and are working on is the necessity for and the implementation of a landlord licensing system. The sizable amount of substandard rental housing in our city can and should be addressed through a landlord licensing program, perhaps like the one that governs restaurant licensing and inspections. Other businesses need to be licensed, so why not license landlords? Renting accommodations to people is their business. The egregious abuses by negligent landlords happening to renters on a daily basis is shocking. If such a system had already been in place, it is highly likely that the issues that I and my family experienced with a previous landlord would never have been allowed to happen. For instance, in my former building, tenants were forced to live in extreme heat conditions during a months-long exterior renovation, some days with temperature in suites reaching above 30 degrees. Nighttime brought little relief as there was no airflow to move out the heat and bring in cooler air due to the netting that surrounded the scaffolding. This was during one of Calgary's hottest summers in recent memory. I might add, situations like this are why a max heat bylaw is crucial to renter safety. So tonight, I'm calling on Council to introduce a landlord licensing system in our city. Every renter needs and deserves a safe and healthy home where property standards are upheld. This is a necessary step toward protecting our rights as renters. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We'll now move to Linda Grandinetti on the line.
Thank you. My name is Linda Grandinetti. I live in Ward 7. I'm a retired business owner and middle school teacher. And I want to thank you for your time this evening. I'm here to add my voice to those asking Council to include funding to complete the renovations in the city-owned Old Y building. I've been thinking about all the programs and services that have been incubated and housed at the Old Y. I've also been reading a book called The Theory of Water, written by Anishinaabe thinker Leanne Beta Samosake Simpson. In it, I came across a new word, sintering. It's spelled S-I-N-T-E-R-I-N-G. And for those who don't already know, it means to form bonds, the way individual snowflakes attach themselves to each other to form a blanket of snow. And it struck me that one of the main functions of many of the organizations housed in the Old Y is exactly that, sintering. Fostering bonds between advocacy groups and vulnerable people in our community who need support. Fostering bonds that strengthen initiatives that make our city safer and more vibrant. Fostering bonds between organizations who share the space, allowing them to learn from each other and collaborate more easily. And I believe that all of these functions are vitally important in our world today. When I was teaching middle school, I often wondered how my grade 5 and 6 students would fare as they grew up and made their way in our complex world. Many of the kids I taught struggled with mental health issues, with belonging. And as we've heard, many of the organizations housed in the Old Y are a lifeline to those who struggle. Now, as a new council, I hope that you'll do some sintering of your own. Form bonds with each other that will help to move Calgary forward in a good way. And one way to do this is to choose to be protectors of these nonprofits who are making a difference in our city. I'm calling on council to fund the renovations needed to the Old Y so the organizations housed there can move back in. Affordable shared space will help them continue their good work to the benefit of all Calgarians. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Please stay on the line in case there may be questions from members of council. Now going to William Gillies to please round off this panel.
Good evening, Mayor Farkas and Calgary City Council. My name is William Gillis, and I live in Ward 7. I'm a renter in Sunnyside and the chair of the Northwest chapter of Calgary Acorn, who you've heard from many of our members so far. I want to speak to two things today. The first is the situation with the Old Y downtown. This fall, Acorn, along with many other community organizations, were evicted from the Old Y because of repair issues. Acorn, like the other community organizations affected, provides important services to Calgarians, and the eviction has caused disruption and financial hardship. Acorn works predominantly with low-income renters to help them resolve issues with their tenancies, such as landlord disputes, poor maintenance, eviction threats, and much more. These problems have gotten worse over the past several years as Calgary's rental market has severely tightened and rents have rapidly climbed. As the city is responsible for the Old Y, I ask that Council commit to funding the necessary repairs so that Acorn can continue to effectively work for tenants in Calgary. The second thing I ask of City Council is to implement a landlord licensing system. The city already licenses other forms of business, but rental units are not covered despite them being essentially a commercial endeavor. This means that there are no proactive inspections of rental units, that they meet the basic standards for people to live in. Instead, tenants themselves must report issues that their landlords fail to deal with to the Residential Tenancy Board, which is a very slow process and leaves people open to retaliatory evictions. Pests, mold, repairs, and other unsafe conditions are things that we hear about constantly from our renters in Calgary. While much tenancy law is provincial, and Alberta unfortunately has the worst tenant protections in the country, landlord licensing is something that the city can implement. Other Canadian cities, such as Toronto and Hamilton, have landlord licensing systems. This can be paid for by a small fee on rental units to hire inspectors, but this would have an enormous positive impact for Calgary tenants who have been deeply affected by the housing crisis. So to reiterate, what I'm asking from City Council in these budget deliberations is to fund the repairs to the Old Y so that community organizations like Acorn can continue to operate there, and also that the city implement a landlord licensing system to better protect Calgary tenants from poor living conditions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. That concludes our panel. Are there any questions from council members for any of the panel members? Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Really just an observation, and I won't take too long because I know it is quite late, but you know, this whole day has been spent hearing from individuals, direct from community. I think about what Ms. Law was communicating about regarding student housing and making that an accessible piece in all communities. It reminds me a lot about what I've seen in Ward 9, where what have been traditionally working class neighborhoods, where those of low incomes found places to live in our city are now not finding places in those neighborhoods. So it just sort of resonates with me that what Acorn is doing and the hopes for the Y. You know, we've talked a lot about the the downtown buildings being renovated for residential, and we're seeing maybe
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Clark. I have to direct you to a specific panel member if you have a question.
I appreciate you all for being here, and I'll ramble on another time. Thanks.
Councillor Atkinson, please.
Mr. Bentley, please. Hey,
Councillor.
I'm wondering about trees and investment in trees. It's the kind of thing we're talking about budget there, and I know the Calgary Climate Hub has been pretty close to the metal on some of the tree initiatives within the city. I'm wondering what you think some of the biggest bang for buck is in terms of greening our city.
Well, one of the things that thanks for the question, Councillor. One of the things that the Calgary Climate Hub focuses on a lot is tree equity. So if you look at where all the trees are planted, it just happens to coincide with where all the well-moneyed people are in the great big homes. That's where all the trees are. But where they're needed the most is often where they're found the least. And ultimately, trees do a lot. And actually, you know, I was here for some of you were here for the great big housing hearings a couple of years ago. It seemed like across the political spectrum, everybody liked trees. You just kept hearing it from wherever people were. Everybody wanted more trees. Everybody wanted trees protected. Everybody wants more trees. They do important things for us as human beings. Just being near them makes us better, but they also have an incredible cooling effect. You know, we're talking about keeping apartments cool. This keeps streets cool, this keeps homes cool, and that's another, it's a relatively cheaper climate solution, and like many climate solutions, it's not just a twofer, it's a threefer. It's good for your health, it's good for the pocketbook, and it's good for climate. So yeah, I think bang for the buck is looking at areas, and you can, anybody that wants to find out where the trees are needed the most, the good news is the Hub has got you covered. We have an app for that. There's a tree equity map that shows historically where the trees have been planted and where we need them the most right now. And so to me, that's your bang for the buck. Find out where we need them the most, and I'll tell you right now, really easy. It's northeast. Councillor Dollywall could tell you that. That's where we need the trees the most.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
Question for Ms. Law. Thanks for your presentation. Earlier today, we heard from your counterparts from Mount Royal. There was a suggestion from them that they would like to see the creation of a student committee as part of the Home is Here strategy. I'm curious if that's something that's come up with your group and if that is something you would see as beneficial.
I would see that as very beneficial. I'm someone, and my organization also agrees with this, in the fact that involvement with the people who are affected by something is the best way to get things done. There is a bunch of eager student leaders across this city, ranging from executives in these student councils. So I've got counterparts myself across the city, but there's also students who aren't in these elected positions who would totally love to be a part of something like this. I think it would be a very critical thing to include and would actually go a long way in towards student development across this city.
Thank you, and I'll just forward the same offer, is that if you want to get in touch with our office, then certainly it's worth further discussion.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much, panel members. If you're on the phone, you can hang up and tune in to our proceedings online. And thank you as well for those who joined us in person. Council, bear with me for just a moment here as I assemble our next panel. So I'll call on Michael Jones. Michael, are you with us on the phone?
That I am.
Great. You are our first panel member. I'll call 4 other people before calling on you first. John Yee, come on up. Carlo Bruno. Disha Dakua. Viraj Mand. Emanuela Chijin. Moving now to panel 17, Jacob Marr. I don't believe any of these CMSA folks are going to be here, but I'm going to speak all the names just in case. Xavier Hazelwinkle. Gracie Marr. Jason Chu, Gabe Schaefer, Reese Johnston, Avon Johnston, Callie Johnston. Moving now to panel 19, Lauren Blackmore, Tara Laverdure, Alexis Hranchuk, Kate Duggan, Jeff Book. Any of those names with us on the phone?
Your Worship, Mayor Farkas, it's Brian Hahn. You called my name earlier, but I wasn't connected online. I am here as well and can participate.
Sounds good, Brian. We'll call on you shortly here as I assemble the remainder of the panel.
Hello, Mayor Farkas. This is Pat Leticia. I'm on panel 15. I'm not sure if you've called my name or if you're how far along you are in the panel. It looks like panel 12 online.
No worries, Pat. We're happy to hear from you in just a moment.
Sure, no worries.
Mayor Farkas, this is Michelle Graham from panel 8. I don't know if I'm able to participate at this time, but I'm here.
Hey, thank you so much, Michelle. Why don't we start with you? We have our panel. Michelle, you have 5 minutes with us if you'd like to jump in.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mayor Farkas and City Councillors, my name is Michelle Graham. I'm a white queer woman born and raised in Mohkinstsis and a great-grandchild of European settlers. As a settler on Treaty 7 land, I have an obligation to be a good treaty partner. So I echo and amplify the statements made by our Sacred Home Indigenous elders, who I know one of was unable to stay this long to share her points. We do have a presence on Facebook and Instagram if you'd like to learn more about us. But I'd like to use my time here to echo some of the points that Charlotte had prepared but was unable to stay this long to share. Renters in Calgary often go unheard and are marginalized within the current housing system. This system perpetuates a cycle of unaffordable housing and poor credit, making it increasingly difficult for renters to succeed. For instance, if a tenant is evicted for being unable to pay rent and utilities, their credit is negatively affected. This, in turn, makes it near impossible for them to find safe and affordable housing in the future. Many individuals who have dedicated their lives to hard work find that their pension income is insufficient to cover housing costs in Calgary. This financial strain often forces them to cover rent, inadvertently placing them in the role of primary child care providers at a time when they should be enjoying their retirement. Tragically, some even face the harsh reality of homelessness, which is particularly concerning as winter approaches. As we prepare for colder weather, we must ask, where will these vulnerable individuals find shelter during harsh conditions? The city has previously outlined a plan to hold a tenant forum to provide a platform for our voices and address pressing issues. We must be included in the decision-making process so we can voice our concerns and our lived experience. That was Charlotte's points. I'll continue with mine until my time is up, if I may. I previously spoke in support of the city's Home is Here housing strategy, but I am no longer in favor of the blanket rezoning because it has not made housing options more attainable, nor does it meet the needs of minority and marginalized groups. We see many older single-family homes replaced with multifamily housing, and each unit costs as much or more as what it replaced. Calgarians deserve safe, affordable, accessible housing, and I amplify the voices who are calling for the Outlink and the Old Y, a space to host these groups that support these minority and marginalized groups. I'm currently hosting multiple minority and marginalized folks in my home who couldn't otherwise afford a place to rent. Their income's a mixture of Alberta Works, AISH, and some employment. My goal is not to make a profit. I'm not a landlord. I'm just giving some folks a hand up. We do need more subsidized housing, non-market housing solutions, landlord licensing, tenant rights, and rent control measures. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Please wait on the line in case there may be questions for you. We'll now ask Michael Jones to speak.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. Good evening, folks. My name is Michael Jones. No relation to the Mike Jones from Sunnyside this afternoon. He almost got the best neighborhood's name correct. It really should be Sunalta and not Sunnysides. But what's Calgary without some friendly cross-bow river rivalries? While I am privileged to wear several hats in the city, I'm representing myself and not any organization this evening. As a citizen with a distinct interest in governance, I've learned over and over the truth of what a city aspires to be is found in its budget. I implore Council today to follow through and demonstrate that you're interested in investing in Calgarians. So far this year, we've had to say goodbye to 13 of our fellow citizens who happen to be pedestrians at the time. This is not okay. So far this year, the city's own traffic incidents data set reports that we've had 363 citizens involved in a collision major enough to warrant being noted by the city's traffic management center. This is not okay. The public numbers that I have on how much economic impact this have are rather old, being from 2014, but at $6.7 million per death, $162,000 per injury, and then once you add in inflation, that says we've had an economic impact of $164 million against us this year alone. This is not okay. To make a real change to this, we need to take our road design and other options seriously. As such, I'm asking you to ensure that this budget is taking investing in a road seriously. We can't enforce our way out of this issue, and it also means we don't repurpose 5A money for potholes. We need to show we're serious about saying we are going to do what we value. Keep building the 5A network and keep investing in retrofitting the roads in our communities. As a citizen with the immense privilege of being a community association president, I want this council to not let arbitrary reductions undercut the preventative programs we have. Calgary needs its third places. Calgary needs to support its preventative services to address problems at their source, instead of asking for enforcement to hide reality. Be proactive, not reactive. Calgary needs to, in its budget, make it clear to administration what we value. A perfect example of this was the ask by the Chamber before the dinner break to invest more in community court to connect residents to services. I will concede, I am an Albertan, I share a distinct aversion to wanting to pay taxes, and I want all the services. The proposed tax increase that we see is just the price of living in our society. We don't have to like it, but we do need our city and our council to ensure we're investing in the city and to not band over our problems. We must address them, even when it's yet another example of the province abdicating its responsibility. In the interest of time and pointing to Calgarians who have done the work to give you the information to make wise decisions, I point to what the Chamber said before. I point to the slides and thorough research into making our city sustainable by Mr. Harlock this morning. I point to the words of Doug Clark of Bike Calgary about being serious on moving the needle on the safety of our roads. I point to the reality of our changing environment, that we can adapt or we can pay exponentially more later for our folly. Going after rounding error-sized items is seductive, but it's terrible governance. So thank you for your time, and I hope as you go into discussing amendments in these coming days, you remember that we need to invest in our city if we're interested in improving. We've been reminded for years that amenities should come with density, but that does require the city to follow through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now call on Brian Hahn.
Your Worship, Mayor Farkas, and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of BUILD and our 600-member companies, Calgary's builders, developers, and industry partners. BUILD members are proud partners in city building. They finance, design, and deliver much of the infrastructure that enables Calgary to grow and remain one of Canada's most affordable and livable cities. The residential construction industry is a significant economic driver and one of the largest funders of the city of Calgary. That funding helped to generate 57,000 jobs, $4.5 billion in wages, and $11.6 billion in construction value in 2024 alone. This activity benefits the entire economy. Over the past 2 years, industry contributions to the city have exceeded $250 million annually through offsite levies and related payments. Most noteworthy is at the end of 2024, $584 million in levy funds were held in city reserves, with another $665 million committed through 2027. This level of private funding directly supports water systems, roads, recreation centers, fire halls, libraries, and police stations, the infrastructure that makes housing and jobs possible. Between 2021 and 2025, that funding supported over 81,000 housing starts in Calgary. BUILD shares council's goals for affordable, sustainable, and strong infrastructure. Budget 2026 includes initiatives we strongly support. The 10-year capital investment plan is a critical step towards aligning infrastructure, capital expenditures, and land supply with housing demand. It improves sequencing, transparency, and investor confidence. Maximization of existing infrastructure and land supply supports the city's efforts to defer capital costs where possible. The areas of the city's water treatment plants and water delivery networks offer great examples where we believe this can happen. Edmonton's water infrastructure optimization saved hundreds of millions. Calgary can achieve similar results which allows for reinvesting the savings to improve efficiency and sustainability, benefiting both ratepayers and the environment, while also freeing up capacity for new growth. In addition to the areas of Budget 2026 BUILD and its member support, there are, however, some key areas where we encourage you and administration to make Budget 2026 go further, to strengthen transparency, efficiency, accountability, common understanding, and ultimately deliver optimum outcomes for Calgarians. Number one, transparency on offsite levies. Publicly report directly in Budget 2026 all offsite levy revenues and how industry-provided levy funds fund growth-enabling projects. Number two, publish capital prioritization criteria to maximize outcomes. Clear criteria will help developers and redevelopers to plan efficiently and give them and their investors confidence that projects will advance in a timely manner. Number three, continued and redoubled focus on accelerating the reduction of Calgary's high rate of water loss. Include measurable reduction targets in Budget 2026, because what gets measured gets done. Savings here can defer capital costs and improve affordability. Number four, address historic underspending. From 2012 to 2023, water-related capital underspending may be as much as $2.1 billion. That undermines confidence in timely capital project delivery and execution. Budget 2026 should include a resourcing and execution plan to ensure timely capital project delivery. BUILD support and encouragement is intended as constructed, forward-looking measures and of assistance and support for administration and council as you work to finalize Budget 2026 and deliver optimal outcomes. We believe our recommendations will enhance transparency and public confidence, strengthen accountability and performance, improve predictability and reduce embedded housing costs, and support affordability and livability as Calgary grows towards 2 million residents. BUILD is proud to partner with the city in building Calgary's future. Together, we can ensure Budget 2026 delivers a city that remains affordable, vibrant, and opportunity-rich for every Calgarian. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. We will now go to Pat Letizia.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas and council members. As mentioned, my name is Pat Letizia, and I'm the chair of the Climate Advisory Committee. I speak today in support of maintaining the budget allocations to the Calgary Climate Strategy and Implementation Plan. Understanding the complexity of climate change can be challenging. In relevant terms, Calgary's long-term safety, affordability, and economic strength are intricately linked to our changing climate, and climate action is an integral component of any major city budget. Our mandate is to advise council and administration on climate mitigation and adaptation. Our committee members include a diverse cross-section of leaders and experts from across sectors and disciplines. Over the past several years, the city has made meaningful progress on integrated climate action by improving energy efficiency in city-owned buildings, reducing operating costs, access to affordable housing, mobility options to increase choice and safety, healthy parks, green spaces and river valleys, food and energy security, and targeting Calgary's climate and weather-related preparedness and resilience. This includes the human and material costs associated with hailstorms, flooding, drought, extreme heat, and cold. Many of these solutions often work on multiple levels, where a single policy or investment can solve more than one problem. For example, implementing natural infrastructure such as rain gardens or tree canopies can simultaneously manage stormwater runoff, reduce urban heat, and provide natural habitats. Combining benefits leads to the multifunctional communities that Calgarians value and depend on. This integrated approach is essential because the challenges our city faces do not exist in isolation. Failing to continue funding Calgary's climate plan would be fiscally short-sighted, as the city risks losing the precarious ground we've worked so hard to gain, and would put us at an economic and social disadvantage in a world that already accepts the risks associated with the cost of climate inaction. Without steady effort, we can expect higher operational costs for the city and higher costs of residents, along with increased risks to infrastructure, property values, and public health. Some of the most significant financial risks for the city are property value and revenue impacts. Calgary's experienced $4.2 billion in hail-related damages since 2020. Last year's Northeast hailstorm alone caused $2.8 billion in incurred losses and contributed to reduced property values in affected neighborhoods. Lower property values reduced municipal tax revenue, shifting the financial burden onto the rest of Calgary's taxpayers. Second, the service delivery risks. Extreme weather, smoke, flooding, drought, and heat can disrupt core municipal services as well as emergency services and raise the cost of delivering them. Understanding and managing these risks is center focus of the next climate implementation plan. Third, operational cost increases. Climate hazards damage city infrastructure and lead to unexpected expenses. Rising energy prices also increase operating costs unless efficiency measures are in place. Proactive investments, including diversification of energy sources and climate-resilient infrastructure, can reduce long-term operating costs and future liabilities. And last, health and safety risks. Repeated climate-related events pose significant health threats, particularly during prolonged high heat periods and times of intense wildfire smoke. These conditions increase the risk of severe respiratory distress, heart attacks and strokes, heat-related illness, and amplify stress, anxiety, and trauma, which can contribute to social disorder, higher emergency response calls, and straining healthcare systems. Sustained heat waves can increase mortality rates, especially among vulnerable populations, including the elderly. When combined, they carry significant financial, human, and safety implications for the entire city. Proactive investment in climate adaptation is critical to help the city and our communities adjust to current and future conditions. This reduces costly damages, protects public safety and well-being, strengthens local businesses, and positions Calgary to take advantage of many new opportunities in a changing economy. Calgary remains vulnerable. Rising temperatures, growing wildfire and drought risks, severe storms, and pressure on public safety systems make it clear that we need continued action. The good news is that we have the tools, experience, and community partnerships to build a safer, more affordable, and more resilient city. And for these reasons, we strongly urge Council to maintain the budget allocation to support the continued progress of the climate implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to round us off, we have John Yee with us in person.
Mayor Farkas and councillors, welcome and congrats to your electoral victories. As Calgary continues to grow faster than any other city in Canada, the strength of our economy depends on how well we equip the people driving that growth, our newcomers and our working families. Calgary's population continues to rise through immigration, interprovincial migration, and secondary migration, even as national immigration levels begin to cool. Over the past year, more than 28,000 people moved here from other provinces, while the city's working age population grew by 4.4% to about 1.6 million in Q3 2025. Unemployment has recently climbed to 8%, the highest since 2021, tightening affordability and reinforcing the need for efficient and practical measures that keep Calgarians working and contributing. Newcomers and longtime residents alike are not just part of Calgary's growth, they power it. They are the builders, entrepreneurs, and essential workers who keep our hospitals, schools, and businesses running. To sustain this momentum, we need stability in three key areas: fair entry, housing, and safety. Fair entry is a proven example of smart government, an efficient single application system that connects residents to essential city programs supporting daily life. It keeps the workforce mobile, families active, and communities engaged. More than 61,000 Calgarians used fair entry in 2025 so far, a clear indicator that this model is working. By linking people to services like public transit, recreation, and property tax assistance, fair entry helps maintain a strong labor force and a healthy, productive city. Transit remains one of its most impactful results. 40% of all riders now use the low-income transit pass, with over 537,000 passes sold in 2024. Affordable, reliable mobility ensures Calgarians can reach jobs, training, and childcare, directly supporting employment and economic activity. Access to recreational and community facilities also contributes to wellness and youth development, preventative investments that reduce downstream costs in policing, healthcare, and social supports. Fair entry is about efficiency and productivity, helping Calgarians stay mobile, employed, and invested in their city. More than 84,000 Calgarian households are in housing need today, a number projected to surpass 100,000 by 2026. This is not just a newcomer challenge. 63% of affected households are non-racialized, and 32% are racialized, making housing a broad economic and workforce issue. The city has already demonstrated leadership with practical, partnership-driven housing models. One example is the collaboration between the city, Liberty Housing, and Center for Newcomers, where city land is provided at book value, Liberty and Truman build the units, and CFN secures the tenants. This approach leverages private sector efficiency, public sector foresight, and community expertise. Similar partnerships with organizations like the Alex and Trellis would deliver strong returns on public investment while meeting the city's housing and workforce needs. As Calgary grows, community safety must keep pace. The Calgary Police Service reported a 24% increase in hate-motivated incidents in 2024, and frontline organizations are witnessing a continuation of this trend in 2025. CFN has seen this firsthand, from online harassment to in-person intimidation at community locations. Every incident has been reported to police. Protecting residents from targeted hate is not only a moral responsibility, it's a public order and productivity issue. When people feel safe, they are more likely to participate fully in the workforce, invest in their communities, and strengthen civic cohesion. Population growth continues to fuel Calgary's economy. Alberta led the nation for the 12th consecutive quarter in interprovincial migration, getting more than 28,000 people between July 2024 and June 2025. 44% were from Ontario, 25% from BC, and 78% of those were under 40. Approximately 12,000 of these new residents settled in Calgary, creating demand for about 4,700 new housing units. At the same time, Alberta added 22,000 non-permanent residents year over year, sustaining key sectors. Key sectors like construction, healthcare, and hospitality. These are working-age individuals driving tax revenue, filling labor shortages, and strengthening Calgary's competitive position. Our policy should match that momentum. My ask to Council is straightforward. Lock in multi-year inflation index funding for fair entry and the low-income transit pass, maintain and expand near-market, non-market housing partnerships, and provide multi-year support for community safety, settlement initiatives, and FCSS funding. Thank you.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Thank you so much for being here. Council members, are there any questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, panel members, for being here. We will attempt to assemble our next and perhaps final panel for the evening. If you are on the phone and part of this panel, you can hang up now and continue to watch the proceedings online. I see you, Mr. Fawcett. You can come on up. So for our first panel member, we have Kyle Fawcett. I'm going to start listing off some names here, and hopefully people are online. Carol Chu. If I say your name and you're on the phone, please respond affirmatively. Chris Marchuk. Jason Ribeiro. Kevin Webb. Ben Mercer. Sierra Love. Alex Williams. J.S. Ryu. Laura Shudiak. Joe Cece. Stephanie Brizil. Gianluca Cross-Basuli. Rachel Kolodikchuk. CJ Feets. Barnabas Guaza. Beverly Redman. Pascal Apua. Is there anyone on the line of those names? All right, we will move now to panel 24. Jessica Cope-Williams. Sorry, did somebody try to speak and I interrupted you?
Sorry, it's Jody Phelan. I'm on the line.
Jody Phelan?
Yes.
Great. We'll call on you in just a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two of our panel members. I'll try to find three more individuals. Oh, come on up. We'll have you just beside Kyle there. Aaron Redman. Betsy Mustard. Enam Teja. Dylan Carrasco. Joni Liu. Chris Marchuk. Jean-Claude Menuzami. For any of those names, are any of you on the line? Okay. We'll move now to panel 26. Art Masui.
Who?
Art, is that you?
Who?
Hello, may I ask who is speaking?
Barnabas Guaza. I just had my name called a moment ago for panel 23.
Panel 23, could you just say your name once more?
Barnabas Guaza.
Barnabas. Thank you, Barnabas. We'll call on you in just a moment here. Adele Sanoy. Peter Oliver. Nigel Swytink Benema. Matthias Ricalda. Connie Yu. Lisa Poole. Nathan Green.
This is Nathan Green here.
Hi, Nathan. Just a moment. We'll be calling on you shortly.
Excuse me, Mayor Farkas. It's Laura Sudiak. I am on the line now.
Oh, fantastic, Laura. Thank you so much for being with us.
Excuse me, I'm Christine Williams. I didn't hear my name called, but I am on panel 24.
Well, thank you very much. I think we've assembled our panel here, and I believe we're at 6 names called, so I think this will be our final panel for the night.
So could we come in tomorrow then?
Yep, that's right. Council will begin at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Let's call up Kyle Fawcett.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Farkas. Congratulations to each one of you council members on your recent election victories. I'm Kyle Fawcett. I'm the CEO for Silvera for Seniors. And we're excited to work with each of you over the next 4 years to ensure that the seniors in our city have affordable housing that is affordable and suitable housing options that they can rely on. Silvera is a not-for-profit social enterprise that operates over 2,300 housing units across Calgary, including operating the Supporting Living Lodge program on behalf of the City of Calgary, for which the City has an obligation to provide ongoing operational funding under the Provincial Housing Act and associated ministerial order signed by the province, city, and Silvera. I come here today to share our perspective on 2 specific items: the importance of ensuring that funding for the Lodge program supports fair and competitive wages for our nearly 400 employees, and to reaffirm our support for the city's housing strategy. Silvera remains grateful for the positive working relationship with city administration and previous councils. After decades of chronic underfunding and the city failing to meet its obligations for the Lodge program prior to the last 2 4-year budget cycles. Through the Lodge program, Silvera provides housing accommodation services that includes 3 meals a day, weekly housekeeping, and life learning and leisure programs to keep seniors engaged and thriving. This program supports low to moderate middle income seniors that otherwise would not have affordable access to this type of housing and supports and would otherwise be at risk of being homeless and left to age in an environment that is not suitable to meet their needs as they age. This program is funded through rents and fees paid by residents, a grant from the Government of Alberta, and the City of Calgary providing the balance of funding required to operate the program and maintain the assets. We are committed to being good stewards of public funding, ensuring we deliver value for money spent and achieve the results expected of us. I'm not here to request more money for this program in 2026, even though administration is recommending a nearly 5% reduction in Silvera's operating funding. Our focus will be on directing available resources towards ensuring employee compensation is fair and competitive, even though we are resigned to the fact that we're likely to fall behind in this area after making significant progress over the last several years. This progress has resulted in measurable improvements to employee turnover and engagement. Our ability to maintain this progress will be highly dependent on sufficient funding increases going forward. This will be something that will need to be addressed in the next 4-year budget cycle. Now, I don't think I need to convince any of you about the desperate need for affordable housing in our city. As market rents have skyrocketed over the last 4 years, Silvera's wait list for housing has doubled in size, reaching nearly 1,400 seniors. The city's own data indicates that the seniors' population will grow by 30% in the next 5 years, and that seniors have the highest incident of housing need than any other age demographic. To say we need more non-market housing for affordable seniors or for seniors might be the understatement of the day. We have been encouraged by the progress made by the city in the last couple of years through the Chief Housing Office and the Housing Solutions team. However, this is not enough. It's not enough to simply rely on funding from other orders of government. Funding has to be made available at the local level in order to leverage funding and financing from other orders of government. This requires investment of public funds from the City of Calgary in partnership with organizations like Silvera. Silvera's 10-year capital plan proposes adding 700 new housing units and modernizing and replacing 160 existing units over the next 5 years at a total cost of approximately $370 million. This includes a modest expansion of the number of lodge program units to better serve the needs of Calgary. I want to be honest. This will inevitably require the City of Calgary to contribute a significant portion of the capital required for this modest expansion, and it will also come with increased funding requests, operating funding requests due to how the Lodge program is structured and funded. While you might find this reality challenging, please consider that Calgary's Lodge program hasn't grown in close to 20 years, with over half of the 775 units located in the community of Bridgeland. In comparison, the capital region has over 1,650 lodge units, 118% more than the City of Calgary. Not only will Silvera's capital strategy and plan add desperately needed seniors housing, it will also sustain Silvera financially and make Silvera less reliant on public funding by spreading Silvera's administrative costs over more units. Finally, we have recently been transitioning our relationship with the City of Calgary from the Civic Partners team, which currently oversees the administration and funding of the Lodge program, to the Housing Solutions team under the Chief Housing Office. Given that Silvera is exclusively a housing organization, fully aligning Silvera under the Chief Housing Office is common sense. It will improve strategic alignment and accountability, and we would request that this transition be fully completed for the 2027 to 2030 four-year budget cycle. Again, thank you for your time today, and good luck with your deliberations and decisions. I look forward to speaking with many of you in the new year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fawcett. We'll call on Jody Phelan.
My name is Rachel Kalanta. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jody Phelan. I'm the CEO of Hire Good, a social enterprise committed to hiring people with barriers and reinvesting back into our community. I'm here today because the public washroom program is more than a service. It's a lifeline, and it strengthens Calgary in ways that cannot be ignored. Public washrooms are essential infrastructure. They allow people to participate in public life with dignity. For many years, these spaces in Calgary have struggled with safety concerns, unpredictable conditions, and limited trust. That changed the moment trained attendants were placed on site. When a Hire Good attendant is present, the entire atmosphere shifts. People relax, families feel comfortable, seniors feel secure, visitors feel welcome, and those experiencing vulnerability feel treated with dignity instead of judgment. Calgarians immediately feel the impact. 96% of users said they would use these attended washrooms again. And the attendants do so much more than greet people. They step in when emergencies happen, they calm situations before they escalate. In just one location, attendants responded to multiple calls for help, including drug poisonings requiring naloxone. At another location, attendants provided first aid support for injuries nearby. These actions prevent harm and bring humanity back into public spaces. But the impact is not only on the public, it is also on the people who wear the Hire Good uniform. Allison's story shows this clearly. After years of addiction and years of stigma, she came to Hire Good looking for a chance. We hired her as a washroom attendant. She learned quickly, completed every training course to become a washroom attendant. She was able to reconnect with her children and build a stable life. She said something I will never forget. This job made me feel human again. People see me now. That is the power of buying with purpose. This is dignity on one side of the door and safety on the other. This program creates a perfect cycle. A safe public washroom allows people to move through the city with confidence. A stable job gives our attendants pride, structure, and purpose. That purpose improves their performance. Better performance creates safer, more welcoming washrooms, and those safer washrooms support families, seniors, businesses, and vulnerable Calgarians. Every hour of this program strengthens two sides of Calgary at the same time. It strengthens the people who need services, and it strengthens the people who need a chance. I now want to speak honestly about what the city needs from council. This program cannot continue at its current level without your investment. The results are clear. Calgarians feel safer, washrooms stay open, damage drops, emergencies are handled by trained staff, and people like Allison, who once felt invisible, now stand proudly in uniform serving the city. This is not a cost, it is a safeguard. It protects infrastructure, it prevents harm, it reduces pressure on emergency services. It supports vulnerable residents, and it gives people overcoming barriers a chance to rebuild their lives and contribute to Calgary. This is the definition of buying with purpose. When the city invests in this program, you're invested in safety and people and in the future of Calgary. Without stable funding, we risk losing the safety, the dignity, the accessibility, and the humanity this program brings to public washrooms across the city. This is why I'm asking you today to commit to continued investment. because the return on this investment is felt by every Calgarian, by families who feel safe, by seniors who feel comfortable, by vulnerable residents who rely on a clean, monitored, welcoming space, and by workers who have rebuilt their lives for this opportunity. This is a program worth protecting, this is a team worth supporting, and this is a model Calgary can be proud of. Higher Good is proud to serve the city, our attendants are proud to wear their uniforms, and Calgary benefits every single day from this model of safety, compassion, and inclusion. Thank you for choosing to buy with purpose, and thank you for believing in people, and thank you for supporting a program that lifts Calgary up in every direction.
Thank you so much, Ms. Phelan. Barnabas, you are up next.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of Calgary City Council. My name is Barnabas, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, although I am part of a couple of communities in Calgary. I want to advocate for this council, for this council's voice and collaboration for the Nigerian Canadians in the city of Calgary, and in their words. There are many Canadians who have immigrated to Calgary from Nigeria and have upheld our city's best ideals. Nigerian Canadians take pride in being positive, hardworking, friendly, and non-disruptive Calgarians. Yet, as we continue to be a vibrant addition to the city, we wrestle with the burden and pain of Christians being targeted and killed in Nigeria. The scale of terror against Christian communities in the north of Nigeria is staggering. Genocide Watch has highlighted over 62,000 Christian deaths since 2000, victims of Boko Haram and ISIS-allied group ISWAP. In the past week alone, churches and schools have been targeted, with clergy, teachers, and students killed or kidnapped in Christian communities. I call on this council to earmark in the budget at least $0, because that is what it will cost to recognize and condemn this violence and bring recognition to what affects a vital community in Calgary. I call on this city to reevaluate its relationship with any Nigerian government officials. I call on the city to reach out to the Nigerian Christian community in Calgary in a deliberate and meaningful manner. Thank you guys so much for your time. Congrats on your recent elections. And we Nigerians in Calgary, Canadian Nigerians, look forward to continue to be a positive addition to this city and to work for its prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll call on Nathan Green now.
Hi, Mayor Farkas. This is Nathan Green. I had sent a presentation in late today. I don't know if City Clerk has that ready.
Yeah, our amazing team has it right up on the screen.
Fantastic. So forgive my voice. I'm just recovering from nasal surgery here, but I really wanted to speak to a few things specifically on Calgary Transit. I'm a near daily user of Calgary Transit, and it's something that's a big part of my life. So there's just some things in the budget here that stood out to me. So on the first substantive slide, I think the big one is just revenues have gone way down, and I think that's something that needs a big magnifying glass. In 2023, transit recovered $196 million, and the 26 expectation is for that to only be $180. And I understand ridership's gone way up during that same period, so just hope that somebody can really zero in on that. I understand the low-income pass has had some effect on that for sure. But a suggestion that I have, we can go right to the next slide, is to consider attracting some new riders with some creative fare products. So I used to live in Montreal, and they had these specific examples, and they stimulated use for me that otherwise I wouldn't have used transit. I would have driven or something else, or Uber or whatever. They have an unlimited evening pass, which is less than the cost of 2 tickets, an unlimited weekend pass, which also is great for tourist use, and then a 7-day pass, which I think similar could really incentivize use by tourists during Stampede. And I think if transit just got out there, advertised this, like it could put it on its own buses, I think this could potentially bring in some new money. But, you know, it's a lot of talk about what needs to get cut, but I think we also could talk about where we can make some more money. The other thing is with transit, there's a lot of initial spending going to this primary transit network, upping frequency, which I've taken graduate courses on the economics of public transport, and frequency is the #1 determiner of ridership. So this is a good investment, but the problem is it's been a trickle, a little bit here, a little bit there. And changing the service frequency from 25 to 22 minutes, one every 22 minutes, does very little, in my opinion. It's really at that every 10 minutes point when you don't have to check the schedule anymore. That's where it makes a big difference. And my proposal is to test it out. Instead of doing the trickle approach, go straight to one bus every 10 minutes. And I think Route 1 is the perfect example. It goes through a lot of high-density neighborhoods that have seen a lot of densification from rezoning. There's job destinations all along the corridor, coffee shops, restaurants, Bowness Park, you name it, International Avenue over in Forest Lawn. And same thing, advertise it, get the word out. Hey, this bus is going to come every 10 minutes. You don't need to check the schedule, to try to get more people on the bus and see if you can make some more money that way. The last thing I want to talk about, and this is a more longer-term issue, and I think the Green Line, as many Calgarians know, has just been a debacle and badly managed, badly planned. And this current plan to end the line in Shepherd is just ridiculous. If you look at the pictures I see on the screen here, the land to the north is, I believe, contaminated former sludge lagoons. And to the south, it's all just big box stores. Like, who's going to go ride the train with, a load of groceries or Home Depot, 2x4s? Come on, you got to be kidding me. So it's going to force everybody to transfer if they're using it to go to work or school or whatever. And that's so far away that just adds a whole lot of time. So what I think needs to be baked into this plan is either on opening or as quickly as possible following opening, get the Green Line to Mackenzie Town. The next 2 stations on the line, the right-of-way is reserved. It'll be at grade. Immediately surrounding those stations are dense residential areas, and that'll get more riders on. I think if we just get it to Shepherd on day 1, it's going to be a white elephant. It's going to be a disaster. Listen, thank you, councillors. Congratulations to all of you. It's great to see you all there tonight, and appreciate your sacrifices very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We will go now to Laura Shudiak.
Thanks very much, Mayor Farkas. Hello to City Council. I too have a presentation, and I know it's difficult to see the presentation when I'm going on, so I'm not going to be looking. But if someone can tell me when it's up, that would be great.
It's up.
It's up? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So for slide 1, my name is Laura Shudiak. I'm a resident of Ward 13, and I'm the founder and the executive director of Youth en Route. We are a small Calgary charity that helps high school students have the freedom and independence to ride a bike places. Next slide, please. Our impact is outsized from our small budget. We spent $300,000 last year, and we reached 4,600 students and gave away over 500 bikes. Our budget reflects our priorities. We run programs, we act, and our actions have concrete impacts. We've given kids the tools and skills to go places, and as a result, they can pedal their path, both literally and figuratively. If you look at the cycle of change, we know this. When we give a youth a bike, 3/4 tell us that they use it more than once a week, and a full quarter of them tell us that they use it daily. As they bike, they connect to peers, their communities, to opportunities, whether that's a job or tutoring. It really is life-changing for kids. Our principals share that they know teens who simply wouldn't be at school without their bike. A bus pass is expensive, and relying on others, even a parent, doesn't always work. Sorry, kiddo, I can't drive you to school today. I've got to go in early, or I've got to go in late, or I have something else to do. For now, we only have anecdotal evidence to know how a bike impacts a kid, but we know anecdotally that our work improves absentee rates and high school completion rates, and we're looking for funding to quantify this. Next slide, please. But our work is very difficult. when Calgary's public spaces are dangerous. As a new council, you have the opportunity to show new priorities. Amy was a grade 12 student at Lester Pearson High School who died in a crosswalk on January 15th, walking home after her diploma exam. While I never met her, she was, by all accounts, an amazing young woman and was already accepted into the U of C's Faculty of Engineering. So you know she was a pretty dynamic student. I know her principal says she could have gone on to do great things in our community. We can't allow our kids to be mowed down on our streets the way that she was. We'd like to see your budget act to make it safer for vulnerable road users. And while we recognize there are some funds earmarked for this purpose, we don't think that signs or painted crosswalks are quite enough. Next slide, please. We know the solution. When council's priority is cars and roads, the result is a community where tragedy happens too regularly. A council that prioritizes people and spaces for people will deliver a better quality of life for every Calgarian. Corner stores, bike routes, and school streets drive community. So it starts with speed limits. Data clearly shows that fatalities increase with speed. So let's revisit community streets. 30 kilometers an hour. That is the gold standard. We know that from every city around the world. And then let's standardize speeds on roads around schools. We have 2 high schools in Ward 9 where the school resource officer at one school was able